Uh-huh.
Morning, George.
Morning, how you doing?
Not bad.
I'm
So
good.
I'll send you a message here. The PowerPoint that we have, how do you, the sharing power.
Yeah, you will be provided children right.
Not bad. Okay. I'll send you a message here. The Powerpoint that we have, how do you, it's a little echo in there.
Yeah, you will be provided children right.
Not bad. Okay. It's a little echo in there. You know, it's a little echo in there. You know.
Yeah, so we got 7 minutes. We got 7 minutes. some more light on your face. Too dark. Yeah. You need some more light on your face. Too dark. Yeah. And it echoes. Dr. Connor is already here. Can you hear the sound in the back? Dr. Kogwe, can you hear? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What about the music in the background? All right, that's good. Professor, please stop. Dr. Kogwe, can you hear? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What about the music in the background? All right, that's good. Professor, please stop.
Hello, sir.
Morning, sir. How you doing? Welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
Privileged to have you. Join
I'm
us.
good. I'm good.
Morning, I was trying to get off the other line. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Hello,
That's
sir.
why I had you.
Dr. Connor, very good morning to you, sir.
How are you?
Good morning.
Good.
Good morning to you all.
Morning, I was trying to get off the other line. That's why.
All right.
That's why I had you.
We will
Can you
have
guys hear me?
Dr. Connor, very clearly, very clearly. Very clearly.
Okay.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Good
Yes,
morning
sir.
to you all.
Is there an echo?
Yeah, because we're relaying on both
Can you guys hear me?
YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
what I have
Okay.
might have to do is to get off.
Is there an echo?
Yeah, because we're relaying on both YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Echo.
what I have to do is to get off on one of them. Yeah. On one of them. All right, that should be better. Professor Zavalo, how you doing, sir? Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I kind of waved to everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, so you guys were quiet, so I didn't want to.
Doc, how was your trip back to Monrovia?
It was okay. We thank God.
Yeah. You met it as you left it?
Yeah, but, you know, it's all right.
That was good. That was good. So if you don't mind, we could start in maybe another 10 minutes, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Because the ambassador have to reach out to him again.
Want to speak then each other. Let's see. So I'll go there. Okay, so now. I forgot it's in Monrovia. I was about to say, have you had your coffee already? I think it's a good thing to to begin to stay up a little bit. So I've been up about how many hours now? So, but it's good to have some coffee.
Don't start the process. Yes.
That's right.
So we're very excited to have you. Very, very excited.
Well, I'm very grateful.
Yeah, very excited. Let me just touch base with the ambassador secretary once more, and then I'll be back.
Sure.
All right. It's 9:10. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're going to jumpstart this process. The change we want to see in Liberia, it has to start with us. And so one of those changes is respecting time and other people's time. So we're going to kickstart this process. Welcome to everyone. Give it a minute. All right. Thank you all for coming. As you all should have a copy of the agenda with you. Again, welcome to our first virtual conference, the Consortium of Liberian Educators. We will, towards the end of the program, introduce the consortium to you all. But we're happy, very, very happy to have all of you here. To you, Dr. Connor, we are so grateful to have you, an academic, and now at the policy-making arm of government, being here and serving us as our keynote speaker. There are other dignitaries here as well, including the head of the Liberian community in the DMV area. We're happy to have you, Mr. Tikla. And our team will introduce themselves as we kick off this very important exercise, all in an effort of moving Liberia, our common patrimony, forward. So at this stage, I'm going to open up the floor for the organizers to introduce themselves before we kick off. And then Dr. Kwekwe will provide the objectives of this conference. And before that, we'll then play the national anthem, and then move deeper into the agenda. So let's introduce ourselves first, so the folks joining us know who's here, what role we play, and then we go into our agenda, if you don't mind. Dr. Cougar? You have to unmute.
Good morning. All protocol observed. My name is Dr. Fatima Greaves Kwekwe. I am here as one of the organizers, and I have a passion for early childhood education. I am an educator here in the United States also, and have been in Liberia. A graduate of William V. Stockman Teachers College, University of Liberia. And I'm happy to be here and hoping that being a part of this will help in moving the process forward. Thank you.
You left out, you are the sitting president of?
I am the sitting current president of the University of Liberia Alumni Association in the Americas.
Okay. That's wonderful. We're happy to have you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Is Professor Reeves?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nancy Eleanor Reeves. I am in Canada and been here for the last 25 years and been teaching in colleges here in Canada as full-time college professor and done some university lecturing. I have a great passion for education and I look forward to how this can move into creating a better educational system for our dear youth that are coming up. And hopefully we can match to be a 21st century education. Hopefully. Thank you so much for this invitation.
All right. Zazawa?
Myself, I'm Isaac Zawolo. I am an educator. I'm a son of an educator. And that's one of the things I always like to celebrate. So I came to education at a very early age at the KRTTI campus. That's where I got fascinated by the work that teachers do. So I have a 40 years of experience teaching. Since I first started teaching, it's been about 40 years. I've had the opportunity to teach at the high school, college, elementary, middle schools, and university levels. I've taught mathematics, civil engineering, physics, education, and I wouldn't say the most, well, I can say that I'm the immediate past superintendent of the Monrovia Consolidated School System. I serve as superintendent from December of 2021 to March of 2024. Presently, I work here in the United States. Our recall after our removed from office, our recall because I was on a leave of assignment to my native country. So I recall immediately, and so I returned, and I've returned to the work I do here, teaching at the high school, where I mostly teach college level courses, and also teach for Northern Virginia Community College, where I've been working for the past 20 plus years. So it's a wonderful thing, Josh. I want to thank Dr. Williams and everyone. This is something we've been working on, and I had a prior initiative prior to being appointed as superintendent of MCSS to have brought educators, Liberian educators across the U.S. That didn't materialize, but we build relationships, and some of those relationships that we are deepening here. I'm very proud to be amongst all of you here, Fatima, Nancy, Julia, and Sebastian, Dr. Connor, every one of you guys here. It's an honor to be with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We do have a few other members of the organizing team that are on their way, as we will say, digitally on their way. They're held up in digital traffic, but we appreciate everyone who's here. Like we said earlier, we will kickstart the process. And so at this point, we will ask Dr. Kwekwe to provide us a listing, itineration of the goals and objectives of this conference.
Thank you. Let me make sure I'm not okay. Thank you, Dr. Williams. The background rationale for this conference is that Liberia's public education system faces multiple challenges, including inadequate infrastructure, lack of trained educators, and limited resources. Meanwhile, a significant number of Liberians residing in the diaspora possesses unique experiences, skills, and insights that can contribute significantly to the improvement of education in our homeland. This conference aims to bring together Liberian educators and stakeholders in the diaspora to collaboratively identify innovative solutions and strategies for enhancing public education in Liberia. So the objective is to foster a collaborative platform for Liberians in the diaspora and stakeholders, educators, to share insights and strategies, to present successful models and best practices from other countries that will be adapted for Liberia's context. to encourage dialogue on governmental and institutional policies affecting education in Liberia, to develop actionable recommendations and frameworks that participants can implement in collaboration with the educational institution in Liberia. So they expect outcomes. We expect that at the end of this conference, there can be a set of actionable strategies and recommendations to improve public education in Liberia, enhance networking relationships amongst diaspora educators and stakeholders, documentation of the discussions and recommendations for future reference and follow-up, and a digital resource library with educational materials and research shared by participants. So that's what we hope to gain from this one-day conference today. Thank you. You are muted, Dr. Williams.
At this juncture, thank you so much, Dr. Fouquet, for the listing of what we hope to achieve and the objectives of this conference. We will now take a minute and pay respects to the nation on whose behalf we're working so hard. And so the national anthem will be played. We can sing it, we can listen to it. Let's take a minute and listen to the national anthem.
George, we are playing it, we're not hearing it though.
All right. Do we not hear the anthem? No? All right. We will not hold up the conference. We'll make progress. We apologize for that. Okay. Let's go back. All right. So at this juncture, we will go into introducing our panelists for this occasion. We have, first of all, We're again happy to have in our midst Dr. Augustine Connor. Dr. Connor, I've gotten to know for maybe 20 years or more. When he was at Morehouse, we had a chance to connect. Today, Dr. Connor sits not only as an academic, but also uh, at the helm of policymaking in Liberia, providing advice to our honorable president. Dr. Connor, we're happy to have you. Also joining us is the president of the Liberia Community Association, who is going to speak in a few minutes, Mr. Sebastian Tikla. Dr. Stevens, who is our acting superintendent of MCSS, will join us hopefully soon. Ambassador Conte has called in a little exhausted after a hectic week with the president. Music. Please forgive some of the technical difficulties we're having. There's music in the background, you guys. Now, hold up. All right.
I think something is running in your background. Check your speaker, the sound when you're playing the YouTube. I think from there, see if you can stop that.
I'll turn that off already. All right, let me. Forgive me for a minute. Thank you. Let's just play in the background. Hold on.
Off.
Give us a minute. Give us a minute. Hold on. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. Sorry about that. So at this juncture, we like to introduce our facilitators as well. We have currently present, we have Mr. Samsudin Amusa, who's a development economist. Ms. Julia Sandeman Beya is here from the Ministry of Education as well. And others are going to join us as we go through the day. So at this point, we'd like to call to provide us some remark, the head of the Liberian community in the DC metro area, Mr. Sebastian Tikla. Mr. Tikla?
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. Thank you for putting this conference together. It is an honor to be here. Congratulate you and all other distinguished educators of Liberia. It is on you, it is on your shoulders that the youth or the educational system of Liberia stands. We are happy to be here. We thank you for the invitation. And just to let you know, our president, Worker, was in our community just recently, and we had the privilege or the honor to interact with him. So it is an honor to represent our Liberian community here in the DMV area. For those of you who don't know, DMV is DC, Maryland, and Virginia. So we live here in the metro area, and our chapter is second to none here in the U.S. because from where we sit close to the seat of government. So and because we sit close to the seat of government, we have to try to speak good English. We have to try to speak beautiful English. So so the president was with us after his meeting with President Trump, and we joke about it. Where President Trump said the president spoke beautiful, beautiful language, and but that was just a sidebar. But I thank you all for being here, and together we can collaborate both here in the diaspora and in Liberia, and help to promote to bring development, to bring back a fine educational system in Liberia, where a person fully educated in Liberia can leave Liberia and travel, and people think that they speak good English. And I know that probably English teachers salaries going to increase in Liberia in the next few years or in the next few months, so that they will teach our children and our people quality education. Um, but we here in the diaspora, Liberians here in the diaspora transmit millions of dollars to Liberia. If we here can just focus our attention on the educational sector in Liberia and just contribute a little amount of that amount, instead of just sending it to our people, our family, or to build homes and stuff like that, we can divert that to the educational system in Liberia, and that will go a long way. I remember as a student at the university in the 90s, I sat on cement blocks to listen to lecture. I stood at the window. Uh, there were some classes we just stood at the window just to hear the lecture. And recently I went back to Liberia, and to me, it's not much different. It's not much different. Students still stand at the door, and the whole classroom is full. I visited the University of Liberia, and I just quietly walked around the campus, and students are still struggling. Well, here you are discussing the strengthening the private sector in Liberia, and I think basically your focus might be on primary education and stuff like that. But even our higher institution of learning needs our support. So yeah, in the U.S. where I reside, I'm also part of the University of Liberia Alumni Association, and quite recently we were honored and privileged to participate in the lightening of Fidel campus. We provided lights that students there can benefit from now. And Dr. Kukwe, who is our leader here, I'm sure she will speak to it. Will speak to it more. But what I can do, my uh, support to this body, is to ensure that our community here in the DMV area, I will speak to our leadership so that we can set up an educational fund that will support education in Liberia. Dr. Zawolo live here. He knows our community, how vibrant we are. The only thing now, how we can turn that into helping our country. We live here, the Lord has blessed us. We've come to the modern world, and we see the educational system. There are a lot of schools in Liberia, but how qualified are those? You know, how ready, when students leave those schools, how ready are they? Um, so my responsibility here as president of the Liberian community is to mobilize our Liberian community, not just only to eat and drink and dine here in the diaspora, but how we can look back. I'm also a member of the BWI Alumni Association. And I can tell you we have tried our best to look back and give. We have students on scholarship and all of that. But how we as a community, not just our small organization here and there, our high school alumni or college alumni, but how we as a Liberian community, whether it's in Canada or it's in Europe or here in America, how we can galvanize our resources to assist. I spoke with Dr. Isaac Zawado when he returned, and he experienced firsthand information. I mean, firsthand experience of the educational system in Liberia. So we're going to be working with Dr. Williams, uh, Dr. Zawolo, and all of you that are part of this. Let me correct. He's shaking his head. I'm not doctor, but Professor Zawolo, uh, to see how we as a community can help. You know, when we gather, can everybody give $25 or even $10 or $5 to this initiative? This is so that Dr. Williams and others can strengthen the educational system in Liberia. And I look forward to working along with this group, promoting them in our community, promoting the group in our community, and your the endeavors so that our people will benefit, so that education we receive and when we came out here into different part of the world, people were surprised that, oh, where did you learn that? I remember the first time I came here, I began to engage people here in America, even um, Liberians here engaged in whatever political, whatever word event, current event, the sciences, whatever. They were surprised because I think I received a very strong foundational education in Liberia. So I prayed and trust that we will strengthen, elementary education, primary education in Liberia, so as the student move out up to university level and all of that. When they leave, they will be able to fully represent themselves and represent the country. So it's an honor, it's a privilege to see Dr. Conant. I've always heard about him. I've heard him speak at various forums. So I'm just honored to see you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Williams. And it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Tickler. Thank you so much. While you were speaking, we had a few other organizers come in. Of course, Professor Reeves will speak. She did speak, and then we'll have Mr. Goya and Professor Kringa introduce themselves, and then we'll move on to introducing our keynote speaker. Mr. Goya?
Sorry, folks. I had my AC went out, so I have folks in my house doing repairs early this morning. So I'm sorry to be joining late. My name is Cece Goya. I am glad to be here with you all. I started teaching in Liberia. I am a 15-year veteran in the United States. I'm currently the director of mathematics and sciences for Minneapolis Public Schools in Minnesota, which is the fourth largest school district, where I oversee 80 plus schools and training their teachers and principals in mathematics and science.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We're happy to have you joining us, Professor Kringa. Mr. Kringa? Yes,
Good
sir.
morning, everybody. Yeah, my name is Terrence Krengar. I have been teaching forever, really, mathematics forever. I started off at the University of Liberia as a teaching assistant. Sorry, I'm juggling a couple of things here, right? But I'll be settled down pretty soon, most especially for my presentation. So yes, as I said, right, I've been teaching my math forever. I started as a teaching assistant in 1989 in Liberia, and since then I've ended as a math teacher in the U.S. Having taught for the last 18 years, ending up with the Montgomery County Public School System, one of the largest school systems in the states. I have a passion for people's empowerment, especially when it has to do with strengthening organizational leadership, because I feel is the key really to enhancing education in Liberia. So I look forward to getting new ideas, and I look forward to presenting in our slot that we've been provided. Again, welcome everybody, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. We do have a few guests with us. Dr. Bleedy, um, Mr. G, Dr. Okran, if I'm pronouncing that properly, Mr. Freeman. Thank you for joining us. At this time, we're very, very most pleased to welcome Mrs. Williams, of course, is here joining us. Welcome. We're most pleased to have Dr. Augustine Connor join us as our keynote speaker. Dr. Connor, we'd like to turn the floor over to you. Dr. Connor happens to be the senior advisor to President Joseph Boakai. He's the man of many means and wit, and so we couldn't be more honored to have you serve as our guest speaker. At this point, the floor is all yours, sir.
Let me take this opportunity to thank you for inviting me to be a part of this august body that is trying to do things for our nation. Let me say this is an opportunity for me to continue to interact with those in the diaspora that we are part of the academia region and area to bring some substance to our nation. And so when you called upon me and you said, I want you to be the keynote speaker, I know I am so busy, unbelievably busy, to take upon all of the other issues. And I said, no, this is where I belong, academics. And for you to know, even now, even though I am the senior advisor to the president, I still find some time to teach at the university, at the graduate school in international relations. So it's an opportunity for me to share some things with this body. Let me start by saying, esteemed educators, I don't know if we do have private sector stakeholders or civil society and organizations that are listening to this conference. But let me say to all fellow Liberians at home and abroad, I want to take this opportunity to bring you greetings on behalf of the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai Sr., the government and people of the Republic of Liberia. It is indeed a profound honor, just like you all have said, to be asked to serve as the keynote speaker at this very memorable event that's organized by my fellow Liberians in the diaspora. under the theme Strengthening Public Education in Liberia, Bridging the Distance and Unveiling the Opportunity. Let me begin by saying that I stand before you today united by a shared vision to transform the education sector of Liberia. I say to you that the government of Liberia, under the dynamic stewardship of His Excellency Joseph Nima Boakai Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia, is on the right trajectory to building an education system in Liberia that is inclusive, that is equitable, resilient, and globally competitive. As the government of Liberia sees it, education is not simply a public service, but it is a public trust built on integrity, accountability, and patriotism. Education is the most sustainable driver of peace, prosperity, and human development. Indeed, education is the soul of any nation, and its quality determines our collective future. So today, as we speak about bridging the distance, we must recognize that the barriers to education in Liberia are not just physical, they are systematic, they are digital, they are economic, and they are also historical. Despite these challenges, the nation is striving to cultivate fertile seeds of educational opportunities across the 15 counties, opportunities to reimagine and rebuild a system that serves every Liberian child, every youth, every graduate, and every citizen. Let me use this platform to share with our diaspora community some developments in the education sector of Liberia. These are government's initiatives aimed at strengthening public sector education in Liberia. In recent months, Liberia took bold steps to modernize its education architecture and expand access to quality learning across all levels. These steps are in line with the government's Arrest Agenda for Inclusive Development, the AAID. The AAID is a 5-year national development plan produced by the government of Liberia to guide all ministries and agencies and development partners in initiating development programs or projects across the country. The Ministry of Education, for example, under the leadership of Dr. Dazo Male Jala, the Minister of Education, has reactivated the Rural Teaching Training Institute. The objective is to ensure that the Ministry of Education is in the right position to place trained, certified, and motivated teachers in schools across the country. The government of Liberia, through the Ministry of Education, has also launched the Center of Excellence for Educational Administration, Certification, Accreditation, and Licensing to professionalize education service delivery, set standards, and support school accountability across public and private institutions. So Liberia has rolled out the digital learning and innovation pilot projects in selected counties. The projects are equipping schools with solar power and digital content for blending learning. The Ministry of Education designed this project to reduce the rural-urban tech divide and support continuous learning across Liberia. This initiative reflects a firm commitment to improving the education sector of Liberia, a cornerstone for national recovery, reconciliation, and reform. So bridging the distance and unveiling opportunities, therefore, will require persistence and a well-thought-out process involving Liberians at home and abroad. The government of Liberia, through the relevant ministries and agencies, is open to constructive dialogue with Liberians in the diaspora. The President of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai Sr., is encouraging all Liberians in the diaspora to return home and participate in the nation-building process. We are counting on your expertise, not only in education, but other opportunities you will bring home to boost the Liberian economy. Furthermore, my office is prepared to serve as one of the bridges between Liberians living in the diaspora and the government of Liberia. We are open to your suggestions in strategizing ways to involve Liberians in the diaspora, in strengthening public education in Liberia, in bridging the distance, and unveiling opportunities for our people. One of such opportunities is partnering with Liberian and Liberia living abroad to initiate programs like school adoption, remote tutoring platforms, and donation of ICT tools or materials to support students in Liberia. These partnerships are essential in globalizing the Liberian education experience. Also, through public-private partnership, we can develop programs to match students and graduates with internships, mentorships, and expertise and enterprise development, particularly through the Liberia Employment and Entrepreneurship Program. Finally, let us remember that the journey to national development requires the combined efforts of the government of Liberia, our development partners, civil society, the private sector, and our global diaspora. To all Liberians in the diaspora, we urge you to stay engaged, remain involved, and therefore, for you to think Liberia, build Liberia, love Liberia. Why? Because Liberia needs you more than ever. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen and educators, thank you for this opportunity to share with you. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. You've heard from the office of the president that their doors are open, they're willing and ready to work with us, cooperate with us, harness and leverage the resources that are out here for the good of the country. We thank you so, so much, Dr. Connor.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, we trust we're going to get an electronic copy.
We'll try to send you, I have my assistant, I will try to make sure we send you the copy.
Yes, sir.
Electronic copy.
We appreciate it.
We'll do that. Thank you so much. And I wish you all the very best. As you know, we're back in Monrovia. The president is here, and the senior advisor always have to sit next to the president. So I will be around for some few minutes, then I'll have to leave.
Okay,
if you
sir.
will not mind.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for continuing to stick around. We now go on to the ambassador has called in, unfortunately. Uh, the recent visit that the president had a toll on him. So he will pop in at some point during the day, and so his slot will rove along as we go. And we definitely will leave a space open for him whenever he shows up. Him and Dr. Stevens, who too is caught up in traffic. So at this point, we're going to turn the floor over to Professor Isaac Say Zawolo. And there's a strategic reason why, and we're fortunate to have Zawolo in our midst. The immediate past president of MCSS, he has a good understanding and appreciation of the landscape, having not only been a member of the diaspora, but also been an active participant in the process at home. And so he's going to lay out the educational landscape in terms of intervention opportunities, which will provide the tone for the rest of the day's activities. So, Professor Zawolo.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams, Dr. Conan, officials of government, members of this distinguished body, distinguished Liberian educators, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me commend Dr. Williams for reinitiating or restarting this initiative to bring together Liberian educators from the diaspora to be able to impact in some way on the educational system in our country. All the people here on this call, I have engaged most of you, and I know you are all passionate about education in Liberia. And truly, it is an honor and a privilege that we have to have such a group of passionate people, people who may not necessarily have a lot of positive things they could say when it comes to what contribution our country made to their education. But yet, they will take up the time to be able to contribute to our society. So I think, let me commend you for that and let me continue to encourage you to continue to do that because, it was said that ask not what your country can do, but what you can do for your country. Our country is in a situation wherein we want to improve our education system, but there are so many challenges. So I got a little PowerPoint here. I got little things I want to be talking about. But here's the first thing I want to begin with. The first thing I wanted to say here is that our Liberian children are smart and they're gifted. No question about that. They can rise to the challenge with the right support and environment, unquestionably. As an educator, I have a philosophy that I've adopted from a German philosopher. And that philosophy was extended to people in general, but I kind of customized it to children. I said, treat children as if they are who they ought to be and help them to become what they are capable of being. And that's my approach as we engage Liberia. I encourage people in the diaspora to always look at Liberia as if Liberia is what it ought to be. And let's work together to get Liberia to the place we believe our country can be, void of politics. My task today is to provide Liberia's educational landscape intervention opportunities, but I will tell you one thing, Dr. Conan has already taken more than, he has already done a significant portion of what I would have said here. As an educator, as an academic, he laid out clearly the situation of our Liberian education system and the challenges and the opportunities. So I would just kind of like maybe add a little bit more to what he said. I think sometimes things happen unexpectedly. He wasn't supposed to be the keynote speaker, but there could be no better person than him, especially so having listened to his delivery today. So thank you very much, Dr. Conan. So first of all, as I discussed the Liberian educational landscape, I want to talk about the structure of the Liberian education system. And that's where the first confusion and problem comes about, that sometimes people who are in the diaspora don't understand some of the challenges we have there, and how we get in to establish it. If you ask about what kind of structural system do we have? Do we have 3633? Do we have 3634? Do we have 393? If you were to ask, you go to UNESCO, you go to UNICEF, you go to the Ministry of Education, you go to the private school sector, you're going to have different explanation of our educational system. And what do we mean by 3633? 363 is basically 3 years of early childhood development, 6 years of primary, what we call elementary school, 3 years of junior high school, and 3 years of high school. But the Ministry of Education is responsible for the education, for the entire educational sector in Liberia. So sometimes people extend that to say 36334. And the 4 is about 4 levels of tertiary education, which again, it confuses it because tertiary education doesn't necessarily have to be 4 years. It could even be 2 years. It could be 1 year. All right. If we look at the Liberian, the New Education Act of Liberia, Education Act of Liberia, I think it was the 2011 Education Act of Liberia. That's another issue there. It's outdated. It should have been revised, I think, around 2021 or so, but I think it's already outdated. If you look at it, the structure of our education system is more of you have lower basic, you have basic education, which is elementary, first grade to 9th grade. And then you have secondary, which is 10th grade to 12th grade. And that's why you have the ministry structure, like you have the assistant minister for basic and secondary education. So it's position, basic education, 1st to 9th, secondary education, which is 10th to 12th. Now, if you get down to the different school districts, schools organizations like the Catholic, the Baptist, and the rest of it, they're not operating on that system. They have their own 363 structure. That's something that it has to be clearly defined and worked on as a country. That's the first thing about that. So we have, I would say we have a structure of 393. And the reason why I will put the 393 is because I believe extremely important is that portion that has usually been overlooked in Liberia, and that's the early childhood education. So I will include that, early childhood education, where students spend 1 year in nursery, 1 year in K1, and another year in K2. I think Mrs. Salamaning Graham will, I think she knows more about that. But so that's an extremely important part. So having done about the structure, let me talk about the policy and leadership structure and responsibility. Overall, there should be a National Education Advisory Council or board. The former government, the CDC-led government, did not constitute that board. So I think I applaud the present government for constituting that board. That board is functional. They are supposed to work as an advisory board with the Ministry of Education to be able to handle the issues of education in our country. So that board is functional. I don't remember clearly who's the head of the board, but the board is functional. And then the Ministry of Education is responsible for the entire educational structure of our country, including from K through 12 and tertiary education. Even though you have the National Commission on Higher Education that is responsible for enacting policy in collaboration with the National Board and the Ministry of Education for tertiary education in our country. The Ministry of Education further carries out this work based on county school board, county school districts, county school systems, and regional districts. There's one county in Liberia, Monserrato County, that has 2 educational county districts, county systems. You have the Monserrato 1 and the Monserrato 2. Because Monserrato is extremely large, you have rural Monserrato, you have the urban Monserrato, so they had to break it down again also because of the population of students. Now, within each county, you have districts. Okay, the districts are mostly based on population, the size, and also on geography. Because you might have a district that is extremely small, maybe with 1, 2, or 3 schools. But looking at the distance it is from the other neighboring districts, so you set it up for better monitoring. The design of the new educational law in Liberia was for these county schools system to operate a decentralized system. That is, they should have run their own systems similar to what we had at the MCSS or what they have at the MCSS. Unfortunately, that has not been materialized to the fullest. And there are major obstacles, major challenges in implementing such a system. For example, the availability of trained personnel in Lima County, my district, may not be the same as the availability of trained personnel in Todi district or in the Kakata Lakita district. So because of that, the school districts have not been able to operate and perform at the same level of effectiveness or efficiency and the rest of it. But that's the design. And I think government should seriously consider providing necessary funding and training so that we can move into a more decentralized system as articulated in the law. I think that's very good. I think it helps to build the community. I think it helps to strengthen the education system. Significant numbers of schools in our country are operated by private individuals, faith-based individuals. Some of those schools are designed for profit and they operate mostly for profit. And we'll talk about that later because that can bring all kinds of things. Now, the next thing I wanted to touch on is the population. And Dr. Stevens, Julia, and even Dr. Conant, those of you on the ground, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the population of Liberian students is somewhere around, I would say 1.6 to 2.5 million student population. That's the size of the population. And schools in Liberia are not equitably distributed across the country. So you find some areas that are very densely populated, but there's no access to school. There have been tremendous progress made within the last, say, 12 years to address those issues. But there remains some daunting challenges, most of it associated with lack of funding. Another aspect to, another thing you want to talk about when we're looking at the population of schools and access is the issue of the varying quality of schools. As you move, the further you move away from Monrovia, the quality of schools is impacted, adversely impacted. That is something that has to be addressed. And so, again, on the line of population of access, there are some cultural challenges in getting students access to school. And that's something that UNICEF, the Ministry of Education, when I was in Liberia, we worked on. We had a conference in Ganta where we invited all of the chiefs and all of the traditional leaders to come and engage. There was discussion and agreement reached, memorandum of understanding was signed, and the rest of it. But usually, when those memorandum of understanding are signed, when they are signed, the implementation can be a challenge. So I provided you a structure and I provided you with the policy, leadership, and responsibility of the education sector. And I talk about population, the access and it. So let me now talk about some of the good things, some of the challenges, some of the opportunities, and the threats to our system. I think most of my colleagues here will know that I've always said that when we approach Liberia, we must approach it with an open mind, a preparedness and a readiness to help, and not just to criticize. Liberia, if I'm looking at Dr. Kwekwe, I'm looking at my own colonel assistant, Professor Reeves, and all of you here, Dr. Tokba, and the rest of you here, you got your education from Liberia, primarily. And yet today, you are in the United States, and you are at the top of your career. You are not at the bottom. You are making tremendous contribution to the American education system. And where did you get your education from? You got it from Liberia. So I think it's important that we focus on what we can contribute to bring back the system that made us. So when I look at the Liberian education system, one of the things when I look at the system, I look at the students, I look at the teachers, I say this: Liberians love education. Our children want to learn. Our teachers want to teach. That's something that is amazing. That's good. That's a strength. Being an educator in the United States here for over 26 years, I'm not certain I could be describing the level of interest in education here like that. I'm not certain. I'm being very honest with you. I don't want to be disrespectful or so. But truly, in Liberia, our people love education. But our education systems is confronted with many, I would say, inordinate challenges, which prevents the delivery of quality education. It discourages students from staying in school for a very long time. And even more, it affects our female population commitment to their own personal development because of the challenges. And what are these challenges born out of? They are born out of fundings. Our former boss, the former Minister of Education, Professor D. Ansel Soni, he always said to us that Liberia doesn't have the resources for the kind of education system it needs. And I know that people, when that is said, people say, oh no, what you can do is a legislature should take all their budget and put it into education, cut their salaries and do it. We can't control that. And legislature will not do that. So Liberia has that problem of funding to support education. I mean, that's just obvious. They're not going to cut their salaries. They will not cut their budget. And so that's the situation we have. Funding is a major challenge. And so you may even take the best educators from anywhere and put them into Liberia. They will face those challenges because of the limited funding. Now, I'm not telling you that we cannot take steps to address it. And I will talk about that. But also, I think I already said it, access, availability, and affordability is another issue when it comes to the Liberian education system. Public schools are not, it's an insufficiency of public schools in the country. So parents are constrained to send their kids to schools where they have to pay fees. And once you bring in about the payments of fees and understanding the high unemployment rate in the country, no particular government responsible for that. I mean, I would say I'm not trying to blame any one particular government. Then you present a problem for our people because parents cannot afford to keep the kids in school for a very long time. While I was in Liberia, before I went to Liberia, I opened 2 private schools. One was in Bonat Farm, in the Painesville, Ominga area there. And another one was in Kakata, Magibi County, where I spent most of my formative years. And I will tell you, parents will send their kids to school. By the time they get to the 5th period, the parents believe that those kids are learning sufficient. They keep them home so they don't pay the tuition. Yeah. So that's an issue of affordability, and government has to find a way to be able to address those things by building and construction of more schools, which again, like I indicated already, the issue of funding, I think affects that. Then even when you have the schools, one of the weaknesses of our system is even when you have the schools, the quality of instruction is an issue. And George, let me know if I'm going too long, okay? I can stop and move on. Also, while I'm speaking, if anybody have a question or any point you wanted to make, you can interrupt me. I wanted this to be more like interactive, but I'm a politician, so sometimes I forget and just talk. So even when you have these schools, the issue of quality is a problem. In Liberia, to teach, you need a C certificate. What is a C certificate? An individual can get up one morning, go to his house and say, look, I have a big space in my home, so I'm going to operate a C certificate program. And then he trains these people for a 3-month period. They got some that go for 1 year. And then next thing, they are in the classroom. Now, take a person who just got a C certificate and sit with them and talk to them. Obviously, that person doesn't belong in the classroom. So the quality of instruction is affected. Additionally, because of the lack of resources, teachers do not have in-service professional development to hone and improve their skills. So a lot of our teachers are still teaching based on what they learned when they were in school. And not just what they learned when they were in school. They also have an approach to education that is similar to what existed in Liberia when we were students. When I was a student, if I came to school late, you could beat me. You could take the belt or you take the whip and whip me. And I would respectfully bend over and you would do it, and then I would go in class and sit there. In Liberia today, we have different things competing for those kids. For some of those kids, if they come to school and you decide to inflict corporal punishment on them, they don't come back the next day. If they are in the interior, they go to the gold mines or the diamond mine to make money. If they are in Monrovia, they go and get keke or pen to ride and earn their living. So the approach to we have to be able to constantly train our teachers to awaken them to the modern trends, contemporary trends in education. Because you got to look at it always and say, with a country of such a huge unemployment, what is the compulsion for anybody who wants to go in school for 12 years? But there's a risk. If we don't have many of our people going to school for 12 years and even advancing, we have an illiterate society, we have crime rates to go up, and we can't even attract decent concession companies or investors to come because we don't have the human capacity that they could possibly be using. So the training has to be there to help our people modernize their teaching and their approach to education. And then what are the chronic negative things about our schooling is that ineffective planning and the absence of a well thought of national vision for education. What do we want? What do you want a student who completes high school? What do you want them to be able to do? What are the expectations? It's lacking. And so that's something that's another weakness of our system that has to be addressed. But I think in all of this, I see opportunities, especially for us in the diaspora. And what are the opportunities? We have opportunities for capacity building. We owe it to that country to go back and be able to help train and give those teachers, the principals, the para-educators, the capacity to be able to deliver a first-class education system that our kids here in the United States, our grandkids here in the United States are experiencing. So that's an opportunity for us. I'm going to end in 3 minutes. Quite recently, a good friend of mine, somebody that I respect a whole lot, he posted 2 pictures, 2 photographs on Facebook. One was for a school in his village in River G County that was about to close, and the other one was the school in Georgia that his sons attend. And there were a lot of comments. The point I'm making here is this: I don't expect to see. I was just recently involved prior to going to Liberia. I served on the building level planning committee for the construction of $170 million high school. I don't expect us to pay $170 million high school in Liberia or even university. So we got to be real about what we expect to see in Liberia and what we can do as a country and the things that we cannot do. We here we do not have the capacity to go and build schools in Liberia all across the place to address the issues of inadequate facilities. But what we can do, we can go there and work with existing schools and work with existing teachers, and we can establish partnerships and get involved with the training. And also, we can get involved with the Ministry of Education. And I said this the last time in our private meetings. I said that there's a misconception in the diaspora that when you go to Liberia, people in government don't want to work with you. I said it clearly. I said, no, that's not the issue. But if you go to Liberia, for example, you say you're going there to volunteer, or maybe you want to go there and volunteer. You want them to transport you. The Ministry of Education doesn't have that money in its budget. The MCSA doesn't have that money in their budget. So if you go to the superintendent for MCSA and say, look, Dr. Stevens, I want to come and train your teachers. Dr. Stevens is going to be willing, but it's not in her budget. And so she will not be able to facilitate that process. And sometimes there are different ways we can address those issues. Maybe like me, Isaac Zawolo, the way I will address the issue when you call me, I look at your number, I don't answer. I'm just joking. Or I'll be bold enough to tell you that it's not there. And that's what I did. I think Nancy, one of our colleagues, reached up to me when I went down there, and she asked me if she wanted to come and do this thing. Great idea she had. And I told her, I said, look, if you're willing to come and do it for free, come. Because the money's not there. It's not there. So, yeah, there are opportunities for us to go back home, especially in the area of capacity building, textbook production. Julia is here. We worked, the last textbook we produced for the 10th grade to 12th grade in math, chemistry, physics, biology, and the rest of it. Julia knows I worked on the math book. Julia knows my position on that. We are too old to have Indians writing textbooks for us. Too old. And we should be, so this is an opportunity for us to establish ourselves, get involved in Liberia. So the next time when the Ministry of Education is in the process of getting textbooks adapted or written, they will reach out to us so that we can form part of that and write those books that will be meaningful to our children. Look, let me say this. Not improving Liberian education system presents a major threat to our society and our civilization, Liberia. It hinders national development. It makes our country unattractive for foreign investments, and even make it unattractive for us to go there and retire. When I go home and retire, I want to be sure that the nurse will be able to take care of me. She must have a quality education to be able to deliver on that. When I go home and retire, I want the mechanic to be able to properly repair my car. They must be properly trained to be able to do that. When I go home and retire, I will need the accountants to help me prepare my tax. And they got to be prepared to do that. And so it is upon all of us who know, and I know you all here love this country or love Liberia, to put our hands together. We will always have those challenges there, but let's focus on the opportunity. Let's get back to Liberia. Let's help with the capacity building. Let's formulate partnerships with schools, the Ministry of Education, the different educational secretariats in the country, civil society, and everyone to move our country forward. I hope I have provided a fairly good idea of the educational landscape in Liberia. And yeah, I'm open to questions if that's the format. Comments, I'm open to that. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Williams, and thank you very much, team. Thank you very much for everyone who's listened to me. I am fully honored to have been chosen to play the role that I play, and thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Zawolo.
Thank you,
Thank you
Doc.
so much. You're
That
very
was so
exhaustive.
wonderful.
We
Thank you
love
so
that.
much. I just want to buttress one point when you were talking about the landscape of the Liberia educational system, where you spoke about the ECE, which is 3 years, and the lower basic, which is 6 years, and then the upper basic, which is 3
Julia,
years. Yeah.
Julia, let's hold on so that we don't shift from the
The-
agenda.
George,
Okay. Okay.
George,
Yeah,
you are struggling with your internet, so I beg you, you won't be cutting the woman off.
yeah.
No.
No, because there are lots of hands, and
Okay, no problem.
yeah, we will come to it. This segment was about the speakers. So the speakers will present, and as we go along, when we get into the panel, we can save some of those questions and comments for that section. I want us to, complete the first section. We do have in our midst, first, we'd like to recognize, so thank you again, Isaac. Great job. Thank you. We're privileged to have you with your experience as well. We want to go quickly and recognize a few people who just joined us. I know Professor Bleedy, Dr. Stam have been with us. I'm not sure he was recognized. Mr. Isaac Smith, thanks for joining us. Mr. Yomi, John Yomi Jr., thanks again for joining us. Natif 4, special ed specialist, just joined us. At this point, we'd like to quickly go over to Dr. Stevens, who is our incoming acting superintendent of MCSS, to join us to make some remarks, and then we can transition into part 2 of our agenda. So, Dr. Stevens. Dr. Stevens?
Yeah. I'm trying to undo. 1 second. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good
I
afternoon.
apologize for running late. I had to get my tire on my car fixed. But that being said, I thank all of you for the opportunity to participate in this welcoming discussion. Thank you for the previous speaker was Dr. Zawolo, right?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Dr. Zawolo. You said a lot of things that the diaspora can do to contribute toward the educational system in Liberia. As the incoming or acting superintendent, I've just been there not quite a couple of weeks in my position, but there's a lot of things that are lacking that we need resources for. But it's not a quick fix. Liberia educational system is not a quick fix. But I've been here in the country about 14 years now. And going forward, since then until now, I've seen some significant steps that have been taken to help strengthen the system. And like Dr. Zawolo said, the public school, we need more public schools. Because I always think about that woman all day in the, pushing her cart or her wheelbarrow, selling peanuts, selling cucumbers, all of these things to educate her child. And because she doesn't have, because the public school might not have what she's looking for, so she takes her child to a private school and she has to overwork herself to be able to sustain it. So I'm happy to be here today and I'm here to listen. I'm here to take notes, and I'm here to reach out and tell the diaspora that the Monrovia Consolidated School System is open. We will appreciate any critiques you can share with me that you see some of the good strides we will make. Let's focus on that as well. And I'm here to do the best that I can to improve the public school system in Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stevens. Thank you. We're privileged to have you in our midst. Be informed that part of the reason this group is structuring itself and embarking on this initiative is to position itself to assisting you and public education in Liberia as well. So we look forward to engaging with you further. All right?
Sure. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Professor Stamp, did you want to make a comment before we move on? Dr. Stamp?
Yes. Good morning. Thank you very much, Dr. Zawulo. I knew you from Kakata when I was teaching on BWI, and I knew your dad. You know, I'm not trying to minimize what you accomplished, but to commend you for the work you've done and continue to do. One of the issues that you are talking about is we in diaspora to contribute towards the education of our youth in Liberia. And one of the things that always come up is that I'm not going to talk about what I'm doing now, but let's address some of the issues here. My personal experience is that we Liberians have to learn to value what we have. We don't value the experiences and the work that we do in the diaspora in Liberia. So, for example, I have been to the ministry. This is for the past 15 years. Every time I have a school in Harper. I started a school 12 years ago with 40 kids. I have 350 children in my school up to 11th grade. And next year we have our first graduate. I do teach math remotely to my students in Harper. So when you get in, you go to the ministry, the first thing you talk, the first thing they do is, oh, what is he here for? Does he want my job? They want you to volunteer your services. But then they take the credit and the resources and outsource it to Nigerians or foreigners. And so why should I if you can even afford to give me gas to go to where the training is, but then you are able to give the contract, $200,000 contract to somebody outside of Liberia to write materials, then, I as a Liberian, I say, what? Is that what we're about? So we have to first learn to value our people, our expertise, our resources, and then tap into that. I'm gonna stop right there for now. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Stamp. We wanted to recognize you for the significant work you're doing in Liberia. At this juncture, we'd like to thank everyone. Mr. William Anderson is joining us. I don't know if I recognize Mr. Freeman joining us as well. We're going to take we've exhausted the first part of this proceeding for today, and we will take out a few minutes to recognize Mr. Kennedy G. Mr. G, you want to put your camera on and 2 minutes, please, before we make some progress?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Kennedy G. It is not coming on, but can everybody hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay, very good. My name is Kennedy G. I recently authored a book called Generational Shift. My website is kennedygg.com. This book. And the book I asked Dr. Williams to be here today. He invited me and I asked him if I could make a few comments. And Dr. Connor, before you disappear, please greet our friend, the Honorable the Chief for me. Reverend Kennedy G says hello. just so Dr. Zavlo, my fellow Nema brother, one of the things that I address in Generational Shift, the book basically argues that we have to shift our mindset and the way we approach, the way we have traditionally approached things in Africa. And one of the things that I address in the book is it seems to me that our educational system, and Dr. Zablo and Dr. Khan can speak to this too, and other educators here, Dr. Stem and everybody, we still have this very rote memorization system compared to critical thinking and instruction that is based on critical thinking and really real world approach. In other words, what I mean by that is our education addressing the real need that exists outside of the classroom? Or are we just giving education because the book we have, that's what the book said we should do? I think what Dr. Zavlo said, we are still reading books from India and from other parts of the world that are not authored by our own people. And that's, I think that's one of the things that we have to address as a people. How is our educational system addressing the real need that is outside of the classroom? Dr. Stevens mentioned, the woman that is selling, pineapple on the street, oranges, and just to get their children through school with the belief that education is a valuable thing. But yet after school, the one who is driving keke on the street is perhaps bringing more income than the one who just graduated and wore the gown and now is walking all over the city with no employment. So, to me, we have to think of an approach, an entrepreneurial approach, an approach that is, that thinks about how do we make the most of our resources in our land, in our nation. One of the persons I interviewed for the book is my brother from Ganta, Floyd Thomas. Floyd has never even lived in the city. We went to school with Floyd on BWR, the guy from Nimba. He was driving wheelbarrow around town before the war came. The guy went in the bush. He started his company, Jungle Water. Floyd is a millionaire. He has never lived in another country. Unlike us who have lived in the West, we go back and some of our methods of doing things have failed. We have tried. Many of you here know how we hit the wall and we spin all the time. But here is a guy from the bush who is a millionaire in Liberia and one of Liberia's biggest businessmen. One of the other person I interviewed is this boy, Mabu Johnson, who has turned palm kernel oil. Many of us here probably grew up rubbing palm kernel oil. Our grandmother made it, and we all rub palm kernel oil, either in our head or somewhere, and it's smelling all over around us. That boy has turned it into business. Hair products, skincare. So to me, I'm saying this to say, that's what I said generational shift in my book, because I think we really have to shift our thinking processes from the way things have been done for a long time. And these people, the book has examples from all over Africa, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Kenya, all these places, how people are taking this entrepreneurial approach to address Africa's problems. So our in-classroom processes that we have all gone through, I'm a graduate of BWI. Where is my professor who was speaking earlier? There is my classmate, Sebastian Tikla. But so and when I graduated from high school in BWI, I came straight to the U.S. and I got the rest of my education here. I'm here in the U.S. now. But so to me, for those of you who are in the decision making of our education system, to me that's just a practical question that we have to answer. How is what we are showing in the classroom? How is it addressing the real world need that is out there. And for those who are, in the education system here, my friend Sisi Goya, and those of you who are here, if you ever got education in Liberia, think of the approach that we take in dispensing education compared to the approach that we take here, and how is that addressing real need? How are we teaching our children to be entrepreneurial? How are we teaching them to to come up with new ideas to approach and address the burning needs in our countries and in our society? I thank you, Mr. Williams. Again, my book is Generational Shift. My name is Kenneth G. Is Kenety, and the last name is GEE. If you put both of them together, KennethG.com, it will give you information on my book. I was born Kennedy like President Kennedy, but my grandmother said Kennedy, so I spell it like her, and it makes sense. It makes sense to me too because I want to be a real African, So it's KennethG.com, and you would learn more about generational shift. I thank you so much, Dr. Williams. I know you didn't give me. I don't have a lot of time, but I want to stop there, and I just wanted to insert these thoughts in our minds, all of us.
Yeah, we didn't want to lose the opportunity of giving you some time to just tell us about your achievements. And, people will be directed to Amazon. Is it on Amazon?
Yep, it's on Amazon everywhere, Barnes and Nobles. But if you go to my website, KennethG.com, it will give all the information there.
Thank you. And we will be forwarding you the invoice for this marketing opportunity.
Of course, thank you.
But thank you so much. Dr. Connor is about to give us his final word before he leaves, so wanted to give him this chance just before our first break. Dr. Connor.
Let me take this opportunity to thank you, Dr. Williams. I know you persistently thought it was a good idea for me to be the keynote speaker, and you were able to corner me, so to speak. But and I'm glad to be a part of this. I want you to know that I'm committed to improving the educational system of Liberia. I also want you to know that I sit in a position of policy making when it comes to education in Liberia. I represent the president in every way with regards to how we can develop the educational system. I can assure you that my office will be there to work with you at any time. Please don't feel free to always call upon me. And if there's something you want to get to the president, something you want to get to the Minister of Education and others, I think it's all in the interest of developing our educational system in the nation. So again, I want to thank you all. And I wish you all the best deliberation. I will make this known to the president. I told him last night I will be involving with the diaspora on education, and he's very much interested to find out what's going to happen out of this conference that you are having. So have a wonderful day, and please keep us in touch and in contact with what you're doing so that we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Conan. Thank you so much. We definitely will keep the Office of the President informed, and also the Minister of Education as we progress through this process. But thank you so much for gracing us with your time and your intellect. Thank you for the motivation, and we look forward to further engagements with your office. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good to see you, Doc.
Yes, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this point,
look at that. That's my student. All right, John. That's okay.
Done a good job. It's 10:45. We have a 15-minute break. So we're going to open up some breakout rooms so that people can interact for 15 minutes before we return. So feel free You can assign yourself to any room, connect with anyone. Feel free to interact as we take a 15-minute break. It's 10:45. We'll be back at 11 o'clock for part 2.
Dr. Williams, I sent you a message. You see it?
Let me check.
Just a thought.
Let me check. So I'm gonna stop the let me stop the recording for now. Yeah.
But just consider it. I mean, that was just my thought, but it was in the same number. I mean, but yeah.
You send it a text or in the chat?
In the chat, I sent it to you directly, direct chat.
Oh.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, that's fine. I can send you a message here too. But it was just a thought. I mean, maybe now there's no need for it. But I just
Dr. Zablo, I sent you a chat too. You can take a look at it.
Okay, I'll look at it right now.
Hello, everyone. Sorry to just jump into this forum like this, but because I'm driving, I do not have the opportunity to be able to get into a chat room right now. Can someone please assign me? I would love to be in a chat room with Kennedy G. I want to speak with him about his presentation. It kind of struck a key note to me, and I'd like to be in a chat room with him to discuss ideas. And thank you also, my own sister Nancy, Professor Reeves, for inviting me to this forum. I really appreciate that, although it was on short notice.
Yeah, when we saw the name, we thought it was a blonde hair white woman.
Oh, I just put her in the steering. That's my wife. That is the blonde hair there.
Okay. Look at that. Look at that.
I had to stop on the highway. She was like, saw me, and she said, no, you can't do this. Park the car. I will take a steering so you can interact with your fellow colleagues. And so I had to do just that.
All right, we're going to do that right away.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, during the break, you feel free to connect with anyone until we get back.
Okay, Kenny, I got it.
Yeah, I'm interested in talking to Dr. Okran too. So he's driving, so he doesn't have a lot of access. But maybe you can connect us later.
We just parked. I'm on my phone. We just parked. I'm on my phone right now, so I have 15 minutes, and then I have to go for a lesson. But and I will rejoin later on after the lesson. I'm right here at the institution right now.
Dr. Williams, is it possible for you to automatically assign people to those break rooms?
Yeah, so when we get back, we will give people the options. So these break rooms, so as it is, we got 3 breakout rooms, but if you want to join somebody at this point, you should be able to do it yourself. Yeah, you should be able to do it yourself if you're on your computer.
What's the essence of that right now?
That's break. It's break time. So we're taking a break, coffee, grab stuff.
You just call each other on the phones, right?
You can do that too. You can do that too.
Yeah, your generation like too much technology, man. You gotta come back. You gotta bring it back to us.
So the basics, huh?
Yeah, you see. So I am looking at all the and trying to see how do I get to that break room.
Aren't you teaching online? Then you're talking about I gotta bring technology back to you teaching online.
Right. But you see, when you open the break room,
Yeah, John break room, it's just
several. Like it's
several, yeah. Got about 14, 15.
So how many are we using?
Anybody can go into the breakout room. People
Okay, I see break room 2. Break room 2.
Yeah.
Break room 4 has 3 people in it. Let me go into break room 2 and see who's in there.
So it's another period for networking.
And you know, that's the interesting thing about break room. They encourage us to use it while teaching. And sometimes, depending on the generation of students, you put them in the breakup room and they just sit there, look at each other's face, and nobody, in fact, they turn off the cameras. No engagement.
We don't monitor it. Worst things can happen in those break
I
rooms. I
know, you
learned
gotta
that during
go.
COVID.
No,
All
you
right,
gotta.
gentlemen, I have to leave y'all and talk to my wife in one of the break rooms quickly since we could.
Yeah, man. So sometimes I tell the people who come up with some of those ideas, I'm saying, you gotta look at generation, you gotta look at different things because sometimes, like they say, let students work in groups, or sometimes encourage the students to use a calculator. There's a guy from Ethiopia. This guy was so smart, but he was not doing well on tests because he wouldn't use the calculator. And the idea was that in Ethiopia, they gave them the impression that people who use calculator were slow. So he didn't want to use calculators. Can you imagine that? So sometimes we got to be able to take all those things into consideration, the generation, the origin, and the orientation, and all in deciding the methodology we use to teach.
So, Sauro, I got a question for you. I didn't get a chance to ask on your presentation. By the way, very good presentation. But it was around the textbook discussion, right?
Okay.
And for me, one of the things we're doing in Minneapolis is to realize that dropouts are also tied to relevance, right? You're teaching math, you're talking about X, the kids can't find X outside of the classroom, their mom's selling pineapple, they don't know how to calculate profit. You're teaching how to find X, and there's X right there, but they can't help their mom. And so because of that, they don't see the relevance. And we're working on how do we make sure that we are creating textbooks that speak to Minneapolis kids? So like creating textbooks in Liberia where the examples about somebody, one person on keke traveling, going down Broad Street, the other person on the motorbike coming the other way, at what point do they intersect, all those pieces. What do you see as a value in that in Liberia versus this thing where we always just take things from other parts of the world and bring them, and they're not digestible to our system, but we just consume it and then ends up not making any sense to our system at all?
Yeah, I think Julia,
So
she said
now
that.
let me just talk to him on that because I've been sitting and listening to everybody, and one of the concerns that keep coming out is that government sourcing out these contracts to foreigners and not our Liberians. But again, just to your question, you just asked Tata Saulo. Tata Saulo are part of a team of evaluators that evaluated the recent textbooks that are now on the ministry's website in 5 different subjects. That is mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and English language. And what were we looking for? This was an RISE project. RISE is improving results in senior secondary schools. So their focus has been in the senior secondary schools, especially in the STEM area. So when the contract, it was an international bid, and anybody could bid for it, whether in Liberia, whether in the United States, or whatever, they could bid for it. So what those that bought the bid, they were given the national curriculum, they were given the curriculum framework and the policies. They were also given the what syllabuses that they could use to integrate. Because one thing that I've been noticed in our school system is that most of our teachers, they don't go to the syllabuses till the children reach 12th grade. And that's aching. The children will have to start engaging of those syllabuses beginning 10th grade or even 9th grade. It depends. Even 9th grade. So we were looking for somebody that would even give us a digital text that our students could be able to download and use. So in the digital, you will find out that they got audio and they got audio teaching, they got assessment and everything in the audio. So what we did was we asked them to go to the curriculum, look at the topic, and go to open resources, because normally if I'm teaching biology, I grab my topic, I will have to do a lot of research to come out with a summary note for that for the topic. So what it did, at the end of the day, we had that was five companies. Yes, so they had over 30 books to go through. They were going to 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade. So what we did this time was we wanted class-specific books. We didn't want it like before when you take a biology book, you were using in 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. Looking at the topics listed in the curriculum, we wanted to align with the textbooks. So even if those textbooks are taken to rural Liberia without a curriculum, a teacher can be able to teach in sequence with examples
and assessment. And also the WhatsApp. And then what we were looking at contextualization. That's where Tyler came in to say, well, we're going to use this point, or maybe to allow to do this. We're going to use Kiabe or name from Liberia. We are looking for names from Liberia. So that's what happens. So the book now you see on the internet or on the website of the ministry are all contextualized. What we're looking for, we are looking for texts that will cover from grades 1 to 9th grade, and other texts that will cover other subjects that will not cover. So it can be aligned with the curriculum, because like that is very vital for our country, for our students. And those texts, even on the Android phone, if you have an internet to download, you don't need internet to go to it again. You can go to it. If you went to a class today and you didn't understand what the teacher said, you can come and play your audio and they will reteach it to you. So looking forward to a lot of Liberia. Now we are so looking at the text for
her presentation before the presentation time. This is
Yeah, just answering Sis's question. But
Don't give me hard time. Go ahead. I enjoy your presentation.
Take her to Foya. Let her speak in Foya. Yeah,
I just hope you're giving an example for our war in Yela. We built a wall just like the wall of China that's been standing longer than the wall of China. If you ain't getting your problem, I get part of it. That would especially you went to those.
Let me say this. I think Julia already explained it, but you got to understand. Here's the challenge there. As long as the main authors of the book are not Liberians, we will do our part. Like she said, our goal was to contextualize it. We did it. We did our part. And I'll be frank with you, were very thorough, because initially when the books came to us, there was sometimes they referenced Ethiopia. They were even using the Ethiopian monetary unit. So we had to spot those things and fixed it. So we did do our part. But the problem is
that they are the co-authors. All those evaluators are the co-authors of those texts.
But the problem is this: our country doesn't invest in producing its own books. So the World Bank will get a contract. Then Julia's hands are tied. She will give it to the people. Who the World Bank, most likely will direct them to us. It's the Liberian government providing the fundings, right? Look, we give this thing to Liberians educated in the States. That's a different situation. But the funding not coming from us. So, I mean, that's why I always tell people in the diaspora, be very careful. The people over there, their work is hard. You don't know what I'm talking about. We sat down there and they had the World Bank or procurement people.
The consultant.
Different people there.
And the procurement, international procurement officer were also there.
Yeah.
I think the problem though is the same thing we have here, Zaula, because when I took over Minneapolis, we were adopting new curriculum for math, K-12 and the sciences.
Yeah.
And my teachers were in a fit because you don't have any curriculum that just addresses one particular school district in the US.
Yeah.
And then Minnesota is one of the states that got their own standards. We don't do Common Core. Right, real quick. And so my teachers were concerned that the examples in it did not match Minnesota. And so the work I had to do, I think is what Julia is talking about, is what you're talking about, is now I had to go create those supplemental materials that would kind of help my teachers to make sure that the examples you're using addresses Minnesota, even though it says Chicago in the CAN curriculum that we have.
Yeah. But we'll talk about those things. Yeah.
And we are encouraging our Liberian writers right now. One of the texts that have been written by Emma Shaw has been, or it will not be texted in WASP beginning 2026. So that's a boost for Liberia. So if we have most of our Liberia texts, we can send it over to WIAC, and then they can look at it and see what they can then incorporate it into our WASP for testing for our kids in Liberia. So Emma Shaw text, that is the redemption rule, is now one of the literary texts for literature in English at WASP commencing 2026.
That's good. Thank you, Julia. Thank you so much.
And next time, please don't forget to invite Kawle.
No.
He's one of those I've been producing all of the history texts of recent. and we've been improving it. Very
Yeah, that's my man.
uh, uh,
You know,
so please,
Dr. Williams?
Anywhere, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, so please try to do it next time.
Isaac, I would like to connect with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you very well, but you don't remember me.
Yeah. I'll send you my number right now.
Okay, thanks.
If I'll put my number in the chat, you can take it from there. I just put it for everybody. Anybody need it, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's Kai Wule, one of his books on Europe.
Yeah.
Kai Wule that you referenced it. And then of course I gotta give a plug into my own little brother that's here too. Author John Yomi is here, he's a Liberian author also. You know, you check these people out. I do have a library of all Liberian authors, by the way. I find every Liberian author and buy their book and read it.
We are trying to send a text to YX so they can look at it and then be able to use it for history in WAS for our students.
Yeah, but Julia, the problem with that is that isn't it focused mostly on Liberian history?
He got one there that is mostly on Liberian history.
All right, guys.
But it's not only his book we're going to be sending to YX, a couple of books, and then they're going to use their subject specialists that are going to review them.
He has this one on Europe. This one is about Europe.
Okay.
Dr. Williams will also book to YX for economics, so look up for that.
All right.
Thank you, Julia. We appreciate it. So we're going to commence the second segment of this conference, online conference, that is exploring key themes and solutions. And this is going to run for between 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock. We do a good job. We want all of your participation in it. Before we kick this off, we have 3 panelists that should be here. 2 of them we see, Professor Nancy Reeves, Dr. Eric Boto. He hasn't shown up yet. He's probably there, probably the Freeman I see. And then Julia Senderman Weya, who is our director of the Center for Excellence, going to present for us. This section is going to present on the theme knowledge exchange and capacity building. Knowledge exchange and capacity building. At this point, please, before we kick this off, let's recognize one of our organizers who previously wasn't here when we did the initial introduction. Let me make sure it's here. It's Snotty here, yeah.
And Christopher.
Go ahead, introduce
Dr.
yourself.
Dr. Tupa is here too.
And Dr. Tupa, yes, sir. Please use your cameras. Please use your cameras.
You know.
Dr. Tupa, Snotty.
Chris, you are muted, Chris. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, sir.
Hi.
So Dr. Tupa, then we come to you, Ms. Ford.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Dr. Tupa.
Oh, you wanted me to introduce myself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Chris Tokpa, and I live in the Pennsylvania area. I work at Delaware County Community College, where I serve as Associate Vice President for Institutional Effectiveness. I also do consulting work in Liberia.
Wonderful. Ms. Ford. Ms. Ford. Snotty. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I am Snutty 4. I'm into special ed here, and we are all working together to ensure that we can give back to Liberia on a level that we can all be proud of. So I'd like to thank each and every one of you for taking out time and being a part and giving your contribution.
All right. Thank you. All right. So at this time, Dr. Reeves, Dr. Goto, and Ms. Beya, Senator Beya, will take center stage. It's up to you three to decide which order you're going to give your presentation. But I'll also ask that everybody else who's not speaking, please turn off your cameras so that the focus is on our three panelists.
I think I'll go first, but how do we go about the sharing? Just hit share and put up your presentation.
We're going to make you a co-host so you're able to share.
Okay.
Yes. So yes, you can go ahead and share.
Okay. You know what? Let someone else go. I don't want to waste too much time here. I have to get something set up here. Can one of the others go?
Julia, are you ready to go?
Look hitched up here.
Yeah, let me, because my internet keep tripping, you know, it's been really.
Okay, now that it's okay, then go.
Yeah,
okay.
You got breakup room still running. You want to shut them down so they can come in the main room, or keep them running?
I thought we did.
You shut them down already?
Yeah.
Okay, but I still see on my screen. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Let me go back to. Said I closed all rooms.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I think everybody's here now. Yeah. Oh yeah, you close it. I think you close it, or just on my screen. That's all. That's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So, Rob Reeves?
Yeah, I am. The worst thing you can think about happens, right?
Just treat us like you treat your students. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah. Something more going on here, and I can. Oh, sorry, this should not be. Okay, I got it. I got it. The wish from Bologisi Mountain did not succeed. Okay, great. Can you see my slide, please?
Yes, we can. If you
Great,
don't
great.
mind,
Thank you so
you can
what?
do the slideshow so that it's bolder. Just use the slideshow feature.
Yeah. Click on slideshow and be there.
So it's much bigger now. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So here I come. So as part of this, our presentation, the rest of us will focus more on expertise. And you notice I put in here post-war Liberia. Liberia is a post-war country. And I've heard a lot of things this morning that very much relates to the impact that the war had on Liberia, and it's still having. So how can we in the diaspora harness some of these global expertise to provide more sustainable education in post-war Liberia. So you hear me talk about that more often. Not only that, I am just completed my PhD dissertation on trauma and trauma of war, specifically on Liberian in 3 different countries, in Accra, Ghana, in Monrovia, Liberia, and in Canada, more of what you researchers will refer to as a tripartite kind of research studies that I wanted to know, the experiences. In fact, it's a phenomenological research and the lived experience of Liberia, and see how post-war Liberia is impacting Liberians. Anyway, don't mind me. Let me not talk too much. This is what I do for a living. So I will have to move on here. What the word is going on here? Okay, sorry there. Okay, so I will just click later. So we cannot deny the fact that human capacity building, capital building in Liberia is very important. In this age that we find ourselves in, and one of the best initiatives for that, of course, is education. I listened to Isaac this morning, and I'm so proud of Kanala. But the Liberian diaspora play a very essential role in doing this. Now, how do we do this to see the end result is another whole question, moving from one point to another. But we know we have the expert knowledge. I've listened to everyone here this morning. We do have it. How do we work to get to the end result? It's another thing. So what do we come with? We come with that global experience, that global exposure. We've come here, gotten wonderful education in North America. We have the training capacity. We have, most importantly, the live experience. In the 2 words, we've come from Liberia, and we are here in the diaspora where we can make unique difference based on our positions in terms of contributing our knowledge and skills. So how do we go about doing this? I've heard a lot about curriculum, culture-sensitive curriculum. And you see up there, I never live without those words: decolonizing, deconstruction. We talked about what we can put in there, what we can say in our classrooms that our students can cultivate in the educational journey, the Liberian culture, but also the Western culture, right? And believe you me, that's what the West is craving for, how they can incorporate diversity from our end into curriculum here. And as I teach students, whenever I say Liberia or Africa, not only that Donald Trump has put Liberia on the world map, but they are anxious and want to know how I can incorporate the lived experience, my lived experience, or the culture, values, and beliefs into what I'm teaching in the classroom. So in order to do that, we need to integrate those indigenous knowledge, African center pedagogical learning into our system. And so then we balance it with global and academic standards, right? The second thing we need to do here is more of teacher training and capacity building. I heard that over 10,000 times from Isaac this morning, right? Sponsor workshops. I went out to Isaac when he was superintendent of the MCSS. Hey, I'm ready to do workshops in Liberia. I did some, with hospitals and whatnot on social work, because I'm a gerontological social worker. You don't know, caring for the older people. How can we run those workshops on curriculum and skills building and be mentors to teachers in Liberia and teach them these 21st century skills? And that can happen through exchanges. Right, we partner with teachers, with institutions in Liberia. I'm very much involved with the tertiary institutions here, colleges and universities, how we can bring that training the trainers, that we don't have to always be in Liberia to doing that. We train, we provide the material, and we stay back here and only instruct, right? So we also have to provide that inclusively with trauma involved. How dare we teach in Liberia and take off trauma? That country is traumatized, believe you me. So the technology is needed. We need to embed all of these in the courses that we teach to students. Of course, we need a collaboration with universities, right? We need that. Look, I'll tell you this. So many professors I come in touch with here who are willing to get down to Africa as part of the sabbatical, as part of the summer vacation, because they love to bring those experiences back to North America, right? So we need to, as collaboratively get these done. We need to have joint research projects, right? Degree programs. I teach here in the interdisciplinary program at Conestoga College in Ontario, Canada. We need to incorporate that. We have the Labor Studies Department at the University of Liberia, Humanities, Social Sciences. We need to build on those with different research. I mean, with the experiences in Liberia, you need to have a lot of professors there engaging in research. We need to promote best practice in educational leadership. What are educational leaders doing in terms of program development, policies, the pathways to different educational development and initiatives? I heard a lot of that from Zissy. Wonderful. We need to be advocates, good people. We need to be advocates by engaging policymakers on equitable learning in Liberia. And I can't forget trauma response, intergenerational trauma, epigenetic trauma. The environment of that country is highly traumatized. Whenever I'm in Liberia, I just, take a taxi and stop somewhere on the Johnson Street Bridge, and I just observe. You can literally write about 10 pages of reflective work when you get back home in terms of what you've seen happening in those environments. And when children get to the classroom and get off and don't come back, think about some of these things, because the parents are traumatized or have been traumatized, still living with the trauma. But the environment is so traumatic that it impacts the learning. We need to be a part of that advocacy initiative. In order to doing that, we need to draft those policies, especially for girls. How dare us not remember how many girls, children were taken into those bushes and used as sex slaves, right? They had children that they were ashamed to admit that they were their children. They're still living with some of those stigmas, right? Snotty will tell you a lot more about disabilities, learning issues, right? And of course, all of these are part of our social and academic needs that we need to be the great advocates for. Evidence-based data, those of you in the era of data collections and whatnot, we got Terence Kringer here, who's a mathematician. We got Sissy. We're looking for good qualitative and quantitative research as part of our advocacy towards programs and policy development. Of course, we need to invest in infrastructure. We know what happened during the war, rebuilding of those schools. A few days ago, I saw President Bouaka in a village promising students that he will transform their classrooms. When those classrooms are built, how can we get, lab, computers in there? Make sure there's IT that students can call on to help with engaging in more technology. Of course, books. I hear a lot about books being sent down to Liberia, provided they end up in the library and not, under the Ministry of Education. We need laptops. We need all of these devices to help with students' learning. Of course, we need to expand on rural education through not only the classrooms and the teachers, qualified, trained teachers, but we need access to these digital know-how. We need to be mentors. We need to be mentors. We need to create diasporal mentorship for teachers in Liberia. Very important, right? For leaders, for the youth. right? We need to promote civic engagement, career planning in schools, how we can have career development. You know, one of the speakers talked about entrepreneurship. What are we teaching students when they get out of those classrooms? Not only that we're developing curriculum-based education or outcome-based education, but we're looking at how they can get out there. Not everyone has to finish and get into the government's employment, right? Neither does someone have to complete a University of Liberia and be rolling wheelbarrows in the streets of Monrovia. That's very disappointing, right? So we need to create that pipeline where students can see a better future upon completing their education. I talked a lot about research sharing, conduct those public and research, university, academic, empirical research, and present those findings that, of course, will lead to better policies and program development to amplify Liberian education and Liberian verses. I tell you, when I heard President Trump say to President Boakai, "You speak good English," I was happy. And because President Boakai got a very good education, he was able to present himself to President Trump. We can create many President Boakais for Liberia, right? We need to add faith to our education. Liberia is a Christian nation. You know, when we have the faith God so absent in a lot of our curriculum, we see what we are seeing. The youth can be easily manipulated. I teach social work here, and the piece on diversity, I always talked about spirituality, the different religions. So students who are there, who are Christians, are open to that, because you meet clients who are Christians. What do you say? So we need to incorporate or integrate the faith-based learning into our curriculum to guide students. I always say to people, the Bible is the best book of discipline. The Quran could be, the Torah could be. We need to partner with churches, the mosques, the temple, and all of these to encourage more of religious pluralism in Liberia that would drip into our curriculum. You got examples here of different groups that I've heard about in the diaspora, Liberian Education Action for Development. Here is another beautiful one that, George, we have put together. The University of Liberia Faculty Development. I'll be ever willing to be a part of the University of Liberia Faculty Development for teachers, for professors. You know, 2012, I sat with Emmett Dennis in Monrovia, and I asked about social work after the war in Liberia. And he said there was no social work department. And I said, "Dr. Dennis, this cannot be. You know, this place is traumatized." And the story, you know, I can cut it short and see what it is. But one of the speakers spoke about it. A lady was contacted here in Canada on social work in Liberia. I listened to some of her presentations on war, and I asked her, "Where did you get these findings?" And she said, "The internet." That was disgraceful for me, right? We need to show respect to the expertise we have. Very important. Those of you in this conference from Liberia, take that back. If you need us, you need to be respectful. I'm a person who pride on respect. If you can show me respect, I can be a part of you, right? We need to have scholarship for girls, for war-affected youth. Those kids that we grab and give guns to go and fight, you destroy them physically, mentally, intellectually. You need to build that back. For some of us in the diaspora who have done research on trauma and trauma of war, get us in and say, how can we help these children? Mental health crisis, that's what we're talking about. So my final thought to you here is the diaspora can go beyond remittance. And I know we got a presentation here on remittance or a whole section. We need to move away from remittance and get towards creating sustainable education for our people and do it in a more strategic way. We need to do a lot of unification or unifying effort with the Ministry of Education, right? The diaspora is needed there. Local institutions, religious institutions, very important. Together, we can rebuild and transform Liberia educational system. Provided we can take a lot from what we're saying today and take it back into that country. As I said, those of you here from Liberia or Monrovia, we looked upon you. This is not a one man's work. It's a collaborative effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Reeves. Now, do we want to engage Prof. Reeves on questions, comments before we go to the next panel, or do we want to listen to all of the panelists?
I think we should ask Dr. Reeves a few. I think let's have a discussion on each presentation briefly. You can make it, a few minutes, and then you go to the next speaker, because it's hard to bring everybody back together after everyone has presented. And I want to go first. Yeah. Again, this is Kennedy G. Dr. Reeves, thank you very much. You're very sound. It's a very sound presentation. Chapter 17 of my book, Generational Shift. One of the things that on the diaspora thing that you talk about, diaspora is more than remittances. There should be a strategic partner. So what I did was I researched what other countries are doing with their diaspora communities. And one of the strongest examples we have is from Ethiopia. And again, this is in chapter 17 of Generational Shift. What Ethiopia have done, they call it diaspora bond. Because what we have is a distrust between the people who are in the country and the people in the diaspora. I think somebody mentioned earlier that, whenever you go to Liberia right now, people are wondering, what are you looking for? You came to take my job? Or are you going to show off? Or you think you better? We all know that. We've all had that experience. But, and the trust level in Liberia, is really, really low, in terms of the relationship between the diaspora community and the people in the country. Everybody have had very difficult experiences. But what Ethiopia did with their diaspora bond is that the diaspora people bounded together. Instead of each person doing their thing and then another person doing their thing, another person doing their thing, it's like a think tank where they put together as a diaspora community, and then they took on projects, whether it be, like creating a digital classroom, for example, where the diaspora professors can teach from here remotely, but they have control over that classroom. It can be at a university, it can be at any place. But these things they are proven to be difficult for one person to do it. So when the diaspora community come together, they call it a diaspora bond. They can come together and then do anything. It doesn't have to be teaching. It can be, an infrastructure project, for example. But the work ethics and the way the diaspora community approach things is different from the way things are received in the country. I think we all know that. So when the diaspora come together and they put together and have control over the project that they want to undertake, they can do it with integrity. They can do it with the way they figure out they can do it. So, Dr. Williams, I hope by the end of this conference, we walk away with, something, like next step, what will be action steps. But I think I just wanted to bring that up. If there is something, whether we can do like a diaspora think tank community, a diaspora bond community where we are not acting in isolation because of our limited resources, each of us, but we act as a community and we identify projects that we think would make impact in the country.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And it's just a comment to you, Dr. Reeves, that I wanted to make on your presentation. Thank you.
That's great. That's great. We'll take that into advisement. We'll go to John and then on to Sissy. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the recognition. I'm glad to be here. My name is John Yomi. I'm mostly into Liberian foreign policy and diplomacy research and publication. And I also work with a group of young people doing research work in Liberia through the Liberia Research and Development Networks. really, really youth-driven organization. So first of all, have conversation around research in our country, which is largely lacking. So I'm glad to be on this call, and I would just want to make a brief comment and a sign of encouragement. To see people like you gathering on such a conference tells a lot about how much you're interested in our country's educational system. Cesar knows how many times we talk about these things every time. And I'm glad we can have the conversation with people like you. I was sitting laughing when one of the speakers said he was teaching in 1982. I was saying, okay, I mean, I wasn't anywhere around. So I just bring that youthful, say, experience with things we do in the country. And I'm happy that people like you can come on. But one of the things I want to say, we should be very intentional about things we want to do back in Liberia right now. Because I want to say from a more, say, participant observation standpoint, the government is not ready to invest within the educational system because many policies have come out, many programs have come out, but without the funding, you can't have things done. So we are really interested in helping the country. We should really take a stand. And I'm very sure the diaspora has that capability with the level of, say, experience, the knowledge you've acquired over here. Just a week to some of those schools would change a lot. Some of the people in our classes, when you speak to them, it tells you a lot about the challenges we face in our country. They are willing to do it. They have the energy, they have the willingness, but they just don't have the capacity. And I don't think it is their fault. We have people in schools that no one is going to visit for assessment. Pre-assessment, nothing. Midterm review, nothing. Post or semester or post-year review, nothing. Nothing comes out of a whole academic year. Just people telling people how to feel and what to do. No indicators to show whether there should be adjustments. Just nothing happening. So I'm just encouraging all of you. After today, there should be something you should do. They said know how many books we sent to Liberia over the past 4 or 5 years. How many old computers and Chromebooks we've sent. And some of these people using these Chromebooks and computers that touch them for the first time in their lifetime. So I'm just encouraging all of you, especially our elderly people, we should be very intentional about it. If just going to talk to one person and say, I'm going to help this person to talk to, how we can just help, people in the classrooms, people just somewhere there in the Ministry of Education acting like they're doing something, but nothing coming out as results. We have to do something to get people doing what they have to do for our system. I'm so happy. So, Mr. Williams, we are on board. We had these conversations. I'm going to call you. I'm going to push you. Some of you already have taken your contacts. I will call you. I will beg you. We have to do something. The urgency is now. It's nothing like we're talking tomorrow and now. We should do something. If it's going to be something little in Saniquili or in Bapulu, they need us. So I think we have that responsibility. Don't depend on people. I want to say it like not in a political way. They've said it years after years. Nothing is happening. We want results. All of you teaching here, have school here, results is what drives the system. At the end of the day, what's happening? Project-based learning, our kids should go to school and should be able to do things with their hands with that sense of, creativity after school to go into the public system or the private system to come out with results. So I'm glad we're here. I'm looking forward to each one of you. I will share my contacts. It's happening now. We have to build upon that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Mr. Williams, Dr. Williams, can we please direct the question to the presentation that we don't stay here ever so long? If there's a presentation, let the questions be directly to the presentation. I'm sure you got the end of the program where you would have comments.
Yeah, I agree, but it also speaks to the fact that people appreciate all that you've said. So, Mr. Goya.
Yeah, but I had no questions to ask me anyways.
Mr. Goya,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. A great presentation, by the way, Dr. Reeves. And I just I will come to a question to you, Dr. Reeves. That's exactly why I raised my hand. But I just want to put a plug in here that we do have an Office of Diaspora Affairs that is housed in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And speaking to my, about my brother, Mr. G, and I think this is where the leverage has to be. And so to Dr. Stevens, as you take over MCSS, I think probably try to see how you can liaise with those people to liaise with us here to be able to help you. I did send a message to you. I'm able to help. I free. however way you think you can use me. Now, having said that, to the presentation, we talked about Dr. Not Dr. People making me calling it Dr. Zawadu, not Isaac. Isaac and Cindy Manny, and we all spoke about the relevance, about a curriculum being relevant. I grew up in Zorowo, Lofa County. I went through the Poro Society. I'm a graduate of the Poro School, a very proud graduate. I still speak Loma. I proudly teach math in Loma. Now, how does that jive with your statement that Liberia is a Christian nation when you find Article 14 of our Constitution vehemently rejects that? How do I, Gedwoba, who is a product of a Poro school and Poro society, see a relevance in a Christian-centered education as you are asking for?
Well, Mr. Sise, I showed in one of my slides, you saw me write the concept of pluralism in there. 95%, we can say that 95% of Liberians are Christians. 95%. Okay.
No data backs that.
I'm coming. Majority of Liberia, it's not a hidden fact, was founded on Christian basis. We know we have indigenous practices in Liberia, but majority of Liberians are Christian now. And at the end, you heard me mention the mosque, the temple, the Torah, all of those we need to revisit and make a part of our educational system. So I'm not saying just write books on Christianity, right? So in the slides there, I have pluralism. That means incorporate.
My question is more than just Christianity. My question is about just religion in its own. That would be a violation.
Incorporate all.
That would be a violation of Article 14. And let's set the record straight. There were Muslims in Liberia before the Christian immigrants landed there. So let's be straight. Liberia has never been a Christian nation. Liberia is the nation with Christians. Article 14 says that of our Constitution. And Liberia does not have a majority Christian. So let's just put that in the space. There's no data that supports that.
That's why we have the curriculum that says religious and moral curriculum, and not Christian curriculum.
Great. We can incorporate all of that. What I'm saying here is we can incorporate all of these. That's the whole concept of pluralism or cellular that we talked about. But there should be some foundation that students can go back to. In North America, students would say, I pray to a higher God. I'm agnostic. Some would say I'm atheist, right? But what I'm saying is where we can incorporate some of these into our curriculum that students can say, I'm Muslim. So I heard something about the Quran and charity giving, and they believe in God, and they believe in Jesus, they believe in this. If we can incorporate some of those into students' lives, that's great.
Wonderful.
Yeah, but I don't know whether they have those things in the curriculum, right, Julia? In the religious and moral educational curriculum, they teach it covers the different religions. Yeah, so all of those things are covered.
Then we'll continue to do that, Isaac. But let's be real. What we see now going on in Liberia, those who are there now can tell you, children are going wayward.
Yeah, because
things are happening that need some correction.
Am I hearing clearly that there is sorry, because I'm not fond if there's a causation between behavior and religion. Is that what Dr. Reese is saying, that there is a causation? Because I don't see that. There are countries that are way atheistic and don't have that issue.
We understand, and
I know
we're in agreement with you. We don't want to delve this into a religious debate. So I beg your indulgence for us to make some progress.
Move on.
Yeah.
We'll talk that later.
Any other questions?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can write a whole dissertation on that.
Exactly. Any other questions for Prof. Reeves? All right. Thank you, Prof. Reeves, for an excellent presentation. Let's get our next presenter. Thank you so much. Julia, you want to join us?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Because it's afternoon for my end. Sorry, my camera on my laptop is not working, so I cannot. You cannot see my face. And then I've been out in the field the past 2 weeks. I've been in the field. We've been carrying out our county bee competition. So I've been in and out, and I got in last evening. So, Dr. Reeves, I want to say thank you. You've just touched down on almost everything when it comes to capacity building. As we all know that capacity building is very crucial for improving performance and also having on us a long-term sustainability. And as a diaspora, like Mr. G said, that you all have to work together. Now you stretch out some points. So one thing I want to say to you is that in working together, if people want to come in to help our educational system, you will firstly have to do a survey on what other educational stakeholders are into. What are we doing to help our youth? You have to work with the Ministry of Youth and Sports because they control a lot of youth centers across the country. You know, I admire your team because of the way the thing that is, when you people were attending schools in Liberia, your principals at that time took control or ownership of the school. Nowadays, a lot of schools principals don't take ownership because I think they lack the capacity. They lack the capacity. And then we have to work together to strengthen the capacity of these schools administrators, even CEOs and DEOs. So you have to do a complete survey or complete the organizations that have been supporting girls. We have the girls policy. We have the menstrual hygiene policy. We have something on mental health. There are so many things we have here that you need to do a complete survey on, and then where can you now fit in to help us? Where can you fit in? Because capacity building is one of the issues that maybe I would say lacking in our society. You see students coming from high school, they don't have the requisite skills to even go to college with. That is, I will always speak more about that. So if you want to come in to help us, to help our school system, to help our educational system, it's not just Ministry of Education. You have to work with gender. You have to work with Ministry of Youth and Sports. And first, we got to do a complete survey on what is happening now and what can we do. I mean, you won't believe it. It's aching. In our rural area, it's not easy. You have a 6th grade student cannot even spell 100, cannot spell newspaper. It comes from the teachers. So we need the teachers' capacity needs to be built as well. But then everybody want to go to the school of education. How well are they learning to apply these things? So now what Minister Johnson is doing now, we're about to host a curriculum conference. She wants to host a curriculum conference. But this is it. The curriculum we use now is as lived its span. So we should be going to a curriculum revision, but before then, we should be doing an assessment in the 50 counties on the utilization of this competency-based curriculum. Was that okay? Can we maintain it? What can we do? But one thing she's looking at, and we budgeted an effort, after we should have done this assessment, we will not bring the findings and then share with stakeholders. And at that stakeholders meeting, we'll also invite you people. And what can we do next? Because she wants to have a curriculum pathway when it comes to the senior secondary school, that is 10th to 12th grade. She doesn't want that old-fashioned thing, science class, art class. She wants to have social science. She wants to have STEM, and she wants to have arts. So looking at social science, she's been telling us to look at financial literacy, entrepreneurship, agriculture. These are things we've been looking at of late. So by the time we get ready for that conference, I will also be able to send you people invitation so you can participate. And talking about the religions, now in Liberia, we don't have, like before you said, the Bible curriculum. We have the curriculum that says religious and moral, that teach just everything. on various religions and other things that the kids need to know. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm on the standby. Any question, then I can answer.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you so much for those insights. Questions for Julia? Sorry, Director Beya.
No problem, Julia.
Any questions?
Yeah, Dr. Williams, thank you so much, Julia. I cannot be jumping more out of my seat when I hear the skills training for teachers in the educational system in Liberia. I think it's wonderful, and I can voluntarily sit here and say to you, when you got that going, please let me know. Please.
Okay, definitely.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
We'll see your phone most of the time.
Thank you very much.
Unless you go and do it for free.
We'll talk. We'll talk. We will talk.
We got Dr. Pontwe, we got Mr. Yomi, and Mr. G. Like Isaac Smith would say, are those old hands or new hands?
It's a new hand.
It's a new hand. Okay. All right, Dr. Pontwe, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Julia. I just wanted to ask a question because I heard you talk about religion and moral
religious moral curriculum.
Okay, so that is does that have anything to do with civics?
Oh, okay. So thank you for the civic issue. Civics were reintroduced into the school system in 2022 by our former Minister of Education, that is Professor Soli. Yes, we have civics into the school system now, and we have a text that were produced by Wahala. That's Wahala Publishing House. That's Emma Sawyer, the late Dr. Sawyer. So we call it citizenship education for grades 1 to grade 6. And then we have another organization that also crafted the grade 7 to 12, but till now is not we have not had it in the classroom because the previous government, they had an MOU wherein Salome book from Ghana printed these texts and supposed to bring it in country. But I don't know how it went, so it's still stuck up at that end. But civics is one of the key issues and reintroducing into the school system.
Because I mean, just listening to everyone and what comes to mind is that here in North Carolina, we call it character counts. So you have to learn respect and community, and they have the different pillars of character. So listening to Dr. Reeves and listening to you, that's what came to my mind being to ask that question.
So we also have the civics curriculum from grades 1 to grade 12 as well.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Yomi, then Mr. G.
Thank you.
Julia, thank you for your presentation. Dr. Jasso she's a very good educator, and the curriculum conference. I hope you can invite some of the, like you rightly said, invite some of the diaspora educational experts to participate in that. And I don't know if you were here earlier when I spoke about the practicality of our classroom education in relation to the real world need that is out there, connecting the employer's need or what the employment market is asking for compared to what is being taught in the class, the relationship. And some of the old curriculum, I mean, there are some things today. When I went to Liberia a few years ago, I did a research and found that, well, it's basically public knowledge, but we are graduating, hundreds and maybe even thousands of students in certain discipline every year, say social work or public administration or accounting. I think those are the three popular ones. There are some other ones. And the demand for them in the employment market is lower because, you know, Liberians don't retire easily until they die because there are no retirement benefits. You know, you stop working, your money stop coming. So people keep working until they can't work anymore, meaning that the jobs, it just narrows or constricts the employment market so that the new graduates don't have a lot of space. Now, when you're going to do uh, a new curriculum conference, my question is, are you going to evaluate some of the old systems that really don't relate to the real world anymore? They don't have any relevance to what the employment market is looking for. Are you going to consider those and perhaps take them out of the curriculum and bring in new, new curricular systems that actually relates to the employment market, what the employment market is asking for, and then you take out the old ones? That's my question. If I was
Yes.
clear
So
enough.
I don't know whether you heard me earlier on. So now that's why we are going to the curriculum conference for, because Dr. Jala wants to have a curriculum pathways. So wherein our students leaving from high school, they will already have an idea on what they want to do and what they want to become. So they'll have idea in entrepreneurship. That's why she's going to create a three curriculum pathway in the senior secondary school. We're going to have the social sciences, we're going to have the STEM, and we're going to have the arts. So right now in Liberia, we have a lot of TVS schools that EU is working with. They have been constructing a lot of TVS schools because we want our students to go into TVET as well, so they can be able to be their own bosses. So EU is investing. So at that conference, we are not going to stick to the old curriculum. We want a new curriculum. That's why we're going to the conference. And before that, because we still have a competency-based curriculum, which in we have 8 competency that cut across. But how well are the competency informing our teachers? We are going into the field to carry out an assessment. We're taking the tools and asking questions. The findings from the assessment, we're also going to share at that conference, and then going to ask expertise to come out on what next. What do we need to do so we can be able to fit in to the other parts of the world?
Well,
So
thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you. I send you a private text. If you would share your contact with me, I would like to be in contact with you.
Okay, so all right, thank you.
All right, Mr. Yomi, and then Professor Zawlo.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Julia. I have 2 questions and I'll make a suggestion to you. So are you considering for that conference to have like a virtual link that could be shared for other educators who are not present to join? And my second question would be whether you have considered to engage with the diaspora office to make sure that many other organizations across the diaspora, not just US, can be able to help with these kind of activities. So after that, my comment would be on for following up with an assessment after the conference. Like you mentioned about TVET, our group is currently doing a nationwide assessment for gap analysis and compliance among TVET schools in the country with the Agricultural Industrial Training Bureau. And preliminary findings indicate that there are several schools offering TVET programs that are not even known by the government. So there are things we really need to look out for. So I was wondering if you're considering such an assessment after the conference. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the Bureau of TVET at the Ministry of Education. I will reach out to the Assistant Minister, Cisco, and then let him know about this. If we can do a whole survey on assessment, how many TVET schools do they have, and so then I can share with you. I will ask them if they have a statistics on how many TVET schools they have that I can share with you. But also, if after your assessment as well, the organization, if you find out other schools, you can bring their attention to the Ministry of Education and they can look into it. Yes, before the conference, I will be working with Dr. Williams directly, and I think he will be sharing information with his colleagues. And then I will also want us to have a visual link for that conference while you all can weigh in, and then we can discuss better for the betterment of our educational system.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paulo.
Yeah,
Now,
Julia,
is that an old hand or new hand?
yeah, no, that's me, right? So
Yeah, you go
yeah.
ahead.
Julia, thank you very much. I just want to comment and just a little bit add to what Julia said. Look, we have sometimes, again, I tell people you comment on Liberia, but you don't follow Liberia very closely, so you don't know some of the issues because sometimes the issue they raise, it just show how lack of understanding. So there's a civics curriculum. I'm not speaking to anybody on this call in particular, but there's a civics curriculum. There's a religious and moral education curriculum. The challenges and the problems with those things are the people who are teaching it. Having a curriculum is one thing. Preparing the people to implement the curriculum is another thing. Then also a national philosophy. What do you want to achieve with the civics curriculum? Are you trying to just give students knowledge? They can answer questions on what and how? Or do you want it to manifest in their lives? And those are some of the problems we have. Our curriculum is so it's still antiquated to a large extent. So our students in our classrooms and the teachers who are teaching them can only answer questions if I'm going to the O level, if I'm going to the Bloom's taxonomy at the very lowest level of the Bloom's taxonomy. Who, what, and when. So they're not using the civics curriculum, for example. There is a chapter in the Constitution of Liberia. There's an article in the Constitution of Liberia. This article has been a subject of major debate. Can you guys rewrite this article? So you're getting the students to actually participate and understanding the most important, the religious and moral education. The thing about it is mostly knowing the stories and the happenings of Jesus Christ and Muhammad and the few other religious people. But how does that play into their lives? How does that help with national development? How does it address the issue of corruption? How does it address the issue? Those are different societal issues. That's not happening. And so we got to go back. So the most important, that's what I talk about diaspora people, capacity building. That's something we can help with. So that even, like, I end with this, math, for example. Now, if you talk about religious and moral education, ask a typical math teacher. What is one use of finding the area of a rectangle? I have one of the best math teachers in Liberia who I work with. He was leading my project at my school in Kakata. And I wanted him to estimate the number of ceiling tiles we needed. And he couldn't do it. This man graduated from University of Liberia with 3 point something. And he didn't know that if you take the dimension of one ceiling tile and you measure the total area, you divide it by 8, you will get to know how many ceiling pieces you need. So our education is not, I mean, there's no connection. And those are some of the things that, so those problems are not just solved by curriculum. They are solved by training, monitoring, and implementation of the goals, purpose, and vision. Let me leave because there's so many things I could talk about concerning even national plan, national human resources inventory, supposed to match, like the Reverend G said, with the curriculum you are using, the courses you are offering, the country should be matched with your national human resources inventory and the trend in national development. We don't have those things in Liberia. And that's where we come in. So we don't just criticize them, but that's where we come in. We can join forces with them on the ground and see how we can help. But again, like I said, Nancy, you wouldn't get it for free. I mean, you'll be doing it for free. They wouldn't be able to pay you. The money is there.
Of course.
Let me comment real quick. Let me comment real quick.
No, sir. Hold on. There's a line in front of you.
Okay.
You've spoken already. Nancy is going to speak then. Mr. Musa will speak. And then we got to move on. We got to move on. So, yeah, go ahead, Nancy. You're muted.
Have you thought, Julia, have you thought of getting outside? Okay, if I may reframe it. What other resources are you looking at outside of Liberia? I mean, like, I'm in Canada. You don't have to take what Canadian culture is, but I'm sure development of curriculum and things. Have you explored on the global scene and say, let's look at Canada and see what has been done in the educational system? How can we not copycat, but learn from this in developing ours? Has the Ministry of Education thought of that in this 21st century that we find ourselves in, and talking about better in the education system in Liberia?
I think Julia is having some trouble with the net.
Okay, then. Okay, I was discussing with her on WhatsApp.
So we wanna move on. We wanna move on. And
That's okay.
Time. Mr. Musa, did you have a comment before we move on?
Thank you, Dr. George. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Great. My question, again, I apologize. I'm not an educator. I'm not a teacher. I don't have the background, but as an economist, I was just trying to pick on, I think I don't know her name, but the last speaker who referenced the curriculum. And my question here is, and you don't have to respond to this here, but maybe somewhere out of this, but is there a connection between the demand for labor and the curriculum development? Because again, I think one of the things that the World Bank and other partners always often do is growth diagnostics, or sort of we try to understand exactly what is the development strategy going forward. And that, I think that is supposed to inform the labor market on how you develop what is happening in the labor market. I think there's a disconnect between the labor market and the labor at hand. And I'm sure it's not unique to Liberia. It's a common problem. Even in the United States, it's very common. But again, sometimes you have to tailor your strategy. It should be driven by these things. My question again is there something that maps sort of the curriculum development to sort of the growth strategy of the country? If not, why not? And if there is, how much is that? How old is that, or how current is that? Because again, these things evolve rapidly. So that's just my question. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Musa. Julia, I'm not sure that's a question for you necessarily, because we're generally aware of the data gap between the Ministry of, not just the Ministry of Education, but most public institutions lack the capacity to generate the needed labor market stats that's needed to inform that decision. I don't think the Ministry of Labor is positioned to doing that, just because, again, it all boils down to capacity. So, I'm not sure. Isaac, you might have some insights on that, but other than that, I'm not sure we're connecting labor market statistics to curriculum development. There's a huge, huge gap. As a matter of fact, there's not even a gap, there's a disconnect in that regard. It's a disconnect.
And I totally get it, Dr. Williams. I totally get it. My question again is not so much of the labor market data or information about the labor market. My question is about the growth strategy of the country. Like, where do we want to go as a country, right? Are there opportunities for growth, and where is the country going? What sectors are they trying to improve? Those are the things that will actually supposed to sort of feed into what the thinking is around the curriculum development, because you cannot try to improve sort of your mining sector, right, without having all your, if you want to improve agriculture, for example, and then you saying my labor market does not support that breaks the backbone for foreign direct investment. It hurts. You cannot always import labor. It's expensive, but also then it takes away from the long-term development, even for an investor. So my point here is not so much of the labor market data set, but it's about the growth strategy and how it's informing. Are you connecting those two? I think that's where we should be going.
And perhaps that's information, that's a question that Julia can use to feed into the curriculum review process. Take that into serious consideration. So thank you so much for that. Mr. G, unfortunately, we like to move.
Can I? No, this is going to be quick. It's not a long thing. Very quick. So I want on the religion and ethics thing, I just wanted to mention it real quick. There was a study done several years back by China. China wanted to know what makes America so successful. And they found that in addition to all the technology and everything, America's ground for success was in religion and ethics. That religion has taught ethics, and that religion has caused stability and taught morality to the citizens. And if anybody has been around long enough like me, this channel was close to Christianity. It was based on this study that it opened channel to Christian missions, and then people started adopting, Americans started adopting Chinese children to come to America. So I just want to know, I just want everybody to know the value of religion and ethics in education. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Julia. Is Dr. Butto with us? Dr. Butto? Let's recognize Dr. Tadros, who's joining us. Dr. Tadros is an Egyptian academic working in the Fairfax school system, and she's joining us in this all-important conference. Welcome, Dr. Tadros. All right.
Hi, I'm fine, thank you. I'm blessed to join you today, and it's my pleasure to attend your conference.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're happy to have you. All right. We now go into our second panel because Dr. Butto didn't show up, isn't here. We're not sure. So our second panel, we have Mr. Carter and Mr. Amusa. These are both economists and financial specialists on the other. So two, Mr. Carter, I'm not sure he's here, but Mr. Amusa, are you there?
I'm here, Dr. Williams.
Yes, sir. All right. So we're gonna go into our second panel that has more to do with resource mobilization, strategic support, and partnerships. All right. So please give Mr. Musa your undivided attention.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Williams, and hello, everyone. My name is Samsudeen Amusa. I've been in the development space for over almost 3 decades. I've served born in Liberia, served in Liberia, served in almost every continent on the planet. And so I bring to this conversation questions, but also an understanding of what should happen or what could happen based on sort of the expertise that are here today. So I just have like a 4-slide presentation, which I'll put up shortly, and I will tell my story, and then maybe we can start to have a conversation around what should happen. I think.
Yeah, you should be able to share.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So what I'm hoping to do today is just basically kickstart the conversation, not so much about the technical details of the education sector itself, but about, financing education, about, partnerships, why, governments in most countries, particularly developing countries, tend to struggle with, financing education and the opportunities that there is or there lies outside of just government funding, right? And to that extent, I want to focus on the private sector and why the private sector should be sort of our partner for going forward when it comes to improving any kind of sector, and particularly in this case, the education sector in Liberia. And so, again, like I said, the purpose here is to expand opportunities to partner for market-led solutions. So what do I mean by market-led solutions? So in my experience in development, anything you take, any problem you take, and you create sort of a market approach to it, you create demand for that problem, but also you actually you bring around partners that actually have the resources to drive growth in that sector. And I think the education sector is not excluded from this. We've seen this in agriculture, we've seen this in sciences, we've seen this in health, and I think education should be part of the sort of the way we sort of think about how we finance education. I listened to 1 or 2 previous speakers and even the keynote speaker talking about the need to sort of drive education in a direction or a way that it's no longer just a government's problem. it's everybody's problem. And so it's every sector problem. Every sector benefits if we have an educated population. So why not create a demand, a market solution around this problem? Why not say, look, if we can actually monetize this problem, then actually we will actually find people who can actually invest in it, because again, there's returns on it. So I think that's where we should be looking at this problem. Again, it's not just deep drilling down into what the library education sector problem is, but it's thinking outside of the boxes. How do we find a solution to this problem that is not with the current stakeholders or with stakeholders outside of the problem? That's one. And the approach I'm proposing here today, and it's not restricted to this one, but there are so many of them. But in the case of Liberia, maybe we take a look at sort of DIBs and sort of using catalytic tools such like development impact bonds, where I know some people call it pay for results, but where you basically create sort of an incentive for a partner to say, look, if you can actually develop this could be with concessionaires, you can actually develop my agricultural sector, or you can actually develop my health sector, right? And you can actually create, maybe 100, students or 100 graduates around, agriculture development or sort of organic agriculture, whatever it might be, right? There is an incentive for that. And for that, we'll be able to pay you for that in terms of either tax breaks or in terms of actually leveraging access to our minerals or our agriculture or our farms or our lands. These kinds of tools have worked. If you look at countries like Indonesia and how they sort of increased sort of the palm oil production over the years, they used DIBs. The government was not so synonymously couldn't fund all of this by itself. So they brought in partners that were able to train, work with locals to actually build capacity and expand the growth of the sector. So I suggest we explore some of these things. And sort of another tool and this is a financial tool, which is even in the US, is de-risking, right? Nobody will invest in a problem if they're going to go at it alone. And this is the problem. So I always say this, the problem is understanding the problem, because often or not, we prescribe solutions that are not really inherently solving the problem. So to understand the problem, you need to find people who have not just equity and stakes, and you guys, a lot of people have mentioned it today, but what we can do is actually help them to de-risk that problem. Say, look, you're not going to invest in this all alone. It has to be something that you're doing with others to allow them to basically profit, to allow them to benefit, and to allow them to see returns on their investment. So helping to de-risk some of the challenges in the education sector, I think it's targeted, and I think we can define that. I mean, with all of the expertise on the at the table here today, we can actually look at what are the areas that are high risk and low returns, and then try to really target some of the investments by bringing in partners. And then the last thing I'll put out there is sort of not thinking about this problem, in a very narrow view, because often than not, I think what we've seen here today is a lot of people who understand the library education sector, a lot of experts who are outside of the library education sector, but also have been there or follow the library education sector. The challenge is, how can we co-create the solution? Because again, when we're not talking together, we're talking at each other, and then we're just all over the place. And that in itself is a problem. So let's not focus on what everybody knows, because again, around this conference, there are so many experts who know what they know, and actually the solution lies right here. The problem is sitting together and trying to co-create that solution such that it's targeted, it's more focused, and it's sequential, such that it's not, oh, we do something that is not, the country is not ready for today. We're creating the solution for a problem that does not exist today. We should create the solution for problems that exist today, and such that we avoid problems that will come in the future. I think that's that. In sort of preparing this deck, I looked at sort of two things, data set that I wanted to just touch on before I wrap up here. One is sort of this slide I took from the Business of Education in Africa. This is a CARES research report, and it talked about 4 intersection sets, right? What is driving sort of education in Africa, and then the challenges around them. So the first one is the demographic shift. We're having a huge demographic shift. A lot of people are moving. A lot of young people are being born. And a lot of things are happening in African society, not just in Liberia, sub-Saharan Africa and developing countries. The second one is sort of the emergence of the middle class. I mean, wealth, as we've seen it, and over the years, and this back to my time at the World Bank, what we're seeing is global wealth has sort of shifted slowly, even though there's still steep prevalence of poverties around the world. That is true. And then rapid urbanization. Oh, wow. We've seen cities now, and I can tell you Monrovia is one of the cities that I've seen is overly congested. Everybody wants to live in Monrovia. Yeah, and that's creating demand on just not only fiscal infrastructure, it's creating demand on resources and everything else. So that is also driving sort of some of the challenges. And then the fourth and the last, which is the last one, is the use of technology. That we cannot accept. It's here to stay, and it has improved our life in ways that are unimaginable. So how are we thinking about this problem? I think we should unpack the problem in these segments, these 4 segments, and see what are the opportunities for partners to help shape some of our investment in education around these problems. And the other slide there you see, it's just what they talked about, which was kind of interesting, is sort of investment in education over time across sub-Saharan Africa. And they have pockets of there, some of it in ECE, early childhood education, some of it in TVET. And like the blue bubble, you see that the small blue bubble TVET, I heard from someone who mentioned earlier that there's a need for expansion of TVET education for people to sort of be their own employer, to employ self-employed. Yes, that's true. But then again, there is a problem with when you develop your entire system or when your country is overly saturated with a lot of hands-on people, TVET, then you can only develop jobs that are certain skill set, right? You're not going to be training minds for future jobs or jobs that actually allow your economy to grow, like things, doctors and lawyers and those kinds of things, engineers. You're restricting that. So there's a fine mixture there. I think we need to look at those kinds of things. And so that's why I put up that slide. And then the next slide, I wanted to talk about sort of something that I managed for a couple of years and how it sort of drove sort of investment globally. And the reason I put out this slide here is that private capital in countries that have actually looked outside of just government funding or concessionary funding, it's amazing, absolutely amazing. And you will think that there's just money sitting in big donors or multinational corporations to invest in certain sectors. Locally, you'll be surprised that local private capital is actually huge. The problem is mapping them to your problems. The problem is creating the relationship between what you want to solve for and what they need to solve for. I think having those kinds of relationships tend to strengthen it. And you have donors who, along that value chain, will always come in and say, look, I think this makes opportunity sense for me, business sense for me. I need to invest in this, so I'm going to do this. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then the last slide there, and then I'll shut up. I hope my partner who was supposed to be on this discussion together, I hope he's around to sort of join. If not, I would just open it for Q&A or turn it over to Dr. Williams again. And the last slide here is basically just looking at private capital that's been mobilized across sector over the last 2-3 years from a development partner perspective. And you can see that just with $100 million, you're able to mobilize over almost 2, if I remember my numbers correctly, $2.1 or $2.2 billion in private capital. So why not do that in the education sector? Why not try to say, look, government will do what government will do, but I think we should count on the government mostly for policies and sort of helping to set the stage and creating an enabling environment. Beyond that, I think there's opportunities for private capital to flow, particularly into certain sectors. If it's targeted, it's well-defined, and it's mapped to sectors that actually firms can actually see the return on investment. I think it will make sense for them to actually put money into that space and into the country. With that, I'll stop.
Mr. Musa, this was really, really informative. We're happy to have back Dr. Stevens. We have Julia here, Dr. Weya, who's here also from the ministry. This is an eye opener, frankly. It's an area we haven't really uh, leveraged in terms of leveraging domestic revenue generation. We haven't leveraged it, and so I'm hoping that notes are being taken. Thank you so much. Mr. Carter has joined us. Welcome, Mr. Carter, to this conference. Um, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. But before we come to you, let's open the floor for some conversation, questions, comments. Questions, comments regarding Mr. Amusa's presentation. Yes, Professor Reeves.
Unmuted. Thank you so very much, Mr. Amusa. I mean, having been a marketing student, I really got what he's saying there in terms of how we can market education in Liberia. I also enjoyed him saying, because when we, as I said in my presentation, for a student to graduate from the University of Liberia and be downtown Waterside with Wheelbarrow, that's very discouraging. I've seen a lot of students that we've all seen here in North America graduate and go from medicine and different department. I mean, I graduated from social work and have my own private practice, right? Totally different from pushing wheelbarrow down Waterside. So we saw, when we clap on that, we so degrade education to the point that it becomes discouraging. And that's why one of the speakers said, after certain time, they run off to the gold mine and see where they can make more money. Of course, capitalism. But what I want to ask was, Abuja, is in this initiative, can the government of Liberia take on some responsibility to marketing education to the private sector? What role can they play in that, Mr. Amusa?
Thank you, Dr. Reeves. Certainly the government has a role. I think I would look at it in two ways, but again, actually, pardon my naivety here, because again, not being a politician or in government or not understanding the education sector, I will basically tell you the limits of what I can actually speak to. One, the opportunity here will be for government to set policies, right? What makes sense for the policy environment is critical for the government to be able to say, look, this is how we'll talk about education. This is what we want from educators, and this is what we expect. I think they have that sort of leading sort of approach to doing this. And so once they set the tone, other things will thrive. The second thing will be sort of the Ministry of Education, the role of the Ministry of Education, and not just being sort of like the government policy arm or the one as a regulator, but also opportunity to say, look, how are we talking about education beyond education? Again, education, this is what we don't want to have a very simplistic sort of a view on education here. It goes beyond just teaching kids or educating a population. That's our economic growth. That's our health sector. That's our anything you can think about. It's rooted in education. So beyond just just talking about education, but beyond education, I think that's where I hope the government could start to think beyond just setting up classrooms or trying to sort of see what policies or how many enrollment rates or national exams or standardized exams. I think we should start to think beyond that. And until we start to understand that the problem is not as simple as we think it is, and try to sort of break them into smaller bites and more manageable bites, I think that's where, again, like I said, the problem is understanding the problem, because the solution is in the problem. It's just that we don't fully understand the problem. So solving for it right now, I think it's a mistake.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Musa. Next question from Mr. Zawolo, then Mr. Kringa.
Okay, yeah, I will be short, but I just wanted to say one. In response, thank you very much, Mr. Musa. I think listening to your presentation, it presents opportunity for us here gather to explore the possibility of even putting our resources together. I think that discussion even started yet earlier about putting our resources together so that we can be more effective, like thinking about establishing a university, being able to run a teacher training program that people can even pay for from time to time, training private schools and other school teachers. So those are opportunities I think where the private sector resources can be put together. Individually, we cannot be as effective as we would be, but together we can be more effective. Now, when it comes to I just wanted to aid in answering the question concerning what the government responsibility in marketing education. Yeah, there's basic steps that the government can take. Retiring people appropriately, paying decent salaries to teachers, and having a pipeline for people who graduate from school to be connected to jobs. More and more people are graduating from schools in Liberia, and there's no opportunity because once you take that job, you're not leaving that job until you die. A 70-year-old person to retire them in Liberia, he comes to your office, he grabs your leg and tells you, look, Chief, you can't retire me. If you retire me, I will die. And so those are some of the challenges. So now the kids who are graduating from college, they end up just in the street because they're not connected to jobs. So those are some of the things the government has a clear path from school, from college to work. Sticking to the retirement age, making sure people are paid properly so that when the time reaches for them to retire, they will retire with pleasure and create jobs for those who complete your education. Just wanted to add into that. But thank you very much, Mr. Musa. I think there's a lot of opportunities from your presentation, and I took some good notes here, and I will be putting some of them to use because I personally have been investing in education in Liberia. Like I indicated, I had 2 schools, and now I'm exploring partnering with other people to do some bigger things to see how we can improve the education system. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zawolo. Mr. Kringer.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And hi, Samsudeen. Hopefully, I can still call you Samsudeen.
You always can. As my teacher, you always can. You always can, Terrence.
Yeah, we go a long way. We go a long way. And yeah, I'm excited, about your presentation. My calculation, looking at, ways to solve the education problem in Liberia had, and I don't speak for the government, but had been more unidirectional. Basically, because I'm not an economist, it's been more like, look, at the government need to raise more money and put more money into public education, you know, and build more schools, build better schools, train better teachers, send people to get advanced training, more money, more money, more money. As people said, right? One of the ways to get more money for education may be to cut salaries of maybe the congressman, and they're not prepared to cut the salary because they passed the budget, so they're not going to pass the budget to cut the salary. So almost like we're in this conundrum, right? It's stuck in this cycle, and the only hope we had is find a way to raise more money. Now we're trying to reach a $1 billion, budget. I mean, revenue generation source, right? And so it's been look at raise more money, and then put it into education. What I hear from you is a more holistic approach. Approach I'm sure more advanced countries already tapped into. That's like you said, right? The solutions are already out there. It's all about find the expertise that will share the solution with us, or ourselves researching the solution and see how we can tweak it to the particular circumstance in Liberia. Having made that comment, right? My only question I have is: Have you, are you aware and are you familiar with the arrest agenda of the government? I think it's called the AAID, right? And based on what you have presented, right? What portions of that agenda, do you think your presentation speak to that you might be, you know, willing to share with representatives on this in this conference, or maybe be connected to the particular department, or division, or maybe the economic advisor to the president, so we can then start to see this thing differently and tap into the public-private partnership and all the other good stuff that you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I cannot call my what was it 201? Yeah, I cannot call my 201 calculus teacher by his first name, so I'll call him Mr. Kringer. Yeah, my answer to the short answer to your question is no, I'm not aware of the REST agenda, but what I am aware of, having been an architect of I think there's the one before the last, one of the writers of the growth diagnostics. Then I was with the World Bank, and having looked at the previous government Pro agenda, and we're part of the people that were advising the then government on the limitations of that. I can tell you not much has changed because, again, if you look at countries that are on that spectrum of development, like Liberia and other sub-Saharan African countries, these kinds of changes they take time. And again, you will see them turn up in different ways, but I'm sure the problem to the education sector hasn't really sort of been solved over the last maybe 5-10 years or so. My assignment changed in 2019, so again, I am not so much read into the Liberia politics or the economic analysis or what's driving some of that, but I can actually do some homework and do that. My second comment here goes back to sort of hiring or researching about this, and so I think about 2 years ago or so, I published a paper that has to do. It's more on health science, but in the Journal of Health and Economics. But what I know from the people that I've heard from today, including yourself, Terrence, is there are a lot of expertise in Liberia. Nobody understands the Liberians' problem than the Liberians that are here today. I think there's enough expertise here. If we have to write, I'm happy to co-author or sit with somebody and do some research on some of that sort of a kind of learning that we have to do. I think the problem most often, again, in my own experience here, some of the problem is we tend to maybe we are looking at it from a very simplistic view, like you sort of alluded to earlier on. That's a very sort of narrow view that we're looking at the problem, or maybe we're trying to solve for too many things at once. And again, that's part of the challenge here. Again, every country has problems. So maybe we unpack this, we break them down into very smaller bites. It will take time. Development does take time. So you focus on smaller things that will have the ripple effect, and then you start to build for a future that is not today or 5 years or the next presidency or the next election cycle. I think if we think beyond that, I think we will start to see that there is a lot to do, but there are things we can solve for today that will prevent problems for tomorrow. And the last thing I'll say, and then I'll shut up, is none of the problems that are in Liberia today is unique to Liberia, even though Liberia has some unique set of development challenges, but none of them is just unique to Liberia. So again, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't have to go and say we need to do all of these studies and all of this. Again, I've heard we spent a lot of time researching, and it's like you say, you get develop some kind of paralysis from just all of these repeated studies, and nobody reads them, nobody cares about them, and the next government come and they have their own. So yeah, again, let's move away from that and let's start to just take these problems in very simple terms and really think outside of the box. And with the private sector engagement, I think there's opportunity. I just think the way we need to brand this and the opportunities we need to create around this is should be market driven. It should be around why is it that somebody would pay for that, because there's a return on investment on it.
Great. We'll move quickly, Mr. G. We're
Yeah,
running.
I'll be very quick. Resource is, private sector involvement, as Dr. Musa said, really, it's indispensable to, LSCM country as we are, a developing economy as we are. And that's what I was saying earlier, that an autonomous diaspora group needs to form. Because, like like Dr. Cesar Goya said earlier, we do have a diaspora office, but an autonomous diaspora group will transcend any one administration, because the diaspora office in Liberia is as great as it is, it's a political office, and it is there to promote, one administration, then another administration. So yes, there is a lot of money in the world, as Dr. Musa indicated, there is a lot of money in the world. But how do you tap into that? And most of those funders, whether it be angel investors or any of those kind of investors, they are looking for an accountable group of people. People who they can trust, people who they have a way of verifying whether the investment was intended to be spent in the way that it did. An autonomous body of diasporan people who will do better, because we can open up employment opportunities in the country. As Dr. Dawlo knows well, people don't retire, so they continue to constrict the employment market. So the question becomes, what do we do to increase accountability, transparency, and reduce waste in our economy so that we can get somewhere and not go in circle as we have done for generations? Thank you.
All right. Maybe Mr. Musa can hold on responding to that. We'll go to Mr. Carter just to catch up on time, and then hopefully Mr. Carter could, help to address some of that issue, Mr. Kenneth, Mr. G, if you don't mind, okay?
That's fine. We can move on. That's fine.
Yes, sir. Mr. Carter, thank you again. Thank you again, Mr. Musa, for brilliant presentation. Please let us have a copy of that document so that it forms part of our report, conference report. But thank you so much. We appreciate it. Mr. Carter?
Yeah, thank you for having me on here. Do you have the presentation, or do you want me to share? I'm not sure if I have privilege.
I'm gonna give you co-hosting rights. So you share, please. Yes, sir.
Okay, just give me a few minutes here. Again, I really apologize for coming in late. I was
No worries.
and I promise I'll be very brief. Just 2 ideas. Okay. All right, let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, so again, thank you guys for having me, Dr. Ward, and all the panelists on here. I'm not sure if I introduced myself. For short, I will call myself a banker. I'm about a decade in banking.
Do you mind putting the camera on so we see your face?
Yes, actually, hold on.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right, perfect. I hope you guys can see me.
Yep.
All right, so as I said, I have about a decade in banking. Currently, I'm a senior portfolio manager at one of the biggest bank in America here. And for short, just call me a banker. So there's 2 ideas that I want to talk about today, and I think some of these were actually alluded to, but I want to go off a different path in terms of how we solve the problem with education. As I normally tell people, I think education is pretty much, human capital is pretty much the biggest asset for any nation. That if you want to continue growing your sovereignty, the nations, you have to focus on education, because out of that, you get your leaders, you get your lawyers, you get accountants, you get everything. Everything falls on that. So in order to ensure that, you have to focus on education. But I think from history, what we've seen so far, that hasn't been the case. We have dropped that ball. And I think after the war, we thought pretty much we were going to have a reset, and that hasn't happened. So I will be very quick. There's two methods I want to talk about here. First one is actually to look at, funding education through what we call a tax or an incentives or fee on the remittances that we send to Liberia, which is 800 million a year, right? So I'll be very quick here. So I want us to, the ideas that I want to talk about is pretty much to tax the remittances that we send to Liberia, which is $800 million a year, right? I haven't checked the budgets for this year, but I'm sure whatever amount of capital that is allocated to education isn't doing what it's supposed to do. If you look at the flagship University of Liberia, it is in dilapidated condition. The quality of education we put out does not meet the demands in the work field, And so for me, I think the basic fundamental solution to do that is to look at how we fund it and to do something unorthodox that we've been doing. So let me explain this idea. I think last year we sent about $800 million a year remittances, right? What I'm proposing that the government look at, or even any think tank, education think tank, to propose this idea to the government, is to tax the remittances. You can call it a tax, you can call it a fee, by 3%, right? 3% of $800 million a year, that's about 24 million a year. You might say, Gabriel, we have a big country, that is not enough. That is the plan. I think somebody talked about looking at a long-term perspective. So if we get 324 million a year, there's two things I want us to do, right? One is to look at each county specifically. What does this county need from education standpoint? How do we develop the education system in each county, right? Each county. We can take that 24 million a year, invest 14 million in each county. Excuse me, guys, I have a young boy here. Invest 14 million in each county a year. Each county, we pick one county, we said, okay, Monserrato, we're going to invest. Give me 1 minute. Somebody need my attention right now. 1 minute. 1 second, please.
So Dr. Williams, it shows the sacrifice, right? People make, right, to make this thing happen.
Okay, so I'm back. Sorry about that. So let me continue with where I left off. So the ideas that I'm proposing is that we take that 24 million, we invest 14 million in a county every year, right? The other 10 million, we put that what we call in an education fund, right? That's going to invest outside of Liberia, right? Now, when I say outside of Liberia, it's because there's not much you can get for 10 million in Liberia if you invest, whether you invest in the private sector. There's not really much you can invest. But if you invest overseas in the US or any other, country outside of Liberia, you can get a lot for that, right? You take that 14 million, you look at the education system in Monrovia or Monserrato, right? Whether you're looking at improving the University of Liberia, or you're looking at improving all the government institutions in our county for 14 million, you can invest that. The next year, you get another 24 million from the 800 million that is sent, right? You take that other 14 million, look at Bomi County. Okay, we're allocating this 14 million to Bomi County to improve the infrastructure, whether the buildings. You can look at investing in the teachers training and everything that encompasses the government education system in our county to improve it, including as I said, infrastructure, training the teachers, the curriculum, revamping the curriculum, and you invest that 14 million. So every year, you take 14 million, you allocate it to a different county. And every year, what you're doing, in addition to that 14 million, remember there's 24 million. You're taking 10 million and investing that. By the end, we have 15 counties in Liberia, and I think somebody can keep me honest here. I'm not very good at Liberia history, right? By the end of 15 years, you will have a 150 million war chest of education fund. Not only would you have 150 million war chest of education fund, you will also have invested 14 million in each county. Every county will, if you do this correctly, you will have a revamped education system in each county. Now, here's the golden part, the nugget. With that $150 million of war chest education that you have, education fund that you have, I know the way we do things in Liberia is corrupt. I will absolutely recommend that you set up a body, either the government set up a body, a think tank or entity, or it could be even a 5-person staff to manage that fund. You can invest outside of Liberia. As I said, you can invest in the US. 150 million. Let's say even you invest in the US here, whether you do fixed income, where the return is about 5% a year, or you put everything in the stock market, what is averages about 12% or 10% a year. That return that you get on every year on that 150 million, you can do the same thing that I just talked about. You can take that returns and continue to invest in the education in perpetuity. That ensures what this is going to do. It takes the government budget. It looks at the government budget, but it also becomes a supplementary budget to the government, what the government provides, right? And the reason why I said is because I think somebody alluded to this, and I don't want to repeat myself over and over here. If you look at the quality of education we put out, right? If you look at the quality of education we put out, and this is no fight with people in the government. Guys, please give me a minute again. 1 second.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
Sorry, I'm back. I'll be done in the next 3 or 4 minutes, right? So you take that war chest of 150 million fund and invest it either over time, as I said, over time in perpetuity, and you continue to take the returns of that 150 million to improve your education system in perpetuity. What that is going to do in essence is going to ensure that the funding of education isn't so much relying on the budgetary item anymore in the government. Or even if you're getting budgets from the government, it is only supplementary to that, right? I say this and I say this all the time. We talk about nation building all the time, but we don't think about if you ensure that, right? You take that 150 million. We talk about nation building in the country, but what we don't think about, we don't look at is the quality of education we have in our country. What I've been told, my mother and some people who grew up in Liberia, is that we had one of the best institutions in Liberia before the war, right? After the war, we have not taken the time to say, how do we rebuild? Nation building, we complain about politics here, politics there, the kind of leaders we have in office, but we don't look at the fundamental, right? Those same people will look at you and I, right? If we were in Liberia, right? Our education will come from that. The leaders, the kind of leaders we become will come from those very institutions. So to ensure that the quality of lawyers, representatives, presidents, accountants and every policymakers that we put out continues to maintain our sovereignty in perpetuity, we have to focus on education. I'm usually biased towards finance and economics can solve all your problems, but this is one of the things that I think we need to look at. The second piece I would say here and quickly, and I will end, is another aspect we can look at, which is educational bond, right? It is unfortunate that we don't have a credit rating as a nation, but even if we thrive to say we can go to the capital market, meaning we can go to Moody's, Fitch, and Standard & Poor and get, even if a junk junk credit rating we get, we can use that, either go on the global capital market, even though the interest we'll pay on that bonds will be high, or if we can't even raise money on the capital market, we can do that locally. Somebody talk about the diaspora. We can issue the bond in the diaspora, say this is going to be specifically for education. You know, like I talked about, you can earmark it, say 150 million or 200 million. And if we get this 200 million, this is what we're going to do with it. Revamp each county education system, from the curriculum, the infrastructure, the teachers training in entirety, right? And then you have to find a way to pay for it, right? So those are the two ideas that I wanted to talk about. I know I was pressed for time. I didn't really put a good presentation together, but I think, as I said, for me, I'm a little, biased on numbers. So that's the reason why I wanted to talk about this. And thank you for listening. Again, I apologize for, I have a toddler here who's been keeping my company, so I think he wanted my attention. So that's what I kept going back and forth. But I'm open for any questions. And again, I really appreciate you guys listening and taking the time to join us here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. Thank you so much. The toddlers addition to the process spiced it up, letting us know as diasporans what great sacrifices we're making, all in the interest of moving Liberia forward. Questions? We have Mr. Amusa, Mr. G on the list. All right, Mr. Amusa, then Mr. G.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I like the ideas. Can you help me understand how are you managing risk when it comes to revenue generation? Because again, it's one thing, maybe the assumption is that money, the problem is money. And so we need to raise money to solve the problem. And so, yes, we can generate these funds. But again, downstream, how are we managing sort of the very specific things, and how, are we managing risk? And that's my first question. The other question here is sort of the establishment of a fund. I do agree with you. I think there's a need for some kind of fund. The challenge with these things is the fund management. And as a finance person, as you know, that fund management comes with a lot of responsibilities, but also a lot of risk. And given sort of the Liberian political environment and the way our politics tend to run from time to time, how do you sort of take some of that? Again, you don't have to respond to some of these questions, but I'm just throwing it out there for sort of a deeper conversation around, if we were to do this, how would we do it that address some of these risks? Because again, the revenue generation, I totally agree. But then there's always risk when you're generating revenue, and there's always a problem when you're in a political environment that is a bit tricky and also very susceptible to sort of corruption. So I think somebody put it in the chat also that the systems is not designed to sort of address some of that. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So quickly, if I may, I think there's two things you talk about: risk in terms of managing risk, and also how do you what was it, the second one? In terms of
the assumption that the problem is monetary, because again, to generate revenue is easy. I mean, it's not easy, but yeah, but are we assuming here that the problem is monetary? And if this is money, then we go raise the money. But if it's not, then it's beyond just money. And this is what I was alluding to earlier, that we should not just take this very simplistic approach to solving the education problem in the country.
Right. And I think from listening to your conversation earlier, your presentation earlier, you probably alluded to some of this, right? There's the issue of corruption, which you and I or all of us cannot we can manage it. We can't get rid of it, right? We can mitigate it. We can absolutely alleviate it, right? So I understand that aspect. So let me speak to this, and this is a thought process that I've thought about in length, and so I'm glad you actually asked that question. If you're met, first thing first, right? Diaspora. If you're in a diaspora right now, you are sending money back to your family, whether you're using SendWave or you're using Wire directly, right? You pay a fee from on your end, on our end here. And when you send that money back, they're collected in Liberia, they also pay a fee, right? The government, if they get serious, they can alleviate the fee on either side, right? They can say either for those sending money from the diaspora, don't have to pay the fee. They only have to pay the fee here when they come. So they can take whatever fee we're supposed to pay here to get there, right? Now, in terms of the next question becomes, how do you ensure that, I'm sending money to EcoBank, UBA, and all of that to be able to collect all that funds, right? This is a system we have in place. You have the central bank that can track all of those things in terms of each banks, how they collect that money, right? The next piece that I think, and I think this hopefully does speak to the risk aspect of it. You can monitor it from the top, from the central bank, because they know exactly how much each bank receives in that remittances as well. In terms of managing the capital itself once it's collected, I think this is something I've probably alluded to earlier. And this is why I don't want it to even be managed by anybody. It should be a separate body out of the government to do that. Yes, the government can have an oversight, but it should be like a quasi entity to do that. I understand. I manage about 1.5 billion. This includes some of the biggest university here, colleges and state pension funds, and some wealthy churches as well, right? There are fees associated with that. But I think the fees over time cannot outweigh the returns that funds can actually the returns on that fund, right? So I don't think we should look at the mechanics in terms of this is going to be too much to manage, or this is going to be it costs a lot of money to manage it. As I said, you can use 5 people tops. You can have a CIO, chief investment officer, 2 fund manager, and assistant also to manage it. What you're doing an oversight. You can give that money to investment firm to invest it for you, and that 5 people team are just the reporting entity that reports back to the government. This is what we made this year. This is the returns. And at the end of the year, you go back to a board and say, this is where the economy is heading. This is where we want to direct the investment of the fund. Very simple, nothing complex at all. So as I said, this is something that I've thought about in length, and the mechanics in terms of the risk, the corruption, those things can be hashed out. Yeah. So thank you.
I wasn't meaning the risk
So,
related to the revenue generation or to track financial flows. What I meant was the risk in terms of the underground economy. The moment you tax remittances, you create another opportunity for underground economy. They're going to go there quick. That amount to the 800 million you talked to would drop to probably half of that, because people are going to find a way not to pay the taxes. We know that here. So again, those are the things, but we don't have to deliberate on those here, but we have to find a way of how does this, and if that is the assumption that if the problem is a monetary one, that is the assumption that you're making. And I agree to some extent that is true or holds true, but taxation can be a bit tricky.
great job
Absolutely.
to our few presenters, Mr. Musa, Mr. Carter. We're very appreciative of your presentation. Of course, serve as the basis for further engagement on public school funding. That can be a whole conference focus in the coming year. And because we're running past time, we're going to quickly. So to Prof. Reeves and Mr. G, we beg you, we have to move on. We're gonna go on to theme 3, data mining and decision making in public education. We beg you, we'll come back to that point maybe in subsequent sessions. But we'd like to turn the floor over to Dr. Toba, Professor Goya, and Mr. Krenga. Thank you, guys.
Terrence, are you there?
He's here, he's there. I'm gonna make you guys, you.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I think CC side might be leaving, so I'm not sure whether he's still on.
He's still there?
I'm right here, Doc.
Oh, okay. I see you. Okay. All right.
Si you get trials, though, that beer there will back up my beer, man, will pull it though.
That's progressive beer, and I think Saulo knows about it.
I know, right? But Saulo doesn't have one, so he knows about it, but doesn't ascribe to it, maybe.
All right. I like the approach of this team. It's a joint presentation.
Yep, mathematician, make it simple, my man.
So Terrence, take it from there.
All right. Okay. Hi to everybody. Well, this is the presentation that is concerned with data, use of data to improve accountability in Liberian education. So you have 3 presenters. On the next slide, we'll give a short blurb about ourselves. Some of us might have done it earlier on in the program. So you have Dr. Chris Tukpa, you have Mr. Sisi Goya, and yours truly, Mr. Terrence Krenga.
Terrence, real quick, Doctor, can you remove that? There's a pop-up on the screen that says turn on something about it give subtitles a try, because that's interfering with whoever's sharing. Is that Chris that's sharing?
Yeah, Chris, you might want to move your cursor. I think it's highlighted something underneath there.
There was something that said turn on subtitles.
Oh,
give
I'm
subtitles
sorry.
a try.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. So I guess our intention here is to run through the slide presentation so that we buy time for the Q&A, right? Since our ultimate goal is to go through this in 30 minutes. We can control what how the Q&A is going to go, but we'll try to go through this as fast as possible and buy some time, maybe about 10 minutes or so for Q&A, and then see if we can stick to the 30 minutes 30 minutes presentation that was allocated for us. So since I'm already talking, right, the next slide says a little bit about us. I will talk about myself, and then I'll turn it over to the other 2 presentations to talk about themselves. So my name is Terrence Krenga. I've always been a math teacher since 1989. I got invited to teach at the university as a teaching assistant. And then I was able to also serve in Liberian high schools and other universities like St. Patrick's High School, St. Teresa's Convent, former Stella Marie's. And then my first degree is in math and physics, right? My advanced degree is in education, emphasis instructional technology. Since then, I came to the States, right, and I went back to teaching in 2007, and I've been teaching math since then. Now I'm at the Montgomery County Public Schools, situated in Maryland, USA. My last line says that I have a power for people's empowerment through strong organizational leadership. So we have a saying in Liberia that the fish gets rotten from the head, and so I feel if the head is solid, your full body will be solid as well. So that's me there.
And I think I come next. So I'm going to be brief about mine. Well, I'm CZ Goya. I am from Zolo County. I tell people that the last time I took a math class in Liberia was in high school. And when I came to the United States, I tested so well that at Texas Tech University, I got placed in calculus 2. So Liberia indeed has had a very strong public education system. And I'm very proud product of that. My undergraduate degrees are in mathematics and electrical engineering. I do have advanced degrees in mathematics and education. I have been a teacher here in Minnesota for the last 13 years, what I've been at a high school and at a community college. I did serve as the chair on rewriting the math standards for the state of Minnesota and writing the graduation required test, which is almost like the WASC exam. So we call that the Minnesota Comprehensive Exam. Currently, for the past 3 years, I've been serving as the director of mathematics and sciences, where I oversee all things mathematics, K-12, all things science and physical education and health education, kindergarten through 12th grade.
Okay, my name is Chris Tokpa, and I'm the Associate Vice President for Institutional Effectiveness at Delaware County Community College. Like Terrence, my background is in math and physics. My bachelor's is in math with emphasis in physics. And my master's is in information systems, and I did a PhD in research and statistics. I also do some consulting work in Liberia, where I have provided some support to organizations, including USAID, World Bank, and others.
All right, so moving on to the third slide. So what are we going to cover in this presentation? You know, in line with the theme and the title, right? We'll be talking basically about 4 things: the importance of using data for decision making. What do we consider the measures of quality in education? How can we use what we already have? What are the challenges? What are the benefits? And we will then end with some questions for all of us to wrestle with regarding all that we would have presented. So why use data? Why use data? Basically, data, you know, helps us to ground our hunches in reality. In other words, oftentimes, right, people say, you know, it's a hunch, you know, I just feel it in my stomach, and I just feel that, you know, this content needs more than this content, or this school needs more than this school, or this school is better. But data actually reduces all the guesswork, you know, and it helps policymakers, right, to really make informed decisions. And with data, right, you get to see what the data is saying. The data will speak to you, and then you can target your resources where they are needed most. So it's not only education, but anything else, even if it has to do with healthcare or even the educations. I mean, the healthcare, the public sector, like public administration, civics education, just anything you can think about. Also, right, based on data, right, you get to measure, right, the impact of your investment. So you invest in education and you collect data, and then you see what are your investment, you know, what's actually performing, what it should have performed. And if not, right, you can then course correct, you know, what isn't working. Also, right, when data is shared, especially when it's shared publicly, right, you know, it builds public trust in transparency. You know, everybody gets to understand that this money is not going over there because somebody has an interest. You know, somebody has an interest. It's not because it's the president's county or it's the speaker of the house or district. You know, you get to see, right, that the data gives reason for the investment or the decisions that are made. Not only that, right, those who are analyzing the data, right, they can see a trend, and based on the trend, right, they can forecast and say, listen, man, based on what we've done here and the trend of the data, we can expect that this is what is going to happen in 1 or 2 or 3 years. And then using that, you know, they can prepare for tomorrow's challenges as opposed to let things break down and then before they try to fix it. We also say it fuels accountability, you know, and continuous learning. So again, with data, right, you know, the Ministry of Education is making decisions based on data. So when you get in a meeting and you use the data to make decision, right? If it doesn't work, right, you learn and then you course correct, you change directions and you do it a different way. So nobody is accusing anybody of having done it the wrong way. You said, listen, we all saw the data as a group. We agreed that this is what we'll do going forward. So everybody's accountable for the policies and the decision that the government would make. Now, my last slide really talks about how do we measure quality, right? How do we measure quality? For now in Liberia, the biggest benchmark, or it seems to be the only benchmark we're really using, right, is our standardized test scores, right, and passing rate. The WACC, uh, and then I mean, somebody has mentioned other presentations that unfortunately the report card that should be a benchmark as well. Sometimes even teachers don't recognize the value of the data they put on the report card, not to mention parents. Some parents are concerned about the amount of red marks on the report card as opposed to consistently looking at first, second, and third period and see if their child is either maintaining their average in mathematics or the sciences or English, or they got worse, and then you want to know why did you get worse, right? First period you made an 85, second period you made a 67, what really happened? So end of exams also tend to measure the quality of our education, but we'll also need to take into account, right, attendance, right? Uh, the facilities, and we've again in other presentations that have mentioned it, the level of teachers, the teacher qualification, right, and student survey as well. Most of the time, oftentimes, like in tertiary institutions as well as secondary institutions, right, you'll have student survey, and students will really see, how they feel about a particular teacher in the presentation, how they feel about the overall school climate and stuff like that. And I dare to say we don't really do that. I don't know of us doing that in Liberia to really collect data regarding quality of teaching, climate of schools and stuff like that. Okay, last point I'll make, and then I'll turn it over to other presenters, is attendance and chronic absenteeism, right? So we see that kids don't perform well, and then we may not look at the data to say, but this man missed 50% of the class. If you're not in class, right, you're not learning. Okay. One of the things I wanted to add to this piece as well, right, that we may not have added there as well, is also chronic teachers as an absenteeism. This speaks more about students not being in class. Oftentimes, if this was a presentation for an American audience, right, you will more talk about students absenteeism because there's such a professional monitoring system in place that teachers wouldn't just miss class, anytime, anyhow. But unfortunately, we have to speak to this as well in Liberia, that teachers absenteeism could be a problem also for students learning. So again, data to track, how many days a student missed class, and then so somebody spoke about solving the actual problem. The problem is not maybe the capacity of the students to learn or the inability of the school to present quality education, but if your child is not in class, your child is not learning. So we can then, look at specific challenges of students as opposed to a one size fits all analysis of the situation. So I'll turn it over to I believe it's Dr. Chris.
Yeah. All right. Terrence alluded to several different measures of quality. And the fact of the matter is that we don't have those measures available. So the question that comes to mind is, can we begin to use what we currently have as a way to start, and I use the word start, the process of gauging quality education in Liberia, just as a start, because we can add other things in later. Now, if you look at our Education Act, the Reform Act that is currently in place, you will see that it gives the Ministry of Education broad discretion and authority to inspect schools and to measure quality and to also use the WAEC results, that is the WASI, West African Examination Council results, as a means of evaluating students' performance. What I did was that I went back to look for results over the last 10 years, and I stand corrected, but I was unable to find any information of a school that was closed solely due to poor performance. I saw schools being shut down because of unsafe condition, or maybe they didn't have they didn't register with the Ministry of Education, or they have poor infrastructure. But even in schools where all of the students continue to fail these exams at a national level, there has been nothing done to them. So this makes us to wonder whether there is a way that we can begin to look at the results from the West African Examination Council as a way to gauge the initial temperature of school performance. And what we are recommending is that to minimize bias, because students will have you could have one bias where a school is not performing well. But if we look at performance over, say, 3 to 5 years, I sort of think it gives us an idea on how well that school might be doing. If we could do this, we could rank schools based on their performance using several different type of characteristics. For example, we could look at it by gender, we could look at it by county, we could look at it by district, we could look at it by subject, we could look at it by school type, and make this information visible to stakeholders. That's what we are recommending. The question is, one will ask is, can this be done? Actually, it can be done because I've had access to some of the WIAC data, and all the things that we stated in here, we've been able to manipulate the data to gather those variables, so it can be done. Now, we know that there are challenges when it comes to WIAC. The challenges that we hear rumors that students are cheating on the exam, and this affects public confidence. And we also need to take steps to provide training for proctors and to improve the selection process, and maybe go as far as taking to court individuals who may be out there and doing all of the wrong things. So those are the challenges. But if we can look at these challenges and then look at the actual performance, now I can tell you this: I've seen the WIAC results. If students are cheating and we are getting these results, I don't want to see when they are not cheating, because the results are extremely poor. Now, what would be the benefits? Of course, we talk about using data, and that will help us to look at things like improving accountability, because if we can use the data and rank these schools, we talk about a lack of resources. This helps us to begin to target our resources. So if we look at schools that may be lagging behind, maybe in certain counties and in the lower half, and we have a limited amount of resources, maybe these are the schools where we are taking teachers from, we are providing training, we are providing updates, we're doing all of these kinds of things. It will be very, very helpful for us, because right now we take a holistic approach. If we're doing a teacher workshop, we call everybody and we bring everyone together, even those who don't need it. So that helps us to be able to use our resources in a wiser way. Informed decision making, well, when we have these kinds of information now that we rank these schools and we know all of these pieces of information, we now have the information in terms of allocating resources and pinpointing exactly where the strengths and where the weaknesses are. CC, I think you take it from here.
Yeah, I take it from here. So I want to begin by saying that Liberia, according to my own story, has had very talented educators. We've had very smart people in the classroom for many, many years. And I want to just pay respect and honor to them before I start to say what I'm about to say. Data is a story. We do not lack for enough data to make decisions in education, like Dr. Topa has spoken about the West African Examination Council data. I think where we have a problem is telling the story of what the data is telling us. And so for me, one of the benefits I see for the results being public is just transparency and motivation. Transparency, not as in teachers are hiding something, but transparency as in our consumers, the parents, the caregivers, and the students can be able to look at schools and see which schools are struggling and which schools they want to intentionally put their children in. But it's also a motivating factor because we Liberians, we're very competitive. If one school is beating me and another school is always leading me, I want to be on top, right? I want to see what's happening in there. And as district administration officers, DEOs, I also want to see what's happening in that particular school. What are the conditions that are set in the schools that are doing so well that we can replicate in the schools that aren't doing so well? So I think data tells that story. The other reason that I think utilizing data and talking about what happens is just the benefit of feedback and collaboration. I lead over 80 plus schools. Just within my own consortium of schools, we look at what schools are doing well and which schools are not doing so well. And we are connecting teachers and principals in schools that are doing really, really well and schools that are struggling. And we're looking at how can we have that feedback loop where I'm connecting struggling schools with schools that are excelling, and we are sharing the research, and we're sharing what are the conditions that are making my students to do very, very well.
Best
And so
practices.
say that again.
I thought I was muted. I'm sorry. I was saying best practices. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, best practices, sharing best practices, because what seems to happen quite often is that there are some schools that are really, really doing well, and then there are some schools we negatively refer to as college graduate. But we're keeping those college graduate schools. We're not connecting them. We're not creating an opportunity for them to learn best practices of what's happening at the other sites. The next thing is, look, every human being likes to be recognized. And quite often when we talk about education in Liberia, we tend to talk about the things that aren't happening, the bad things, the opportunities for growth. But I think one thing that got started quite recently is this recognition of national teachers. People are winning awards for being best teachers. I don't know if it started under President Weah, but I know it got highlighted a lot under President Weah. And having teachers being highlighted for being best practice teachers, having schools being highlighted for being best practice schools. Everybody want their name to be called. I remember when I was in Cathedral, we used to put up the list of honor roll students who will be there looking for who went on the roll. I think having those systems in place where we are actually celebrating and recognizing schools and teachers that are doing really, really well, and not just leaving it there, but going to those places and asking those administrators, those district educational officers and the county educational officers to say, what are the conditions? What did you do to get to this place? How can our other schools learn from them? I think it's a great thing, and that goes a long way. Now, I just want us, because I need us to save some time, I wanted to go to the very last slide that I have here, which is just slide number 16, because when we come to these things, we want to come with a mindset that we don't know everything, but we want to see, where are our blind spots? So what are some questions to ponder? Right? For example, should teacher licensing be created and tied to performance? Right? Now, would that be a fair measure, or would it just be punitive, right? We're talking about whipping students are being punitive. Do we want to be very punitive in the way we hold teachers accountable, right? What are we thinking about, linking pay and promotion to student scores? I know we've had those arguments in the U.S. It would not fly in the U.S. as much, but what would that look like? Would that improve, or would that create unintended pressure and unintended consequences on our educational system? I'm looking at my brother Zawodu smiling, because I would really want to hear from you, because you've led an educational system in Liberia. And another thing is, when we look at providing student unique ID, where we can track students, and I think my brother Krenga spoke about that, where right now when you take the West African Examination Council in 6th grade, in 9th grade, and in 12th grade, between primary to 6th grade, we don't have a national way of tracking just in time, giving assessment that can serve as screeners, where my teachers can be able to say, well, here's what my students are telling me before we get to the national exam. As it is right now, the national exam is an autopsy. We say what you didn't know in 9th grade, what you didn't know, and so you can't graduate, right? But in the intervening years, where do we have that prescription? Where do we have those screeners data that will help our teachers, help our scholars to be able to make sure that the WASP result, when it comes out, we're doing really, really well. And additionally, can we expand rankings to include elementary and junior high schools? And, I'm one person who I've led a large school district, so you don't want to just take something and say, everybody go do it. And as an engineer, you want to make sure you have stuff in the lab and you test it. How can we pilot these ideas to a few schools, maybe one school district, and just see how that works out? And so I wanted to stop here. And if I spoke really fast, I apologize. But we in our planning section wanted to make sure we allow for time because we know this is critical. We collect a lot of data in our lifetime, but we don't use it. How can we really tell the story that the data is telling us? How can we use that story to improve teacher practice, teacher effectiveness, and our student outcome? Thank you.
Thank you so much, the group on data and technology. Because you've done a fantastic job. You've given us more room, more food for thought. And there are lots and lots and lots of questions. I see Professor Zaulo's hands up, a mathematician like you guys. Many others are up. I mean, I got my own questions to ask. I will go first since I'm the one controlling the mic.
I mean, that's cheating, man. That's cheating.
Man, you can't make me to leave. I'll leave.
This is acceptable conflict of interest. Yes. But here's my concern, and I think it's for all three of you guys. But one of the areas of measures, performance measures, that we've heard about that's pretty, pervasive across is the WIAC. But are there other measures that we could use to inform on performance over time? I've always had this fetish of comparing the WIAC results to the LU results and doing what you call an atomized audit to categorize areas in which students are strong and students are weak, and then investigating the basis for the weakness. So, we haven't been able to connect WIAC and other entrance results. And I say this within the context of high school leavers and college matriculation, and that can scale up to other areas. Even the ninth grade, and I believe is the third grade. Does WIAC test for third grade? Yeah, in those areas. How are we comparing those data as a basis for performance measurement? But before my question is answered, Dr. Stevens would like to take leave of us. So if we could just give her a few minutes to give us her parting comments. You guys don't mind? Dr. Stevens?
Again, thank you for the opportunity. I've listened to a lot of presenters, the panelists, and I believe in our beautiful English.
I said that.
Huh?
Don't blame politics with us here. Don't blame politics with us here, please.
Politics, I bring in some fun in it. We've all come into a straight jacket about the educational system of Liberia that I see. We have a lot of experts here. We have a lot of knowledgeable people here, but from my heart, let me go into Kolokwa Lepe. We're forgetting the mindset. So Dr. Zawolo, I just got into this position, but I've heard some great things about you. And I would like for us to talk one-on-one about the MCSS a little bit. I'll meet with you. I will get in touch with you.
Good move.
And just a little example about this mindset. Sorry?
You were saying they wanted to see your
Okay.
face so they don't pass by you on the street and don't
Oh,
embarrass
okay,
you.
sure. No problem. There's one beautiful face.
You see?
With a beautiful English too.
I've
That's
seen
a beautiful
I've seen Dr. Steve a lot. So
For the beautiful English. You think about the mindset here. For me, how do we fix that? Just a just a little example. I come into MCSS, I haven't been there fully 2 weeks, but I see the children's uniform, like just the basic uniform. Some of the kids have to hold up their skirts to go to school. They don't have enough shoes, quite the right kind of shoes. And I'm saying, and I said in one of the meetings, I mentioned, we need to get just somebody who would just speak about or a good designing house just to pay attention to the uniforms in Liberia. I mean, MCSS, because I'm a fashion designer, my background as well. And I know quality. And you know what one of the staff said to me? The individual came to me and said, Dr. Stevens, that is a great idea. But trust me, you will get out of here if you even try to change the system just for the children's education. I mean, uniforms. I know we're talking about all these great things, which is good, and the diaspora wants to help. I hear him talk about human capacity. What about these parents who, at the end of the day, they want their children to have good education? Because somebody mentioned that parents want to see their children educated, and that is so true. But do you know what it takes for that parent to go in the class, to go try, like I said, sell her products all day? The father is probably what is the name? Security guard somewhere. He has to stay up all night. He's just a mere laborer trying to do these things for his children. And at the end of the day, we have, just for example, in the public school arena, junior high to pay $600. And that parent is prepared to pay that $600 for his daughter, his son to attend the public school. But by the time they get in there, and the principal telling them, oh, you got to pay this much here. You got to pay $300 for the activity for what some of the things they told me. You have to pay $300 extra for writing a test. If you wanted a test, so we have to address some of these little, maybe we think about it as little, but they're significant. It's significant. So I admire you all. I believe in you all. But for me, my thing is, if we begin a vigorous program, like somebody talked about Bloom's taxonomy, and just deviating from that, I just taught a course, child development at the tertiary level at AME University. Those students in that college of education, they didn't even know what I call Bloom's taxonomy. They had never heard of it. They had never heard of it. So I admire you all for all of these things, but let us take one thing, work on it, see how it's implemented. And then Liberia, we have a bad habit of implementation. So Dr. Williams, I admire you. I finally met you, and you have a great idea putting all of this stuff together. I admire all of you.
But there's some things we need to hold one thing, let's see how it will progress. And then we do another thing, see how that will go. But if we take it into a big chunk, trust me, we'll go nowhere. Early childhood education for Liberia right now is the way to go. If we get a darn good early childhood education curriculum, Julia talked about curriculum conference. I'm not saying we should forget about the other grades, but let's solidify that beginning of education. I'll soon leave you all because I know you have a lot to do. I've been checking things. Another one, y'all talk about religion and all like that, putting it in the curriculum. What has that got to do with me? I don't want to know about Baha'i faith. I don't care. That should be my individual thing with my parents. Nothing is wrong with that. For me, even if they take religious education out of school, that's fine. It should be somebody's individual thing. The other thing is, in alignment with the ECE program and the other thing, we start the curriculum, start introducing this entrepreneurship into it slowly. Let the children at that level know what it is to be a doctor, what it is to be an engineer, what it is to be a nurse. You know, little by little, teach them. Then they will grow up with that attitude. Because for me right now, we have children who are 25 years old in 10th grade. I admire you all again, like I said, but let's take one thing, focus on it, get it going. We talk about funds management, and because one of the things, again, the report card, I would like to pay attention to that. Those are things that we need, I believe, to focus on. And once we can find one thing, focus on it, perfect it, implement it, test it, monitor it, then we take another chunk. That's my appeal to the diaspora project, whatever it is. Before I end, we talk about WAS program. I did a couple of years ago, I started to do, I had 2 cohorts, 5 students per cohort, 5 or 6. And the entire, my 2 cohorts passed the WAS exam, all subjects. Why? Because every Saturday, I had those children, we had teachers, they were teachers. We had teachers that took the WAS, the curriculum there, and infused it with extra English, extra math, extra science, and open up the students' minds to understand. We had students, teachers that would come, we had them online. We set up an online program and work with those students. Every Saturday, they were willing to bring the internet. We'd spend an hour. And those children did beautifully. They passed. They're all in college. Some of them, this is their last year graduating from college, and they've done exceptionally well in the different colleges. Cottonton, AMEU. So let's take one thing. That's my prayer. That's my plea. Let's take one thing, perfect it, implement it, monitor it, and see, because in that way we can test and get the data we need to continue to help Liberia. I've been here 14 years, so I can say with consistency
what I see. I lived in the States for 30 something years before I came to Liberia. And I know I've just worked different areas. They introduced that scripted reading curriculum here in scripted reading curriculum here in Liberia, which went nowhere. Our teachers need to be encouraged. Some of them, a lot of them want to learn as well. But a lot of them begin to look at it as just another job. So they go from place because they hardly make anything. They have to feed their families. So thank you so much. I hope you all will listen and will come up with some strategy or one strategy, focus on it, and go forward. Thank you very much for listening to me and giving me the time to say my heart's cry. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Stevens. We're honored to
Thank you,
have
Dr.
you
Stevens.
with us, and we look forward to further engagements. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, time is far spent. We will take two questions, Dr. Bleedy and Mr. Smith, and then we'll call it. We'll go for our second break. That will be our lunch break, while we reformulate our agenda, because as it is, we've already gone into our lunch. So please, Dr. Stemp and Mr. Smith, I'm going to hold on to the two organizers. So please hold your comments. Yeah, we can address it later if you don't
But
mind.
Dr.
Please.
Williams, Dr.
Yes,
Williams, you may have forgotten you asked a question before you allow Dr. Stevens to speak.
Exactly.
You don't want to comment on that question?
You in your response, you can when respond to Dr. Bleedy, you can infuse that.
Oh, man, you heard that one here, man. Too many things we gotta write down all, my man.
My man, young man.
Yeah.
No, Dr. Bleedy, you probably, man, we'll talk later. Let me tell you now.
Yep.
Yeah, you from Harper, my wife from Harper, from Maryland, we'll talk.
Okay, yeah, I know Tagmito.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead, Dr. Bleedy.
I just want to make a comment regarding the mindset. For the past 15 years, I've been going back and forth in Liberia, and I have a school in Harper, as I said earlier. And what I started, very basic, as Dr. Stevens was saying. First thing is punctuality. Teachers being punctual. And I have the system in place that when you are absent, because when you come in, you have to you have to go and sign in. And after a certain time, you get penalized for being absent so many times without excuse, without tangible reasons. And that punishment is we will take $5 from your salary. If you really take this job serious, you have to be on time. Number two, dress code. You can't come to school wearing slippers. You as a teacher, you can't come to school with a hair tie on just like you're going to sell oil in the market. Please dress properly because you don't know who is coming to the school. I have parents. I have students who are on scholarships. I have scholarship program from my colleagues in the States, and they sponsor students over there. And I also tell the parents whose children are being sponsored, you have to volunteer an hour every semester, just a semester. Come to the school and help for 1 hour, volunteer, because now somebody is paying your child's school fees. Now, those are little steps that where I'm coming from is that you have to learn to give back. And we also have to learn to be what? Honest. And so in our civic education program, we have teaching children about integrity, teaching children about, the effect of lying. For example, you send a child to go buy something for you. When that child comes back, he doesn't want to give you a change. You have to ask for it. No, give me my change and let me decide on what I do with it. And so we break it down to the local community and start looking at the mindset of the people. We have to start from the adults and then we move on to the children from kindergarten onwards. And so as Dr. Stevens says, we start with small things and then we'll build it up. That's the comment I wanted to make.
Thank you, Dr. Bleedy. We appreciate your comment, Mr. Smith.
Yes, Dr. Williams, and to all of the presenters today, I really want to thank you. The information that you shared today, the statistical information that's just so gripping for Liberia. I had the opportunity to speak at an event in Pennsylvania, launching a program that was providing education to girls in Liberia, and they consider it breaking down the barriers, the disparity between, the boy child and the girl child. But just researching and the statistics that I've found were just so alarming that when you look at Liberia and the primary school system, the challenges that are there are just so widespread. If you look at enrollment and the completion rate, the net enrollment for primary education, according to Democracy Watch, the 2022, between 2022 and 23, it improved, right? The enrollment improved from like 43% to 46%. But the completion rate was just so bad, was just 18%. And I said, why? So the drop-off rate of students who were getting in school was just so high. And then the other statistic that most of the presenters talked about today that I think is very important is that teachers' qualification, like 36% or even less of primary teachers lack the formal qualification that are necessary for impacting the quality of knowledge in our students. So just for the last presentation that was done by Sisi, Kringat, on the data use is so vital to what we want to do. And I think and hope that this process will actually move from beyond the conferencing to beyond strategizing to kind of address some of these concerns. But one of the questions that I wanted to ask, and perhaps Isaac, who explains that he has been involved with the school system, was how is the education data currently being collected? And how reliable is it for, making any kind of informed decision? How is the student performance data being used to shape any kind of a national policy or even curriculum development? And one of the things that was Zizi, who spoke last, mentioned, and it's very important, is recognizing these institutions that are doing well, and then reaching out and finding what's happening, what are you doing that making the difference. And when he mentioned that, I say, this is an excellent place for us to begin to see how we can grow from within using the experiences of other institutions and what have you. The other problem is, in our Liberian society, when you know something, you don't want to show anybody. You won't be the only tailor in the town. So everybody comes to you. So the question is, how can we get these institutions to be willing, or just maybe the concern of the willingness of institutions to be able to share what it is that they are doing for other institutions to tap into and move forward? Or do they want to be the guys with the bright lights in the sky and everybody looking up to them, and so they don't want to share? So I know there will be some challenges in that area, but I think that's one of the ways that we can use the experiences to shape the direction of our engagement in there. I think this has been an excellent moment, and I really will want to encourage all of us who have this dire interest in seeing education improve in Liberia, move from the conferencing to maybe strategizing on the little steps and making sure that those little steps work and then we're moving forward. But I just wanted to add. So Dr. Zalo, we keep saying Dr. Zalo, so I hope it's on the way. Can you, if you can respond to that, that would be great. I mean, if there is any way that the education data is currently being collected, and what is it being used for, or how are they using it in any way, form, or fashion to assist the growth of the educational system? Thank you, man.
All right. So I
And
know that Prof. Reeves did put in a response, but the MCSS head has left already. Dr. Reeves, Prof. Reeves, she's left already, but maybe one of us in the room can address it as well. So, Terrence,
No, she's still here. Dr. Reese is still here.
no. I said Dr. Reeves placed a comment in the chat
okay, let me see it.
on the MCSS director.
Yeah.
So maybe
She said, as director, what have you?
what her priorities are, but she's left
Okay,
already.
yeah, but she left already. But I don't know. But
Yeah. Listen, I think that question is for the woman personally. I don't know who
Yeah.
can speak to it, really.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So you ready for us now to start responding?
Yes, sir. Please.
Dr. Williams. Okay.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, you had asked about. Yeah, you had asked about data collected prior to students taking wax seed and LU entrance, and you're talking about that item by item forensic audit, right, of Waxy versus LU entrance. I want to speak, and then I can ask some of my colleagues to add to it as well, because in our preparation for this presentation, we just talk around as well. In the American system, at least in my school system, every year we have a series of exams called MAPS, M-A-P. M as in Mary, A-P as in Precious. Measure of academic progress. So you have a MAP M, MAP for mathematics, MAP for reading, MAP M, MAP R. And just as the name implies, right, that is the idea, you know what I mean? So every year in just about every class, I'm not sure about kindergarten, but as far as I know, for my younger kids, right, every quarter for that matter, right, you'll have the kids take map M and then map R, to see how they are progressing, to say yes compared to and then that data will be shared. When you get your data as a student, you see how you compare to your school performance, how you compare to the overall county performance. And the same thing, we're talking about data collection and comparison. So you say, oh my God, man, compared to my school, right? Man, I'm one of the poor performers compared to the county, man. Our school compared to the county didn't do so well. But at the end of the day, right, there has to be systematic assessment that would then give you the information, like Sissy says, tell you the story. Now listen, man, you couldn't reach the sixth grade, but you know the person can't spell newspaper. I mean, you reach way sixth grade. You will know long beforehand that in second grade or third grade, whatever newspaper is supposed to be learned, right? You don't know how to spell it. Second thing is which goes to the actual teachers training and teachers development, because even long before you even take the MAP exams, teachers should be trained to give formative assessments. That should be, let me just speak to math, right? Before the kids take you're giving several major tests during the period, and then
the man gone muted room.
We've lost you, Terrence. The audio is out.
Hello?
Yeah, now you're back.
Okay, sorry. So yeah, sorry. Saulo, man, that sounded true, man. You made me scared just now, man. I didn't know what it meant, my man.
You sounded that true.
Yeah, but your ear this, I don't even know.
Look at that. I mean, I'm not hearing you.
Okay, yeah. But anyway, so in short, right? So I let my colleagues speak. Listen, the thing is more involved than just, because it has to be working your way backward. How do we get to taking that major exam called WAXI? What exams do we take before then? What happens in the classroom that prepares kids to do well in the period exam, learn the period exam through formative assessments, right? And then semester exams, I see Saulo laughing, maybe he tried all of that. He didn't work in Liberia, but he can speak more to it. So you get your period exams, you get semester exams, then you pass the grade, then by the time you get to WAXI, right, you've demonstrated that you learned the thing. But you would know beforehand that the child didn't learn the thing. We get work to WAXI, and the whole school, the whole nation feel like 1 year, the whole nation feel WAXI. I mean, the whole nation? What? I leave it there, right? I leave it the other.
So real quick, I have to jump into another educational talking thing about Liberia, but this is about discipline. Zauri will love it, but it's a different place. I got to run there. But let me say real quick, right, to the question I was asked. It is difficult, even here in America, where when you're leading schools, the state gives assessment to check for knowledge at certain intervals, right? In Minnesota, 3rd grade, 6th grade, 9th grade, math, science, literature. So my science students, for example, we test them in 3rd grade, in 6th grade. They don't take anything until they get to 9th grade. I, as an administrator, have been pulling my hair because my science teachers are saying, we don't know what the kids don't know. Like they take this one thing and then they don't take it for 3 more years and we don't have a way of gauging. So every school district, like mine, what we're doing is we're making sure we're creating assessments, summative assessments. And then we're giving screeners, right? Diagnostic screeners, where you get to know where the gaps are. Because a lot of our students come to us, especially in mathematics, they're 3, 4, 5 years behind grade level in these United States. So you have to be able to give those screeners, those diagnoses, and say, here's where your kids are behind. And how do I then empower my teachers to have intervention, to intervene just in time to get those kids ready to graduate? Because if you're teaching 8th grade, you have a kid that's at a math level in 3rd grade, and they have to start taking high school level credit-bearing courses the next year. That is difficult. So you have to have a detailed plan on how that works out. But if you don't have those things where teachers are coming back together and looking at their data and actually digging deeper, because I think one of the things we do a disservice with the WAX data is we look at it and say the other school that can't graduate, we're done with it. A bunch of other schools fail, we boo students, we shame students, we go, right? But instead of looking at the data and say, okay, is this data telling me that at school A, this is as a result of lack of students' involvement, as a result of absenteeism? At school B, is this as a result of teacher preparedness and access to curriculum? At school D, is this just an issue of social emotional learning and parental involvement? Like, we have to be able to go there deeper and provide individual prescriptions to individual schools and school districts about what do we see, what is your data saying, what are the conditions that need to be addressed. And then to Dr. Williams' point, looking at the LU entrance, our folks take LU entrance, 2% pass, and we've seen the children, they gave these graduation speeches where the English is just completely off. They go viral for it, we laugh at them, but we don't go back to reflect on us and say, this is our children crying out that our educational system is not serving them well. What is the gap between the high school graduation and LU entrance? How can we address that? Is the LU entrance aligned to the nation's curriculum requirements? If not, then we need to fix that, right? So and I want for my brothers, I wanted to speak before I leave because I really want to hear from him because he has been in the trenches. Last time I taught in Liberia was in 1996. I taught out of school before I left, so I don't have a whole lot of stuff that is based on me life experience. So I really want to hear from him and what that looks like before I leave. Even though I'm only late, but I would love to hear from him.
I don't know whether George will give me a chance to respond. That would be very good and so good of you to be.
Yeah, before that, right, Dr. Chris, you want to say something too, or before we move to
I think
anybody else?
Chris left.
Chris left.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So what's gonna happen is Prof. Zaula is gonna speak, and then we're gonna take a 1-hour break for lunch and reconvene at 3 o'clock.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I know we are all educators here, so we'll be committed to coming back. Not a general Liberian population. You try to
Mama, wait me my
general
good
Liberian
luck,
population.
man. What wrong with you, Mama? Wait my good luck, man. That's
No. I
bad,
said I
man.
took it back. No, Terrence, I took it back. I said
They already did to get back, man. Go, you can go
okay.
in people's brain and suck the
I
information you put there and move on here, man.
I apologize. I just said if it was a general Liberian population, that would be
Respond in 2 minutes.
yeah, I'll go
before we
quickly.
wrap it up.
I have to say this. Look, everything you guys discussed about the data and ZZ, I know you and I had this conversation, and I will be open and frank and very clear, and I respect everybody. Look, we had this conversation off year before, but I will say this to you. Julia could speak for the Ministry of Education. I would speak for the entity that I managed while I was in Liberia. That was my task number one. Data collection. Task number one. I inherited MME department with one person. The coordinator department had one person in it. I expanded it to 5.
You tell what MME means, huh?
A monitoring evaluation. They were responsible for data collection and everything. They had no laptop. They had no typewriter. The person who was there did not have I wanted Dr. Stevens to be here because she could confirm what I'm saying. They don't have even the capacity to use computer. My students here in the US provided assistance that brought in over 50 computers to the MCSS. So then we had to train them. So I augmented the department to 5 persons. I brought one IT person in, I brought an assistant in, and then I had somebody sent to Ghana who acquired a master's degree in educational data statistics. And he came and joined it. And so we had put in place a system for collecting data. So here's what we collected. Yes, here are the things we did. We collected report cards from every school. And let me tell you something. That's tasking. Principals were experiencing pressure because I wanted the data and I was calling them, send the data to me. Or this principal, he just experienced heart attack. Pressure went way up. He's in the hospital. This other registrar, not able to come to work for 2 months just to avoid doing those things. So we began to do it. Then we also took the WIAC report. That's how we were able to find out that MCSS students were not doing very well in the middle school science. And then we brought the principals in. So we were actually collecting data and using it to make informed decisions. But besides that, here's what we did. We also initiated the MCSS system test. So we began to test our students in the 5th grade, in the 8th grade, and in the 11th grade. Those tests were deliberate. Why are we testing the students in the 5th grade? Because in the 6th grade, they take the WIAC. Why are we testing them in the 9th grade? The 8th grade, because in the 9th grade, they will do the WIAC. Why were we testing them in the 11th grade? Because then they will do the WAS. Okay, so we had those 3 tests put in place. And what were they intended to do? We review the results, and then we had to make informed decisions. But the MCSS, like many other institutions in Liberia, has a capacity issue. The people are not accustomed to working that way or to working with data. There are a few people like Julia, Dr. Bolly, and a couple of other people at the Ministry of Education with whom I work that I know understood and appreciated those things. So it's a challenge. The Ministry of Education does school census. Julia will talk about it. I don't want to be saying anything negative, but I know what happens usually when they go on those things. The focus is not the focus that we have here. So it's a big issue. We don't collect data in Liberia. We're not good at it. You go in and you bring it in. There's a challenge. But I think Dr. Stevens will be able to share with you another time that she met something that we left that she can build upon, unlike what we met. We did not meet anything in place for the collection of data and the interpretation of data. So, those are challenges we have in a country. Of course, those are the things you need to make informed decisions. Those are things that we are used to. And I will say this, even prior to getting into the MCSS, I ran 2 schools in Liberia. That was my biggest challenge with my principal. I created a Google spreadsheet and a Google form, document a history of the school on a daily basis, gave me the attendance, gave me the teachers who were present, the teachers who were absent, who were late, the students who were present late, the disciplinary action taken at those different schools. All those things were slowly putting in place within the MCSS. But it's not across the board. It will be a challenge for the people to do it, for example, in Nima County. They might not have the capacity to do it. So, hope we can work together to see. That's an area of opportunity for us. That's a big area of opportunity to help our country, Liberia, to be able to collect the data that we need to be able to make informed decisions, even decide on how much money should government put into education. It's extremely important so that the government will understand the extent of the problem and decide that, look, there is a shortage of teachers. How do we decide that there's a 6,000 teacher shortage in Liberia? Where did that number come from? I believe that it didn't exist. And when I went to the MCSS, I showed that it didn't exist. I had more teachers than I needed, to the extent that I was able to give more than me teachers. And the only way you were able to do it was to do the statistics. You take the number of students, you take the number of teachers, you know that teachers are supposed to teach for 25 periods a week, and then you do the calculation, you will know exactly how many teachers you needed. And then I realized that we had a surplus of almost 100 teachers. So again, those are the challenges we have. And I think some of us did our best to solve it. We had to work with what we had. You all know what I always say. You get into a system, you go to Liberia, you got to show some appreciation for the people. You got to show a lot of respect for them. And you gradually take them from where they are to where you hope they can be. And so, again, thank you. And I hope I answered those questions and concerns for everybody.
All right. Thank you so much. We're gone 6 minutes past 2 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to take a break at this point. The break is intended for an hour. If you don't mind, we trust that you're going to be back at 3 o'clock. We will reconvene. We have 3 breakout sessions. We can go about it in a strategic way. We could provide you the feedback sticky notes for you to go through, put in your inputs. That will shorten our time when we return, and we can do maybe an hour instead of the extended period. So what I can do is that you can look at the agenda, the breakout session, and then just use the sticky notes, put in your inputs, and then we can just meet in plenary and just discuss them, in segments and move on. Is that a workable plan? Because it's been a long day. Thumbs up if that's a workable plan for us all, and then that can be the strategy. I will put it in the chat room, and so there's breakout session 1. I'll put in the link, and so all of us can go in there and look at the agenda while we eat something. We can look at the agenda and just plug in our suggestions. Yeah, so that's breakout session 1. You can download it. Breakout session 2. And then the facilitators themselves, can look at, review those. Yeah, I can review those. So when we get back, we're not here for too long. It has been a long day, but it has been a rewarding day as well.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You see Terrence Finney running away already. He was the one who was saying that I would be negative. Terrence.
Dr. Williams, where do you have these?
In the chat.
Oh, okay.
So in the Zoom chat.
So do you say who goes to 1 or 2?
No. So we're not doing that because of the numbers.
Okay.
You can navigate between them. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we'll come back at 3, right?
We'll come back at 3. Yeah.
The man already gone, in fact.
So we can be.
Yeah, I'm not seeing, Dr. Williams, I'm not seeing where in the chat you have this.
The chat is in your Zoom from your
You're right.
mic to your
Oh,
camera.
okay. I see it. I see it. I see it. I scroll down. I see it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, close.
Yeah.
All right. So that's it, right?
I'm not seeing the program. Which one am I on, Dr. Williams? 1 or 2?
So at this stage, you can put input
Anyway.
in
Oh,
any of
just
the
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't see the rooms now.
But
Have you opened the rooms?
when we come
no,
back,
we're
right?
not
We'll do it
Oh, when
together.
we come back.
when
No,
we
we'll
come
do it
back.
together.
Oh, okay.
We're
Got
doing
you.
all together right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing all together right now. So
Yeah,
the
got
link
you.
you see are actually the rooms.
Okay, got you.
Okay.
Yeah. So the first was breakout 1, breakout 2, breakout 3.
So we're just going to respond to those topics, but we're going to be having only one group because we are not many.
One group, yeah. And then we just present them.
All right, that's good.
All right.
Dr. Williams, can I ask a question?
Yes,
Can we, is there a possibility of creating a session on what my colleagues talked about, financing education or financing gaps? Just a session on that.
We can definitely do that.
And I like Mr. Isaac Zawolo's discussion on M&E. So if we can infuse financing and M&E, I think because if you don't measure it, you cannot change it, and that's my thing. So how M&E and financing. So if we can just have a session on that, and then probably have Mr. Isaac join that group, just to because he has experience on ground to talk about that.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I'm gonna make that session 4.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll put that in the chat room as well.
Sure. Thanks.
All right.
We'll be back full, right? Me.
Yeah, at 3 o'clock.
So you're saying that we as the facilitators need to go in and do what? A summary?
So
Or...
all of us will be participants at this point.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Good.
All
Okay.
of us will be participants at this point.
Right.
Yeah, just to fast forward the process.
Sure. Okay.
All right. Yeah, let's have lunch and then we can reconvene.
Dr. G.
Yes, sir.
For the breakout sessions, I don't know how you might want to divvy it up because then if we come back to plenary, somebody has to just give sort of an overview of the discussion, like the top 3 or 4 points. So if you want to assign people like, okay, I need you to be in group 1, group 2, others can move around, but we need one person to come back with the notes that will bring back to plenary.
Yeah, so your group is the only group without a facilitator. So we probably can ask you and Gabriel, if Gabriel is still on, but you can lead that as well. Since in fact you suggested the addition, you can lead that, but the other groups have facilitators that are present.
Yeah, it's Mr. Zawolo. Is he a facilitator, or is he one of the leaders in one of the groups?
Yeah, but he can definitely join you as well.
Yeah, because I just feel he has a lot of input when it comes to the M&E side.
Yeah.
And yeah, so and again, this is somebody who's bringing from on ground knowledge to the conversation. So I will be happy to. But if he can, I'm happy to just take notes and bring a report back to plenary, or have someone else do it.
No, he would join you guys. He would be more than glad to join you guys. So I'm going to put this in the chat room as well.
All right, that's good.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you guys at 3.
Yes, sir. All right. So I'm going to close the mic and
have to finish this paper. I'm swamped. No one told me college would be so damn.
Just get Grammarly. It's free.
Can it help with what? When you have FiOS, Verizon, you can save over 40% less. Switch to any FiOS home internet plan and save over 40% on your favorite entertainment. Plans start at just $35 a month with no hidden fees or equipment charges. Only on Verizon.
The moment I loved our Subaru Outback most was the moment they walked away from it.
Subaru, more IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand.
And that's why our family will only drive a Subaru.
save when I road trip safely.
Or with USA Save Pilot Miles, I can save when I staycation.
Want to manage your business all in one place? Try Intuit QuickBooks. With key business tools under one roof, you can save time and stay organized with help from AI tools and live experts. Try Intuit QuickBooks.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail, the ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, Samuel, what you ate? You muted.
I'm on diet, though. I didn't eat anything.
Okay.
No, I ate some palm butter.
Look at you.
Yeah, you see that? Yeah. No, I like my African food. When I was in Liberia, you take our people out. They won't call for all these American food. They say, I said, but you know your food over there. I say, I beg you, yeah. I'm a Liberian. So proud of it. I like my Liberian dish. I don't know. If American restaurant were depending on me to make money, they will be broke. Sometimes my wife can drag me there, family members can drag me there, but I go there, I just eat piece of. I mean, no, I'm not just. And I like international food, though. I've been taking into American food as well. When I travel India, Korea, different places, I love to eat food from.
But why you two places?
What about George?
George, I'm talking to. You know technology.
We're not hearing you, Josh.
Technology, it's not easy, man. You know, I don't care for us. I don't care how much we know. The kids know more. So this year I decided to buy for my classes I'm teaching from home. I decided to buy a second monitor so I can watch my students on one monitor and do the presentation on one. And I bought it to set it up. It's a problem. I took it to school to one of my students. He speaks Russian, you know. And so he's like almost like a son to me, son student. He's teaching me how to get it set up. And this is a guy who so hard to get the map. He's asking me, Mr. Z, man, this is so easy. You can't just get it. I told you, I said, nah, just imagine what I could get you to understand basic things. I mean, he was so hard on me teaching me, man. He was not even giving me the break as his teacher. He was screaming at me, wondering why.
The train got no patience.
I know. I told you, I said, you're teaching just like the way the Russians used to teach us when we were over there. I mean, he was
that's it. In every way, they understand the technology. So
yeah,
there was a time why my phone when I ring, right? And I didn't do anything. I didn't touch it to do anything. To switch it on, do not disturb. I didn't know why it was. So my phone wouldn't ring. I started having a problem talking about it. My grandson said, "Oh, Grandpa, bring it. Let me see." He changed the whole thing. He said, "Well, on do not disturb." I said, "How you know on do not disturb? How did you change it?" He said, "I already did it." They don't want to teach you. They'll just grab it and do it for you.
But you see, those are features we don't use.
No.
Use it for whatever reason they're using it. We don't use it.
We don't. And so if it automatically slip there, you wouldn't know, and you don't know how to get back there and change it. That guy changed that thing so quick and fast. I was like, how did you know?
And really, Saulo, you're supposed to be using do not disturb after 8 o'clock.
And you know what? That's one of the problems I have. I don't do it. So my students can contact me on Saturdays, on Sundays, and they themselves, when I talk to them about any class, they say, "Oh, you're supposed to be putting on do not disturb. You're supposed to block your email service on the weekend." I just don't do it. So sometimes, Mr. Z replied to me like 3 a.m. I get on my phone, I get up, and then I see an email coming to me. I just go ahead and reply. So they try to reach me anytime, which is not really good. It's not a good life-work balance.
Yeah, work balance. You need to actually have that time. And I mean, a couple of years back, I will come home, I will bring extra work, trying to go ahead of myself. I said, no, you know what? That's not good. I mean, when you're home, you're home. When you're on the weekend, you're on the weekend. You can't use that time to be doing that other stuff, you know.
Especially so in America, when you die, they replace it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So all reusable.
Oh yeah.
So
They replace you the very next moment.
Yeah. So that people will go to them that if you die, they start advertising the job. Now the library will miss people to town, so there if you feel it, you say, oh yeah, people miss me. So
we're 18 in here, 12, sorry. We can go ahead. Have we jotted down any thoughts in those on the sticky notes?
Yeah, that's some more guy.
Dr. Williams, I think you need to explain clearly what you are doing, so that people have the impression that we are breaking up still.
Oh no, we're not breaking up anymore. We're not breaking up, just to speed
Oh,
up.
God, less than an hour before class.
Yeah.
Just going into those places and just commenting that.
Yeah, just go in there and comment and we'll do the trick. Yeah, so we can take, the first 10, 15 minutes, 10 minutes at least. It's 3:07, so by 3:20,
yeah,
then we can go into discussions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Put it back. Put it back on some. Put it back. Yeah, I'm off. Off. Yeah, I'm at
So what the idea you beyond it in two places.
Yeah, we just put all on one sheet.
I'm talking about
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about a picture on it.
Yeah, but I think I understand why you want to separate it. In fact, I got that.
I can hear you. Because you muted.
Who, me?
No, I'm talking to Dr. Williams.
Yeah, because but he's at two
So,
places.
frankly, I am manipulating the technology here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I got a monitor, I got an
Uh-huh.
extra monitor, and then I got the laptop in front of me.
Yeah, that's the same thing I was trying to do, but that's what I do
Yeah.
now.
So that I can have like I got the agenda open.
Mm-hmm.
And I can do multiple things at the same time. Basically.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just learning, that's all.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we go in, make some comments, and we can then discuss those comments, one or two per section, so that we speed up this exercise. We shouldn't be here more than an hour and a half maximum. You know.
And my thing is not moving. It's not the technology freezing on me yet. So I'm just going to write in my notebook here and then share it. It's not moving.
Dr. Williams, sorry, I just got on. What would you like us to do?
So we're gonna look at the links we placed in there.
Yeah.
And for every breakout room, The links I send are
Okay.
actually the slides, so you can put your comments and suggestions on any of
Okay.
those.
It's
It can be
Perfect.
one, it can be all four. Just
Yeah.
go ahead and do that. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, okay. So we put our comments in that.
On the sticky note, any one of
Okay.
them that's empty. Yeah.
Okay.
Per each section.
Got you.
All right, guys. I'm gonna. I think Isaac is a co-administrator. Okay, I'm gonna leave.
What?
I'm gonna leave you, Isaac, as a co-administrator. You and
Okay.
Fatima. I will leave and come right back. I'm experiencing some glitches.
That's fine. I'll be in. Yeah. I would do it like during COVID-19. When the teacher had a problem, he left the call. One of the students took charge. He refused to allow the teacher back in until he gave him money. I don't know whether you guys saw that on YouTube. Kids are crazy, man. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we have about a few of us, yeah. Mhm. I think George said we could be, Dr. Williams said we could be doing this for another hour, an hour and a half. But I don't think we necessarily have to, because as more and more people just enter their position on it, I think.
Yeah, and then we just do a summary.
Yeah, the next day,
Taking.
yeah, and discuss it. So it shouldn't take.
It shouldn't take long.
I think I've entered sufficient. Once you finish entering sufficient, we all come together and then get it done. Yeah, I think he's back.
Isaac, I forwarded you an email.
Okay.
Please check it for me so we can send it back to him. If we can send it back to him tonight, that's good.
Okay.
If you have any input on it, okay?
Great.
President, I was asking you, this was a Yuliba executive.
All I said is like I sent you an email that was. I didn't say anything else.
That wants to make some money. Or everything that seems like an ad.
You gotta pay for it.
I gotta pay some money, you know? What to do?
I know. You know, the people who are committed are just so few. So the overlap here and there.
Yeah.
You will find some of the same people here overlap in Tottenham High Association, St. Patrick's, St. Mary's, this the other one, that other one, and the county association, the same group of people.
You know, I did a study, Isaac, on Liberians and our associational life.
Yeah.
And I found out on average, just about every other Liberian is at the very minimum in four organizations.
4 organizations.
Crazy.
And imagine, on average, they're paying at least $400 per year for those organizations. When you calculate that, the multiple effect, you know, the cumulative effect of that, that's so much money we take away from our family to keep these organizations going. Then, here's the strange thing. I ask people, I say, do you believe that your organization is yielding the results for which it was founded? 80% of them said no. 80% said no. So the question is, so why are you still there? It's a connection to home.
Yes,
Simply.
and sometimes
I could have. Go ahead, Isaac.
Sometimes it can be a misconception because, I know many organizations we have here got problems. But the assumption of Liberians that somebody just sitting out there hoping to eat all your money, that's so wrong. I investigated a case when I was Secretary General for ULAM in one of the Liberian community organizations. That community could barely raise $700. They accused the president of stealing $40,000. I mean, there's no way he could steal $40,000. And so I go in, I'm being so fair to them, and then they say, oh, that is my friend from Catholic school in Jakarta. I just withdrew my hand from there. I said, do your investigation. Sometimes it's not true. Another thing, but coming that another thing I look at most of the time is that sometimes the money we pay to attend the convention, you pay $1,000. What if we took $500 and just put it into an endowment, and we meet maybe every 2 years or maybe every 3 years or 4? I mean, I'm just
take it to convention.
No, actually,
but I mean, it's a good thing, though.
Saulo, I've studied that over and over. The actual and real cost of these conventions and the benefit is not to the organization. You know who benefits from the organization from those conventions? The hotels. Yeah. Everybody that's flying from different places come and pay $300, $400, $500, stay in the convention, pay for ticket, the airlines, and then we pay convention fee. We complain to pay the $100 for convention fee, but we pay the $300 for the hotel, and we pay, for car rental.
Yeah.
So you rather add your participation that weekend in that particular convention or conference, whatever that gathering is over $600-700. And the $100 that you're paying for convention fee, I think maybe just $30 of that actually going to your organization, because they had to buy food for you. They got all of those things they take care of, because it's part of what you pay for, the package. So whatever is in that package, the T-shirt, the cap, those things are being paid for. When you extract the cost of those things from what you pay for convention, the real benefit to the organization are $25.
Yeah.
So what you're saying make a whole lot of sense. If we can just say, listen, man, for this year, everybody just make a $500 contribution to this organization. we can have an endowment fund that can grow over time to benefit the organization far more. But you see, people value this other thing now. They value the coming together. They value the meeting old friends and just talking about the times that we spent and that can also be de-stressing from everything else that we are involved in. And so it's
I agree.
It's a double-edged sword.
I agree. But I agree, but we got to change our mindset. This is something we start to discuss because we'll help our schools, we'll help this organization more if we're directing most of those money to it than to going to gather.
I just said to you, Mr. Zaolo, take it to plenary.
Yeah, but I think Azaro, we had that conversation before one time ago. Yeah,
we're having that conversation with all the organizations I've been in.
Yeah, but this time I'm asking you to take it to plenary
in Maryland.
In Maryland.
Yeah, you know, I spoke at one bar.
And maybe we just supposed to have in person when we're having elections. Election year, you have in person. The other year, nobody, you're just collecting money.
Yeah, that's the practical solution. All right, so I'm gonna start the recording.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll make some progress. Recording in progress. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So maybe that's the screen. Let me go back to let me pull the slides so we can look at it as a group, look at the suggestions. So do we want to start with group 3?
Group 1?
Yeah.
Just go down.
All right, let me put this out there. So let me make that a slideshow. Can you guys see?
Yeah.
All right. And so maybe a way to go about this is, so this, we can look at one or two, pick out one or two. So let me, this is, so section 4. So break out section 4. We can take a minute and peruse the suggestions. We got section 4. And then encouraging critical thinking, teach students how to think. Okay, so it seemed like
break off section 4 is what? What is it? What's the topic there?
it was about financing.
Okay.
Break out section 4 was about financing.
So yeah, we're looking at financing. So you want us to look at some of the ideas here and maybe
the ideas. Yeah, what stands out?
So which group is this? 1, right?
No, 1 was
4.
This is 4.
It was for financing and technology. I think this group had financing and technology, or data collection, one of them.
So app for collection, that's something that people can look into. That's another opportunity visible. Imposition of luxury tax on allocation of 5% to place of origination.
I put that there. And the point is, like when I was at MCSS, I was suggesting that they impose a restaurant tax or alcohol tax, and that whatever is generated from that goes to the locality. But then the problem would be it will create some inequity because you'll be generating more of that taxes in Monrovia than when they get to Quendima County, it will drop. So
you can put a tax on some of the motion.
And you know, I did a research a few years back too. They don't even have a good statistical system. The Ministry of Commerce is the one that's supposed to know, you know, how much tax, because, you know, like all the businesses, I try to inquire to see, you know, like how much profit the hotels make, for example, or any of those companies that are in the country, how much do they make and how much do they pay in taxes? Nobody really know, you know. But a lot of these guys that work there, they all got and they all got the big boys numbers in their phone, you know. So, but I like you're laughing. But I mean, go talk to any of the guys from Commerce or anywhere, they got these guys' number. But if you ask them how much, because there are billions of dollars that exit our economy every year without accountability. You know, how do you build a system if the you know the finances that are supposed to strengthen the system are just leaving with impunity? You know? So yeah, I hear what you're saying. That's a system here in this country where there is a certain percentage that goes to the community where the business was initiated. You know, so like you know, like the quarter, the division of the city you live in will get certain amount of taxes, you know, going directly to the people in that to do development in that. And you know, that's how the aid system works too, but we don't know that. The aid system, if America is going to give aid to any country, they are going to look to see what kind of business or what kind of profit they are making from that country, and then they will take a certain percentage and return it to that country. And of course, we will be very happy and say, oh, look, the people bringing aid to us. But they are only returning a certain percentage of our profit. It's a good thing, but there are no statistics. How do you know how much taxes are coming from your community? Nobody knows. So how do you do that allocation? It's going to be hard to work without without a data system.
So within the framework of data collection, the economic data as well, that's outside of the control of educational administrators. You know, they don't readily have access, or they're not in control of that data. So that's something that can be looked into as well. Okay. Empowerment and training of principals, registrars, vice principal instructions, all of that.
In terms of data collection, that's what I meant. I put that in there.
Okay.
Data collection.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. All right. Let's look at any questions other than the comments we've just heard.
I do have a question. At the end of this discussion, do you collect some of these ideas and trying to find a way to present them to the various body in the government to, because I think it's one thing that we talk about these things, but another thing to see how, some ways some of these ideas can be implemented, or maybe they will push it back to you to say, okay, we like this idea, go back and go do more research on it, and it can present to us. But the question here is whether this gets presented to I think the Minister of Education is supposed to be on here. I don't know if he was invited, but if not, some of these ideas can be picked up and presented to them. And if they want more research, they can push it back to you to dig more deeper into this.
Most definitely beware.
Mr. Carter, I texted you private text. Take a look at it and respond to it. This is Kennedy G. But I asked Mr. Williams, Dr. Williams, earlier to see if I will have a chance to do a presentation at this conference, but he already, had everything planned. But I hate to keep doing this, but in my book, Generational Shift, it's laid out there what you are proposing. The question you are asking, this chapter 17 talks about, the diaspora and then the people, who are in the country. So, but yes, you are right. We are having a good conference today. It's Saturday morning, 9 o'clock my time, and it's, 2:30 here. Like what kind of, next step is going to come out of this? But more than that, making a proposal to the people, to the government of Liberia, I haven't found it to go too far, to just give them something, because what they want, I think somebody mentioned this earlier, if you have an idea, they want you to have the funding to implement the idea. They're not, it's not in their budget, they're not going to fund it, And so if you are seeking funding from the government, good luck. But if you have the funding to implement it, yes, you can go far, And that's why I was giving the example of Ethiopia, where they have this diaspora bond. It's an autonomous body made up of diasporans who run with the government's backing and the government's full knowledge, but they run it fully. The diaspora community runs it fully because there are vast ethical differences in terms of work ethics, in terms of practices, reporting systems, accountability systems. There's a huge difference between how the diaspora do those things compared to the people who are in the country. So an autonomous diaspora group of people who come together, to do something in their own country with the government's full knowledge, they can pay their taxes, but they don't give it to the government or the people in the country to do it, but they have the chance to implement it themselves. Thank you.
All right, so in direct response to the question, Gabriel, Mr. Carter, is that
you're a little bit far from your microphone. I don't know if I'm the only one.
Am I? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We can hear you, just not as.
Yeah, should be fine now.
All right. So the intent is, first, this conference is about us at this point. It's not about the government. It's about us. We've made efforts to get them in. We've been able to, luckily for us, bring in a few public officials, but it's more about us. And that's the theme says, bridging the distance. We're trying to find a way to connect more closely with the ground, with the landscape. Yeah, we've had the MCSS folks here. We had Education Ministry, an official from the Education Ministry. Julia is here with us. We had the
government
president.
Yeah.
President as well. This was an effort in ensuring that at least they know what we're doing. They've heard. But more so, what can we do on this end? And so a final report is going to emanate from this process. We will share the results with all of us, including the government and those critical people. At the end of the day, we've also had the MCSS woman here. The hope is that a final report like this, you can look in it and say, hey, this is my priority for Reeves' question. This is my priority. How can you people help? And then we're hoping that one of the outcomes of this process is that we see the need to officialize, to organize, and that we can move it concretely as an organization, so that if and whenever they need diaspora engagement and diaspora interaction, they can call a team. They can email us or call us and say, hey, this is our need right now. Hey, we need professional development in Bolswell High School and Detroit High School and San Nicolas High. How can you guys help? What do you guys need? We may not have the money, but we can provide you, like we provide a Breach Academy, we can provide you with a letter, a partnership agreement, an MOU, something of that sort. So this is an effort in that regard. We're not looking to consume 3-4% of the government budget, because it's not going to happen. But it's an effort to let them know we are here. And the expertise they're looking for, we have it. All we need is access. All we need is recognition. Otherwise. Now, for those of us who are individually, all of us are in our own ways contributing to the process in Liberia, in our own ways. And so this is also an effort to open up and broaden our horizon about the other possibilities that are there. All of us are doing some form of initiative on our own. Just last week, I started a computer fundamentals class for one student. But who knows? That could expand to another 50, 20 students. I don't know. But these are individual initiatives that a conference like this is helping to unveil for us. And so, bridging the distance, unveiling the opportunities. Not so much focus on the challenges, because the challenges we already know. We knew it 15, 20, 30 years ago. Those challenges are still there. You know, how can we contribute despite and in spite of the challenges that are there? How can we contribute and contribute very more meaningfully? And that's where the focus is at the current time. Yeah.
Well, okay, if I may come in a little bit, and the reason why I asked this question is because they're supposed to be seeking out these kind of ideas, right? As whether you're the Minister of Education or someone in the education field, like they're supposed to be seeking out these ideas. So people like you, with this kind of panel, they're supposed to be reaching out to you, right? Because you should be assessing, the quality of education we put out, whether the graduate that we put out, they have the requisite job skills to be able to operate in the field. Something that I talked about earlier, how do you create a partnership with the private companies in the country with the universities? So that way, somebody's in, let's say, 11th grade in college, 12th, like, the final year in college, they get some kind of internship, through these private companies and nonprofit organization. That way, what it will be able to do, it would test the skill sets and the rigor of the quality of education we're putting out. If not, the private sector or those nonprofit will inform you. Guess what? The quality of student you're putting out, they don't have the requisite skill sets that are needed for the private sector or the nonprofit sector. These are the things that are missing, and it'll help inform the government now to reform the curriculum to say, this is what the private sector needs. These are the skill set that the private sector needs. How do we tweak the curriculum to that? These are some of the things that the Minister of Education or whoever in that direction is supposed to be looking at. That way they can, consult with you guys and you be able to collaborate and be able to form some kind of partnership to help the education system in Liberia. But the point here is they're supposed to be seeking out, your expertise.
And Gabriel, to your point, that you're absolutely right. And it is because they are not seeking out that this forum is being organized, at least to create that awareness, let them know that this team, this body exists to help in that process. And I think this is the beginning of creating that connection and awareness and of what is available and what they can tap into. Because many times, if we really have to wait for them, it won't happen. And we've seen it in all of our engagement interactions with different organizations and governmental institutions in Liberia, that you have to be looking from the outside in and saying, what are you doing with this before they can get it? What and how can you help? So your point is absolutely right. But because they're not reaching out, this can be an attempt to establish that connection so that they can tap into what is available for their system.
Part of that process can be us too, because we're not as organized as we should be. That is happening. But let's listen to Dr. Tadros. She's a guest invited, by us to be a part of the process. She's from Egypt. She has taught at Mount Sinai University and in Jordan, and now works for Fairfax County. Dr. Tadros?
Yes, I am here. Thanks for giving me the chance to talk today. I just need to participate some stuff about my country. I am from Egypt, and we already have a shortage in our resources, and we are struggling to improve the education like any African country. So we have the same problem in my country. But the government last 10 years, they thought about, they have like a good deal with the businessmen. So they can let the businessmen invest their money for building new schools and improve the education process. On the other hand, the government will reduce the taxes we'll get from these businessmen. So instead of we have like little numbers of public school, and we already cannot provide all the qualifications for the good teachers training, or for or the resources for make like provide a good education for our students. So the new schools were already built by the businessmen. It has all the resources of the like education, and it has like a good model for school provided with the technology tools and all the stuff. So if any other government in Liberia or somewhere, they make the education institutions engaged with the society or engaged with the businessmen, it will be like a good resource for income, and they can improve their education process. They can get money, and they can make like a balance between the money going to in taxes. So instead of all the businessmen pay for taxes, they can invest some of their resources for the school to improve the education process, and the government can reduce their taxes. So it will be like a good relationship, and the education process will be improved by this way. And instead of put on the government that they are responsible to fix all the education and all the school and keep improve all the process, it will be more helpful for the businessmen to be involved and engaged in our society and provide their resources in this way. So it will be like a good idea for apply this idea in different country, even in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yep. Nancy, Dr. Reeves?
Yeah. You know, Dr. Williams, I came to Canada in 2000.
Okay.
And the matching of curriculum with industry demand has been for 25 years since I've been in this country. The fact that we're talking about it now for Liberia, it honestly, we must admit, you know, we can put forth all the good things, but these people need to listen. We can spend all these hours today sitting here and see the same old. They have to be ready to say, look, Dr. Williams and his team and all of those on that conference did a good job and provided us with some recommendation. We need to listen and do that which is right and good. Mr. Carter's presentation, God help me. If the government of Liberia cannot do what Ms. Maria just said, why will you go to poor people to take off their remittance? I mean, it's like beating the dead horse, man. Here is a government that is not even providing job for these people. And the family members here are helping them, and you start to tax the remittance. Then minus what the bank tell us, we end up stealing from the money. No, let's be real. I mean, Fatima, they steal the money literally, you know, and have these people have to give them some of this money. And now we have to tax on it for government officials or whosoever who may just enrich themselves. So, Mr. Carter, I mean, that presentation, great. You got a good idea, but it's too much on the poor suffering people, right? And I really wish those of you here from Liberia take this information back. And that's why I said, Dr. Willett, sit with Bwaka. If you can get to Bwaka, sit with him with these recommendations and see what can be done, because this becomes a total waste of time. And I hope it doesn't be, but I hope something good come out of it.
The day I have to, I'll make sure you're there. I will tell Dr. Conan that you got to be in that meeting.
Can I, is
Oh,
it
yeah,
possible I
I
can
would tell
clarify
them.
something real quick? Is it
Can
just
I
1
would
minute?
tell them the truth.
Yeah. So
Can I take 1 minute to clarify something real quick? So when I was presenting, yeah, quickly, let me 1 minute. When I was presenting, I was rushing because as I said, but maybe I wasn't clear enough. So the remittances fees that I was proposing, it's not on people in Liberia, right? I understand people receiving the money that they're already, you know, they're definitely in need of it. So as I said earlier, here, if you're sending money to Ghana, it's free. Whether it's SendWave or whatever it is, right? In Liberia, it's not the same. We pay a fee here to send money to Liberia. And then when it gets to Liberia, the people locally, they get charged. So what I was proposing is that you cut the fee either on the people in Liberia, and then you take that assets, so we here sending the money can pay the fee. So you don't have to tax those in Liberia additional fees to collect the money. So that's exactly what I was proposing. The other part here quickly, and I will land quickly, is that I don't know if you guys are aware, if you're sending money through wire, Liberia, whether because of the way our system is set up, there's a third party bank that you use. So if I'm here sending money to Liberia, the money goes through Citibank in New York, and then it get routed to whatever bank receiving bank. No other countries in Ghana, in Africa does that. And it's because of way, and there's additional fee for those routing.
Yes.
What I'm proposing, the government can improve the system, cut out those fees, and take those fees and use it as an education war chest, not to tax those in Liberia, but those that are sending the money. Whether you tax it or not, 5% or not, there's already a law on the books where we will be charged 1% for sending money in the United States. So whether you do it or not, somebody else is going to do it to us. So why not do it and take advantage of it? So anyway, I yield back.
Yeah, but yeah.
Thank you for the clarity.
Then Isaac, then we'll move on to
Next
work session 3.
I'd like to say something.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
just to add to what he said, firstly, tellers in Liberia have no right, and they will not take money off of the money. What most likely will happen will be situations where if you come to pick up your money and maybe you had great customer service or something like that, and you decide to tip the person, then you can do that, but the teller will not steal your money. If you see tellers stealing money in a bank, it's actually from the vault. That's where the stealing and all of that is likely to take place, not from the customer up front.
That's not what
Sorry?
That's not what she's talking about.
She mentioned tellers taking money when she spoke. That's why I said that. Yeah. Secondly, if these monies are going to be coming out of the money that will be sent, then I don't think that it should be a problem. And even if it has to be taxed off of the money, we can't always sit and expect people to do things from us outside. How about we take the initiative to do something as a people and let the outsiders see that and try to come in also? Because at the end of the day, who gets the benefit is the same Liberian people. So I think we should be open to all the different ideas and then come back at a later date and strategize how we can get these things from a talking phase to an implementation level. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Can I respond to Snotty, please? Can I respond? Snotty?
Yes.
So I don't like to lie on people, because this country I'm in and we are in, they can sue you.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Liberia to collect money, and I saw this teller take the $20 and ship it under the table. And I stood before her and I counted the money, and $20 was missing. And I said, $20 is missing. And she said, oh, I don't know. I said, $20 is missing, and I'm not leaving from here till you give it. We know what is tip in this country. That's not what they do there. You send money to someone in Liberia, and they got someone outside coming to take pieces of papers to go in and get the money. And people are on huge line for this money. I mean, I'm not just sitting in Canada. I'm in Liberia, right? And people are online. No, I'm coming, Snotty. Because if you want your money quickly, you got to give something to the security, give something to the teller, whosoever in there. So, but you send $100, your person may be getting back about $80.
So it comes back to exactly what I was just saying. That's personal, a person's decision to not wait their turn, bypass protocol and do what they want to do. And the fastest way to do is probably giving money. People do that.
But as a
So
standard,
it's a systemic issue, Sinati. It's a systemic issue. The bank manager is aware that this is going on.
Yeah,
the bank manager is aware.
I also worked in a bank for a while. A good while.
Customer is making.
It's a choice.
Yeah.
Customers choose to do that based on the relationship they have with that teller inside or outside of the banking arena. The minute you do that, you will get fired. I stayed with a bank close to 10 years. I was heading private banking for UBA. So I know what I'm saying.
So I wanted to come on 2 points. I wanted to come on 2 points. My first point, I didn't forget, but let me go to the last point. The last point has to do with what is being discussed and what Mr. Carter presented. I think Mr. Carter's suggestion is a wonderful idea. And I think that's part of the reasons why we are trying to establish ourselves. Look, one of the things I did when I got to Monrovia, I reached up to corporations, including Lone Star MTM, the Orange, ArcelorMittal, and the rest of those people. I indicated to them that your future employees will come from some of our MCSS schools. So you need to pay it forward. You need to invest in them. You need to do more things for the school. The Lone Star MTM, they bought into that. They equipped GW Gibson with a computer lab. They provided training on a periodic basis, and they were all involved in the school. And the reason I'm bringing that in is that the fees that when we send money here by SendWave, we pay a fee on this end. They also collect a fee on that side. If the government of Liberia is not prepared to lead the discussions along the lines of allocating a portion of the fees that Lone Star and Orange are taking, we can initiate that discussion and work with them. It may work, it may not work, but I think this kind of suggestion to fund education in Liberia is innovative. It is interesting, it's inviting, it's something we as a group should consider. We rely heavily on donors' support. So the people from outside would give us the money. They would tell us, say, bring 3 Indians to come and record a video teaching Liberian student math. You know the problem. But if we have this kind of funding and we have control of it, we'll be able to manage what we do and to get it done. So I think that's a wonderful idea. I think it should be paired in with other suggestions about some form of restaurant tax, some form of luxury tax, so that those taxes can be allocated to education. Look, the kind of education system we need, or where our education system is right now, to bring it to the pre-war levels, it requires billions of dollars.
And collective effort.
And collective efforts.
Collective
and
effort.
Our willingness and preparedness to not look to government for everything. Look, yes, one of the last things I would say, we got civil societies organization. Dr. Williams, what I want to propose, I want this to not be the last. I want us to have series of seminars like this. And then let's decide moving forward that every year we will have one of this section in Monrovia, and that we will go there and carry it out, and we invite the government, we invite the different organizations, we invite civil society. Look, if the government doesn't show up, civil society will show up. It will be an embarrassment for them. The international community will show up. Most international organizations are very receptive to diaspora initiatives. So they will show up. And I'm positive that we will be landing on a very decent footing to be able to push our idea. The change in our society will have to come from us, the ones who have been awakened to the reality and challenges and to the opportunities, the skills and the knowledge that the people at home have not been exposed to. So good thing we meet Boyka. Good thing that O'Connor is saying that he will support us. They do, it will add to our effort. But let's be brave and bold to be able to go there and push these things from different angles and not solely rely on government. Thank you.
Dr. Quigley. I think you better group yourself for personally. Dr. Williams, I beg, I have to leave. I have to leave. Yeah, I got another meeting I'm running up to, but I look, yeah, pricing you up. Okay, then. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Williams, thank you. It's been great.
Yes,
I hope
sir.
that there are some follow-up actions to this. I have to go as well.
Did you visit the link we sent you?
What's that?
Did you visit the link we sent you?
Yes, I got a link.
Okay.
All right.
Please visit the link, and you'll definitely be hearing from us.
Yeah, for some reason I can't hear you very much, but I do have the link.
Yes, I said please visit the link, and you'll definitely be hearing from us.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, bye-bye. It was great meeting everybody.
Thank you, Mr. G.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, bye-bye.
Dr. Cooper?
Yes, I just wanted to add my voice to what Dr. Taylor said. When she talked about the businesses, can you know that before, when companies went to Liberia, they were not just paying taxes to the government. They were like, if they were in a neighborhood, like for example, the Lamcos and the bone mines and all like that, they had to build schools. They had to have place for the children to go, and we see it happen all around us here. Every time a company or something move into a neighborhood, they build up to not high school, but they build up to like middle school. So you have a middle school and a in an elementary school or something, and that is for that community. So that's a very good idea that we can sell, so that as we have these conversations going on with the government, these are conversations we can have, because I would tell you, as Saulo was saying, that the business people who like people that come from outside, but I think they will be more prepared to spend their money on the community in which they're going to sell their products, or where they are working, than to give the money to the government taxes that are eating, that are being used for the purpose for which is supposed to be used. So that's one good a suggestion that I'm thinking, that if we can sell to them, and they can grasp the benefits from it, will will really go on far.
To be honest with that, it will take some work, because usually when the companies come in, they're looking to do that as a social corporate effort. They look forward to doing it, but then it boils down to the people who are bringing them in, the senators, representatives that they are talking to,
They
and
want
all of that.
cuts.
So
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, except where you're gonna be pressing for government to put pressure on the different senators and representatives, as far as placing a demand for a certain level of development within their communities, is not going to stop. It's not likely to happen, because a lot of corporations have come, and that has been a major problem.
I agree.
And we have
It
we have
is.
seen that over the years, where
Yes.
even the mention of the Lamco and bomb mines, those roads leading from bomb mines to Kakata should have
was
been paid.
never,
But
yes.
government would say we will do that,
And then they would take the money,
and never do it, and so it can be a
even
real
from
challenge.
Yekepa to Saniquele. As soon as you hit the end of the road of Yekepa, you get on the dusty road with the Saniquele is not safe, because the government will take care of that. So there's a lot involved.
But are you guys looking at this from a long-term standpoint? I
Yes.
understand companies that come in to do. If you go through I had the privilege of reading just five of the concession agreements. Everything you guys are talking about, like when these are part of the clauses that are in the concession agreement. We will do this in this community. We will build this road. We'll build these schools. We will do this. None of those companies are held to that standard. They don't do that. Few
That's
years
what
later,
I'm saying.
right? So here's the point and that's the point that I'm trying to make now. So if we are relying on companies coming in to do their corporate social responsibility, even if to the point where we are able to hold them accountable, what happens when those companies leave? Who funds those schools, right? So you gotta, yes, we want to do that, but we have to think long term, right? The same thing that we think about when company come to do, let's say they want to do mining, Nimba or whatever. Those mineral resources will not be there forever. So we have to think about long term. When those companies leave, what do we do with the environment? The same way we have to think about education. If they fund it now, that we're requiring them to do that, what happens when they leave, when they're no longer able to do that? How does the government do that? And this is why I think we have to think outside of the box to start looking at the budgetary item that the government gives out every year, because from what we have seen, it is not enough. And if we continue down that path, we're going to be here forever. So this is why I keep proposing either we raise the education bond, or you do the finger biting thing, tax people diaspora funds. They're going to rather, if you start taxing me right now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to slow down. If I was sending $100 a month to Liberia, I'm going to slow down to say maybe 50 or 80. Eventually, I will stomach it and be able to send the same full amount. Yes, it's going to be an immediate withdrawal, but eventually we're going to get back to that. Do that, build a fund. If you can have the right people manage it and get yourself. People don't understand the importance of education. It's only in Liberia we don't. That this is, if we want to continue to be a sovereign nation, that is one of the probably the most important thing we have to focus on. Or else we're going to keep putting out the kind of leaders we're seeing right now, the kind of leader, the politician we're seeing right now, because the quality of education isn't enough. Or either that, what normally happens is, I would say this quickly in our land, we that are educated in the diaspora, we go there and we think that we're the elite class and we manage those that are there. This is not how the country is supposed to be. Education is supposed to be accessible for everybody. I yield.
Yeah.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've spent an ungodly number of hours today just discussing a lot of these issues. And so we've done a great job. I am very, very grateful to all of you for showing up. The way I suggest we climax this day is that the final segment, the action planning, we're going to leave it for the organizers to do. And Mr. Smith, we're going to incorporate you. We're going to add another layer of your already overcrowded schedule. We're going to incorporate you. We're going to incorporate you amongst the organizers. The hope is that from here, a platform of Liberian educators in the diaspora would have been created.
Yes.
And we need you on board. We need you on board.
I'll be honored to serve, my brother.
That's why I want to say that everybody on this call, just invite everybody on this call to the organizing committee.
Exactly. So we're going to bring you on board. Dr. Tadros will be our advisor from Egypt, our international advisor from Egypt. We're going to bring you on board so that we look at our next steps.
Yes.
If that is okay with all of you. And at the end of the day, we're going to give Dr. Tadros an honorary Liberian citizenship.
We take her to Liberia.
Diplomatic passport.
And you do that when you and Nancy go meet the boycott.
Exactly. When me and Nancy go already.
When you and Nancy go meet boycott, right?
Exactly. All right. But yeah, it has been really good. I would like us to close this conference with the playing of the national anthem.
Oh, gotta play. Please let
it
it
has
play.
to play. It has to play. So let me
try
it again.
Try it, please.
I remember after the war and the first interview, the man said he wants to be a diary. And the people said, no, you can't be a diary. He said, hey, man, I want to be my diary, man. We have to play the national anthem before we go. I beg you, my people. So just give me 1 minute to climax. Dr. Tadros, before we play the national anthem, we really, really like to appreciate you being with us and spending all this valuable time with us. Hope you understood our very perfect English.
Our beautiful English.
Our beautiful English. It can be complicated even for us, but you know, you've hung in there, you've stayed with us, and you've contributed to the conversation. So we really, really like to appreciate you for being with us today. Okay? If there's a final word you'd like to say, Dr. Tadros, before we leave.
Oh, thanks so much. Okay.
Okay. 1 second. Yeah, there it is. Hopefully we can hear the national anthem play again.
It shouldn't just play for you alone.
That's what I'm telling you. I make sure we hear it. Ain't playing with it. We're not hearing it. He alone hearing it.
Mr. Carter, where are you?
I am based out of Massachusetts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the state. Yeah.
George, we're not hearing that thing. Let me look on the screen and see whether it's not the. Oh yeah, you got the volume off. Look to the right extreme.
Where?
Go back to the screen. I think I saw the volume off when you were playing it. On the right extreme there. Let me see something.
How is that possible?
Yeah, but just let me see. Where are you playing it from now?
I'm playing from my computer.
But get rid of this stuff that you have on the screen. Stop sharing what you are sharing, because that's what's. I mean, earlier I was seeing you didn't have this slide. You didn't have the slides on. You had something there different, and it was visible. Okay, now go to the other way to the right. Come down at the bottom, and go to the right extreme under the where you have national anthem. Come all the way to the right extreme. I see something like. All the way to the right extreme, I see something like an X there. Okay, yeah, right there. Fine. Did you exit up? No.
Yeah.
Hit it on now. Let's see.
All right. You know what? Let me go to YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, play for
Yeah, you got to play the national anthem, and that's why I'm not leaving the screen. Oh, man.
I got a lot of things open too. Dr. Tadros, this is how we librarians do it.
I'm waiting to see.
So she's waiting to see. I hope we deliver, man. They got two there.
Yeah, I think I got way too many windows open.
Yeah, but you got one. The second one got okay. All right. No. Okay, yeah, that's it. I mean, you got plenty. You got a lot of windows open.
That's it. It's in here.
Yeah.
You got to hit play.
But you hit play already, right?
It's still buffering.
The other technology be a town will describe.
Yeah, the bandwidth. Yeah. It's coming on. It's coming on. Let me see if I play it from my phone.
Trying to get ahead of you. Let me see if I can do it here and see what I will play.
There you go.
one and all.
Thank you. Thank you for
all.
having us.
This has been great. And yeah, the organizing committee will meet and we'll put all of this together little by little. Hopefully it don't take 6 months before our final report is out, but we will work on it. Thank you, everybody. Thanks
Thank
for
you,
coming.
and nice meeting the rest of you on this panel. Thank you.
Very much,
Nice meeting you too, Carla.
Yeah, we're grateful for the presentation.
Thank you all. Thank you all, folks. Thank you so much, man, Doc. I look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, just take care. Thanks, everybody.
Have a good day.
Yeah. All right. You too, Doc. Take care. Dr. Kruger.